Chapter 1. The story always begins with a car crash. Welcome to the Big Apple. The thick shroud of dark clouds enveloped the sky, looming low as if an impending tempest was on the horizon. On an interstate highway leading into New York, vehicles were sparse, with only the occasional car braving the dusty road, stirring up a cloud of parched earth. Laurel, clad in a somewhat loose uniform, stood at the toll booth, deftly tearing tickets and collecting fares, her round face adorned with a gentle smile. Gazing down, at the foot of the booth lay the lifeless body of a black man, clad only in white cotton socks and a flowery pair of shorts, sprawled across the floor like a bound. Dead dog. What dreadful weather we have today. Laurel inhaled deeply, the air thick with dust, muttering, "What a miserable existence, having to work in such wretched weather." The ruthless capitalist of the American empire exploiting the labor force. With a sigh of ennui, Laurel spread open a well-worn Playboy magazine on the small tabletop, soon captivated by the alluring poses of the models within. Wow, quite ample. Goodness, twins. After about 30 minutes, the sky grew increasingly dim, and headlights approached from afar that a pair of high-powered tactical binoculars inexplicably emerged upon Laurel's nose bridge. The gloomy weather did nothing to hinder her vision. A modified black SUV, with a heavy chassis and an imposing body, resembled a veritable boulder among SUVs. Dakin, Santa Claus has arrived. The target is a hefty one, license plate 12306. Laurel whispered into her earpiece that on the other end of the communicator, a playful tone responded, chuckling, "Boss, all is set. I can hardly wait to give them a warm embrace." The modified vehicle slowly rolled into the toll booth, the driver's window sliding down to reveal a burly figure, his cold gaze betraying an undeniable, soldierly demeanor, even in casual attire. "Hey, buddy, that car is wicked cool." Laurel beamed with admiration, her curiosity piqued as she peered into the vehicle. The soldier turned slightly, blocking her view, casting a fierce glare in her direction, and from his pocket he tossed 2 coins her way, his voice icy as he uttered, "Keep your eyes to yourself, or they'll have them plucked out." "Ah. Oh." Startled, Laurel flinched, behaving like an inexperienced youth, hastily collecting the payment and tearing the ticket, offering it to the driver. Yet, just as the driver reached for the ticket, it inexplicably transformed into an oversized Colt pistol. The driver barely had time to register the change in expression before. Bang! The gun fired, and he collapsed. The driver's shattered skull was thrown back, his entire form devoid of support, toppling forward onto the steering wheel. "Dog shit. Bastard." The soldier in the passenger seat was splattered with blood, cursing in shock. Instinctively, he drew his weapon and retaliated while pressing the accelerator hard, the modified turbo engine roaring to life, propelling the heavy vehicle forward as if it were a tank, smashing through the barriers and speeding away. "Damn it, coward. Normally, shouldn't you get out to seek revenge and engage in a fierce gunfight with me?" murmured Loren. "Dakin, it's your turn to take the stage." Loren leisurely whistled, then lowered all the barriers, hung a red no-entry sign, and placed specially designed tripod barricades in the toll booth lane before striding toward the modified vehicle. Ahead, as the armored vehicle burst out of the toll booth, a flash of fire erupted from the center of the road. The heavy bulletproof car groaned as it skidded forward on 3 wheels, barely regaining its balance while black smoke billowed from its tires, continuing to race ahead. Loren marveled, "Goodness, how resilient." It didn't flip even after that explosion. "When I have the means, I must acquire a vehicle like this to enjoy." Suddenly, a container truck, painted like Optimus Prime, crashed through the barriers, veering sharply from the right lane and blocking the way. The armored vehicle swerved wildly, tires screeching against the pavement, but it was too late. It collided head-on with the container truck, its front half crashing into the cargo. Hold, coming to a halt, a man clad in Army Special Forces attire, with disheveled black hair and a defiant expression, emerged from the truck, but he swiftly climbed onto the hood, grinning provocatively at the soldiers inside, while wielding a large caliber shotgun, unleashing a torrent of ammunition upon the vehicle. Fragments flew in all directions. Despite the shotgun's formidable power, the bulletproof glass remained steadfast, repelling the onslaught. Dakin leisurely gestured with military precision, signaling the occupants inside, "Trash, come out for a duel." The soldier in the passenger seat cast a cold, piercing glance at Dakin, remaining unmoved, clearly determined to rely on the superior protective capabilities of the modified vehicle until reinforcements arrived. Dakin sneered, tossing aside his gun, and unleashed a powerful fist against the car window, producing a deafening thud. He followed up with a relentless barrage of punches, each blow as powerful as a pile driver, enough to shatter steel. Each strike felt as though it were aimed directly at the hearts of those within. The entire vehicle shook violently, the centimeter-thick bulletproof glass groaning in agony, cracking and gradually caving inwards. Loren approached, his discontent evident as he surveyed the scene. Enough of this, we have 11 minutes until the military rapid response team arrives, possibly even special forces. Let's wrap this up. I have no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with armed military helicopters. Dakin, grinning, replied, "Boss, this glass is remarkably sturdy." From the back of his hand, two metallic claws slowly emerged, and Dakin swung them with ferocity, piercing the bulletproof glass with the ease of cutting through tofu. Zing! The shrill sound of scraping pierced the air as the steel blade carved a long gash across the car window. But still not sturdy enough, Loren displayed an innocent grin reminiscent of a child, winking at the stunned soldiers inside the vehicle. "Gentlemen, you may emerge now." "Bastard. Damn mutant. D." The two soldiers swiftly drew their Uzi eyes, quickly disengaging the safety and targeting Loren for a barrage. Unhurriedly, Loren mimicked the demeanor of a certain purple sweet potato spirit, theatrically snapping his fingers. A protective barrier materialized before him, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors that would make any woman swoon. Bullets struck the shield with a resonating ding, leaving behind only faint marks before being deflected away. "What is a wall of crystal?" "This is a wall of diamond," Loren muttered under his breath. "Alas, if only the manifestation were permanent, otherwise I wouldn't need to toil for a living. This diamond wall alone would suffice for a life of decadence in the land of the free." Dakin, unfazed by the gunfire, grinned as he charged into the vehicle, his sharp blade slicing swiftly to sever the necks of the two soldiers. In the rear of the armored vehicle, amidst the headless corpses, sat a bloodied, gaunt man, frozen in fear, with bulging eyes and a face resembling that of a witch. His wrist was shackled to a small silver case. "Be good, listen to Daddy, and hand over the case to me," Dakin chuckled, slowly approaching. Suddenly, a howl erupted as the witch's timid gaze became overtaken by madness. Skin and muscle crackled as his body rapidly expanded and transformed, culminating in a mournful wolf howl as he morphed into a towering werewolf. Dakin, momentarily stunned by this unexpected transformation, was abruptly knocked back by the werewolf's weighty charge, his body uncontrollably flying through the air, crashing against a container with a resounding thud. The werewolf followed Dakin out, standing at the front of the vehicle, unleashing a blood-curdling roar directed at Loren. Then, it turned and dashed into the desolate wilderness flanking the road. Loren glanced at the embarrassed Dakin, whistled, and conjured a large Colt pistol from thin air. Flames erupted from a muzzle as the werewolf, now over 50 meters away, stumbled under the onslaught. Despite the Colt's magazine holding only 15 rounds, it fired at least 100 bullets in the brief span of 5 seconds. The werewolf let out pained howls as blood and flesh flew, its wounds not healing, but rather emitting wisps of acrid white smoke as if scorched. Within moments, the grotesque creature collapsed, enveloped in smoke, twitching a few times before falling still. TSK, special silver nitrate bullets. "If I weren't here, you might have truly escaped." Loren swiftly approached, delivering 2 more shots to the already battered head of the werewolf before confidently retrieving a small box from its wrist. Dakin hurriedly followed, his eyes alight with surprise. "A werewolf? Boss, who is this individual?" "Dr. Werner von Braun, a renowned expert in hematology and genetics, comparable to Abraham Erskine during World War II and the head of the Perfect Blood Project under the Red Skull. According to organizational records, he was reported to have died in Hungary after the surrender, ambushed by the Howling Commandos, yet it appears he has survived, infected by the werewolf." Dakin, astonished, inquired, "Is he one of our own?" Loren smirked with a hint of derision. "One of our own? Just days ago, he made contact with the federal military, claiming he had discovered the perfect blood. The military has not abandoned its super soldier program over the years. By the time we received word, it was too late. Though he is an old relic thought lost to time, who knows what secrets he might harbor that could implicate us all? He is merely a footnote. This is our primary mission." Have you ever heard the legends surrounding the origins of European vampires and werewolves? Unsurprisingly, Dakin shook his head in confusion. Loren, accustomed to such ignorance, elaborated. An ancient European legend tells of a Hungarian general named Kovinsvis, whose eldest son was bitten by a bat and transformed into a vampire, while his second son was bitten by a wolf and became a werewolf. The ordinary youngest son married and had children, thus perpetuating the family line. Dakin's squinted eyes widened in realization as he excitedly asked, "Is this the blood of the Coventsvis family?" Indeed, during World War II, the Red Skull captured hundreds of descendants of the Coventsvis family. Anyone associated with them was drained of blood, yet they failed to locate this essence, which Braun inadvertently stumbled upon. Why didn't they airlift such a crucial find? Loren shot him a glance. If the American military had pursued alternative channels, we would have intercepted them overseas long ago. They cannot appear too eager otherwise. It would be evident to all that the military has acquired something of value. With deft hands, Loren opened the box, releasing a plume of vapor from the cryogenic liquid. Inside were 3 vials of crimson blood. Loren nodded in satisfaction. Then, to Dakin's astonishment, he produced a glass container from seemingly nowhere and carefully poured half of each vial into it. Dakin, mouth agape, slowly asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" Loren beamed a disarming smile, responding nonchalantly, "The mission only specified 3 vials of perfect blood. 3 half vials surely count as 3, do they not?" Dakin's eyes widened. Was this even possible? They completed the mission seamlessly, incinerating the accident site and toll booth before the military could react, meticulously attending to every detail, then swiftly departing. The scene done on the return journey, Loren casually placed his suitcase on the seat, lit a cigarette, and remarked, "Remember to write the mission report when we get back." Why? Dakin was taken aback. A mission report? Wasn't that a matter for the higher-ups? Because I am lazy. Because you cannot defeat me. Chapter 2. The Tale of Loren. Aboard the helicopter, General Ross, accompanied by elite armed forces summoned for reinforcement, wore a countenance as grim as an Arctic ice block. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since the alarm was raised, and he could only hope that Stark Industries' bulletproof armor was indeed as robust as they boasted. Ross incessantly urged, "Men, accelerate your efforts. Faster. Your comrades are in peril." With reddened eyes, the soldiers pressed the helicopter's control stick down hard, swiftly spotting the flames engulfing the road ahead. What greeted them was the charred wreckage of vehicles still ablaze. The reinforcements employed fire retardants, then solemnly retrieved the blackened corpses of their fallen comrades, bowing their heads in mourning. General Ross' complexion darkened to an extreme. The perfect blood could potentially aid him in realizing his super soldier serum project, yet right at his doorstep, on his own territory, it had been stolen. This was not merely a humiliation, it was a clarion call. This transport had been classified as top secret by the military, yet evidently, the information had leaked. After a brooding silence of nearly 10 seconds, General Ross lifted his gaze and spoke in a cold tone. "Lift your heads, do not act like cowards. You're soldiers of the Federation. I permit you 1 minute of vulnerability, but thereafter, your minds must focus on but one thing. Uncover the clues, apprehend those damned bastards, and press a gun against the back of their heads, pulling the trigger to shatter their skulls." Several engineers commenced their examination of the scene, one of them exclaiming in astonishment, "General, the car window was sliced open with a sharp blade. Good heavens, this is 30 millimeters of bulletproof glass, capable of withstanding direct hits from a howitzer. Look at this incision. Damn, it's like slicing through butter. Behold this corpse, dear God." One engineer pinched his nose as he inspected Dr. Braun's lifeless body. There are no bullets in his body, yet his organs have been reduced to a pulpy mass. Ugh. As he spoke, the engineer felt a wave of nausea and quickly turned away. Ross smirked coldly. "Excellent. Use the data from the scene to recreate a 3D representation of how the glass was cut. This can be included in the report. Capture as many detailed photographs as possible. One copy for the Department of Defense, and another for me, that I intend to show the President and those imbeciles at the Department of Defense that if they continue to obstruct my super soldier initiative, our firearms will be unable to ensure the safety of soldiers and civilians alike." The soldiers swiftly complied with his orders, while General Ross contemplated inwardly. The perfect blood has been lost, and those fools at the Department of Defense are likely to make a fuss again. Humph, the demise of these soldiers might somehow turn into a blessing, but the perfect blood must be retrieved. Washington, around 11 in the morning. The air is fresh. A torrential downpour last night has left the city remarkably pristine. Loren emerged from his black Audi, standing before the iconic 3-winged building of Washington. He retrieved a cigarette, ignited it, inhaled deeply, and then tilted his head back slightly, elegantly exhaling 3 gradually dissipating smoke rings. Loren is not a local. It is not merely that he is not from Washington, D.C., but rather that he does not belong to this world. At least, his soul does not belong to it. Though this place is also called Earth, it is entirely unlike the planet where Loren once lived. This Earth has S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and Stark Industries. Did the previous Earth have any of these? Indeed, in comics or films. Yes. This is a world that originally existed only within the confines of comic books and movies. 3 years ago, Lauren awoke in this realm, astonished to find himself a rookie agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, much to his surprise, Lauren discovered that being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was merely a FOD beneath it. He was actually a member of Hydra. This psychological dissonance felt akin to waking up in the midst of the Liberation War, fully aware of the correct path, witnessing the impending liberation of all of China. Yet, having unwittingly joined the enemy forces, even though he is fully aware that Hydra's ship is destined to sink, Lauren dares not abandon ship. The moment he attempts to leap, he knows he would drown in the sea, much like Dr. Braun, who was recently eliminated. Do not underestimate Hydra, due to stereotypes. The depths of this organization are profound. Though Hydra is ostensibly a single entity, it is in reality a colossal monster composed of numerous branches, each with differing ideologies and systems, with the oldest factions tracing back to the era of ancient Egypt over 3,000 years ago. Consider the very name Hydra. If it had only one head, how could it be called Hydra? The faction to which Lauren belongs is primarily inherited from the Red Skull's forces during World War II, merging with S.H.I.E.L.D. after the Claw Plan. Currently led by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest official, Alexander Pierce, it is dedicated to creating a new world devoid of war and terrorism. Incredibly, Hydra's corporate culture is, astonishingly, world peace. The files of all members, along with mission data, are compiled into a top-secret dossier, personally safeguarded by Alexander Pierce. Even if Lauren could escape, once Black Widow exposes Hydra's files to the public network, he too would be uncovered. Allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lauren has contemplated this, but the Serpent and S.H.I.E.L.D. are inseparable. S.H.I.E.L.D. is certainly no cleaner than Hydra. Just thinking about it makes my head ache. Lauren took a deep drag from a cigarette. If given the choice, he would prefer to wield a script as trite as the American capitalist, reveling in the allure of Hollywood's beauties and the decadence of capitalism. At the very least, a semblance of a normal world would suffice. With his foresight, he could achieve financial independence. However, what on earth was the Hydra script doing in the Marvel Studios? Whenever he contemplated Hydra's future, a throbbing sensation pulsed through his temples. Yet, with several years remaining before Hydra's downfall, Lauren felt powerless to resist. What mattered most at the moment was to construct a small vessel before the colossal ship of Hydra sank, ensuring that he would not go down with it when disaster struck. His primary objective was to ascend to level 7 as swiftly as possible, capable of leading an independent team and establishing a small organization within the system, thereby legitimizing the growth of his influence. However, while level 6 was attainable, level 7 proved elusive. The leap from 6 to 7 represented a watershed moment, a stark divergence in the resources available and the privileges afforded. Consider the rookie village chief, Coulson, who only attained the rank of level 7 agent upon resurrection. This illustrates just how formidable this threshold is. What a pity that analysis can only be applied to inanimate objects. Otherwise, with this one trick, I could obliterate most of the world's inhabitants, Lauren muttered softly. Traversing realities often entails a certain level of absurdity, and Lauren was no exception. Before arriving in this world, he was a beleaguered 3D modeler at a domestic effects company. Following the blockbuster success of Kong vs. Godzilla, a whimsical entrepreneur decided to jump on the bandwagon, producing a web movie titled Sun Wukong vs. Godzilla, featuring an epic showdown of absurd proportions. With a special effects budget of $10 million, after layers of exploitation, Lauren was left with a meager sum of less than $20,000. He collapsed from exhaustion while tirelessly constructing the Godzilla model. Lauren's unique ability lay in his modeling software. He could analyze materials, construct models, and materialize them. This was his gift, a means of transforming imagination into reality, akin to the Green Lantern's powers in the adjacent DC Dark Universe, albeit with significantly greater growth potential. Any material constituting this world could be analyzed. Once a material was analyzed, he could imbue a model with its essence. For instance, when blocking bullets, Lauren created a wall model and materialized it with the properties of diamond. By manipulating materials, one could ascend to greatness. Over the past 3 years, Lauren diligently analyzed all materials he encountered: wood, metal, plastic, glass, ceramics, paper, and so forth. With each new material analyzed, his repository expanded, and within him, a faint strength began to emerge. This warmth, which Lauren dubbed source energy, was essential for materialization and gradually transformed his physique. The rarer and more precious the material, the greater the source energy it provided. However, 2 years later, Laurent began to enter a famine of materials. There was no way around it. Even for agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the array of special materials encountered in their daily endeavors is rather limited. He is not like Stark. With his abundant resources, can effortlessly fabricate dozens of Iron Man suits for extravagant displays and romantic pursuits, merely by wielding his influence to procure rare items from various channels. Considering all circumstances, Lauren requires a position that allows for reasonable excursions and the opportunity to access scarce materials. Thus, the field department of SHLD best meets his needs. In truth, the technical department would be the most suitable, yet Laurent does not meet the qualifications and must settle for a secondary option. In the modeling space of Laurent's physique, hundreds of models constructed over the past 3 years are meticulously arranged, ready to materialize to assist him in various situations. His favorite is the oversized cold handgun, inscribed with the letters GFCC. Custom designed for him, it boasts a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute. As long as he possesses energy, he can incessantly generate various types of ammunition tailored to the characteristics of his targets. In the deepest recesses of the modeling space lies a colossal figure, akin to a mountain, a massive lizard-like beast over 100 meters in length, its entire body encased in thick scales, with 3 sharp, towering spines running from its head to tail. Even in its unmaterialized form, the terrifying power of this creature can be felt. This is the sole model constructed 3 years ago, the last one he built in his previous life, the legendary beast Godzilla. Upon comparing the vast disparity between his current energy reserves and that required to materialize Godzilla, it felt as insurmountable as the chasm between a puddle and the Pacific Ocean. Lauren grimaced and muttered, "Damn it, everything requires utmost caution these days. Don't let me accumulate enough energy to materialize Godzilla, or else." Imagining the scene in his mind, Lauren extinguished his cigarette butt and retrieved the briefcase containing the mission report from the passenger seat, making his way towards the Tricurve Wing building. Chapter 3, The Staggering Revelation. Lauren, it is currently 11:32 in the morning. Dressed in a sharp black suit and clutching a newspaper, Lauren's direct superior, the 7th-level agent Citterville, stood in the lobby of the Tricurve Wing building, sternly pointing at the hands of his watch. "I toiled through the night to complete the mission report. I only just managed to sleep until the early hours," Lauren replied lazily, patting the leather bag in his hand as he prepared to hand it over to Citterville. "The mission report. The boss wants you to present the task report directly to him. Be cautious. There has been a significant incident today, and the boss is not in a good mood," Citterville remarked, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he waved the newspaper in his hand. The Washington Post had devoted an entire front page, purportedly worth $1 million, to a photograph of a dagger inserted into an old desk. That desk looks somewhat familiar. It seems to be the one gifted by the Queen of England to the President of the United States. Laurent had once glimpsed in the tabloid news the former president engaging in playful antics with his long-legged secretary at this very table. While such occurrences are not entirely unusual, the unfortunate fact remains that someone captured it on camera. Shocking. A mutant organization attempts to assassinate the president. The sensational headline nearly overflowed the page, and Laurent widened his eyes, exclaiming, "That old man was taken out?" Cough, cough. Sitwick choked on his saliva and quickly glanced around, clarifying it was merely an attempted assassination. The president was merely startled. Laurent shrugged, a look of disappointment crossing his face. "Tisque, what a pity. You know, I have always been a supporter of the Republican Party." Sitwell raised his eyebrows several times, stepping back a couple of paces, mentally berating himself for his indiscretion. He quickly added, "You should hurry, the boss has been waiting for you all morning." Is the X-Men narrative commencing? Laurent pursed his lips, contemplating whether he could derive some advantage from the situation, and took the elevator directly to the top floor of the Triskelion. The hierarchy within S.H.I.E.L.D. was clear-cut. The higher the office, the greater the rank. Knock, knock. The door is open. Upon pushing the door ajar, Laurent found Alexander Pierce, clad in a gray 3-piece suit and holding a cigar, standing by the window. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was referred to as the director, while the Secretary of Defense, Pierce, was known as the boss. Minister, Laurent thought to himself, isn't smoking prohibited within the Triskelion? Isn't a cigar still tobacco? Clearly, it's a case of the state officials setting fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. Looking up at Laurent's entrance, Pierce gestured to the chair in front of his desk before sitting himself down, smiling as he inquired, "How did the mission go?" "Very smoothly. Laurent retrieved a document and a small case containing 3.5 vials of perfect serum from his briefcase. Placing them on Pierce's desk, he succinctly stated, "Mission report, July 19th, 2003. Pierce nodded in satisfaction, not perusing the mission report, but directly placing the case and document into his enigmatic drawer. Laurent rolled his eyes, knowing full well this was akin to summer homework. As long as there was writing, who would bother to read it? From that point onward, it was of no concern to Laurent. The whereabouts of the perfect serum? A secret. What research was involved? A secret. Who was responsible? A secret. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra operated in this manner, each responsible only for their segment. Only those with the utmost clearance could access all missions. Perhaps during lunch at the cafeteria, Laurent might encounter the head of the Perfect Serum Project, yet they would remain utterly oblivious to one another. Pierce tapped the newspaper on the desk, the same exaggerated headline from earlier, and inquired, "Have you seen today's paper? What are your thoughts?" A feeble frame-up. Laurent replied without hesitation that if the mutant organization truly intends to assassinate the president, then the vice president and his wife are likely already at the White House. Entrants, tearfully delivering their inaugural speech. According to the Constitution of the United States, should the president encounter misfortune, the vice president will temporarily assume the duties of the presidency until the next election. Since the mutants attacked Congress in New York in 2000, their numbers have surged over the past 3 years. Almost every month, demonstrations against mutants erupt across the states, and a deluge of correspondence floods the White House. Yet, the president has yet to sign the mutant registration bill. Why? Is it out of compassion? A belief in equality for all? Nonsense. It is, in truth, due to the formidable presence of Magneto and Professor X. While the files on these two individuals are not classified beyond reach accessible to those with level 4 clearance, and above their documentation is alarmingly categorized as strategic nuclear weapons capable of global annihilation. Thus, regardless of the public outcry, the president dares not act rashly against mutants. Although Magneto remains confined within the Pentagon, Professor X actively runs the Mutant Academy and serves as a special consultant for the CIA on sensitive cases. As long as these two pillars stand tall, the mutants have little to fear. The mutants have no motive to act, nor any reason to fail, Lauren confidently asserted. A wise assessment. Pierce smiled approvingly and remarked, "However, politicians pursue self-interest rather than truth. This president's term is nearing its conclusion, and polls indicate his approval ratings are not particularly high. He needs to undertake significant actions to bolster public support during his tenure. Yet, such grand actions often invite great troubles." He took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a rich cloud of smoke. "The council just spoke with me. The federal commissioner has expressed, in very pointed terms, the necessity for S.H.I.E.L.D. to assist in investigating this egregious assassination attempt involving mutants." Lauren blinked in surprise. Was this already classified as such? A serious crime? It appears the president has resolved to leverage the mutants for his next 4 years in office. And now, he seeks my input on this matter? It seems a substantial opportunity is about to fall into my lap. Pierce produced a note from his drawer, inscribed with an address and phone number, and said with a smile, "Lauren, you will assist in this investigation." Minister Lauren tentatively responded, "With all due respect, my task level is only 5. I am not equipped to handle such a major case." Pierce raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "It is not your investigation." After the assassination attempt, the president met with General Ross and Colonel Strucker from the Military Research Division, appointing Colonel Strucker to oversee this assassination case. Lauren grimaced inwardly, thinking to herself, what a brilliant twist of fate tasking oneself with the investigation. What could possibly be uncovered? Ultimately, the true nature of the case lies solely in Strucker's hands, or perhaps the president directly participated in the design of this matter. It is quite possible. The mission of S.H.I.E.L.D. this time is merely to oversee and monitor. The military's X-weapon program has already caused considerable unease among those mutants. We must ensure that Strucker does not go too far, controlling the repercussions within manageable limits. If he fails to clean up the mess, we will ultimately have to deal with the aftermath. The implication was abundantly clear. What was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission? It seems there is also a task involving Hydra. Pierce smiled, pressing a button on the desk, causing an invisible electronic barrier to rise within the office, effectively isolating any potential listening devices. Offices of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel above level 7 are equipped with such measures. Now, I am conversing with you under a different identity. Lauren promptly stood to attention, his body erect and demeanor as solemn as could be. a true asset to Hydra, ready to be deployed wherever needed. Hail Hydra! Hydra is the term members use to refer to themselves, while outsiders and enemies derogatorily label them as Hydra, infused with disdain. Sit, Pierce said with a smile. Mutants are a vast subject, but that is not my area of focus. However, Hydra is very interested in adamantium and has requested our assistance. Pierce, the nominal supreme leader of Hydra, found that each branch largely operated independently. His willingness to assist Hydra in acquiring adamantium likely came at a cost to them as well. Adamantium? Lauren narrowed his eyes slightly, mentally applauding his superior's wisdom. He reached for a notepad on the desk, memorized its contents, and swallowed it, exclaiming with enthusiasm. Understood, Director. I assure you the task will be completed. Do your best. Pierce stood, patting Lauren on the shoulder, transforming from a commanding leader into a benevolent elder, smiling warmly as he said, Your father would be proud of your accomplishments. Lauren's father, a comrade of Pierce during his tenure as a federal ambassador, was tragically killed in a terrorist attack while protecting Pierce. Upon returning to the country, Pierce took special care of Lauren, personally guiding him into the Hydra organization after his university graduation. Had it not been for this, Lauren, a mere level 5 agent, would have had no opportunity to report directly to the highest echelons of Sveldi before Lauren inhabited this body. Young Lauren's admiration for Pierce had reached near worship, to the extent that he would have unhesitatingly taken a bullet for him. Does this not evoke the image of ancient assassins raised for loyalty? Lauren was confident that such individuals under Pierce's command were certainly not limited to just one or two. And now, haha, Lauren declared loudly, I assure you the task will be completed. Pierce nodded in satisfaction, laughing heartily. Seeing this, Lauren said, Minister, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Pierce nodded as Lauren saluted and departed. In the administrative sector of S.H.I.E.L.D., the field offices were situated above ground, while all research, technology, and materials-related departments were strategically placed underground. After all, even setting aside Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. harbored a plethora of clandestine operations. Lauren ascended to the 5th floor via the elevator, which opened to reveal a striking pair of large, beautiful eyes framed by round spectacles, belonging to a fiery-haired young woman of Irish descent who stood at the entrance with an air of indignation. Lauren blinked, as if recalling something forgotten from the previous day. Hi, Emma, Lauren Strick. Her voice commanded the attention of everyone nearby as Emma brandished 2 movie tickets in her hand, exclaiming with ire, You invited me to the cinema, yet I was left, waiting like a fool for 2.5 hours, even braving the downpour to hail a cab home. Oh my goodness, Emma, my lucky goddess. In a fleeting moment, Lauren dashed forward, enveloping the redhead in a tight embrace, whispering heartfelt gratitude into her ear. It was a top-secret mission without the invisibility umbrella you provided. You might have been mourning my absence today. Are you hurt? Emma's mouth fell agape, her attention swiftly diverted by the perilous atmosphere Lauren had conjured. Fear not. I am under the protection of my lucky goddess. With a playful twitch of his nose, Lauren leaned in closer to Emma's sensitive ear, murmuring, You wore the perfume I gifted you. It suits you beautifully. People are watching. Emma's cheeks flushed crimson as she spoke in a whisper. Lauren shot a knowing glance at their colleagues, and the once quiet office erupted into a flurry of activity and chatter. Care to visit my place tonight? I got a new mattress. Blushing profusely, Emma nodded, quickly stepping into the elevator and pressing the button for the technical department on the sublevel. Around them, colleagues raised their thumbs in admiration towards Lauren. Lauren Strick, it's working hours. Sitwell poked his bald head out from the office, looking at Lauren with an expression of exasperation. Trust me, the team would rather I sacrifice some work time than risk upsetting Emma, Lauren replied earnestly to his superior. S.H.I.E.L.D. boasted an extensive departmental system, and there were even some divisions with which Lauren had yet to engage. However, the technical department was the one he frequented most diligently. 1/3 of the models in Lauren's model space originated from the technical department, and through frequent visits, he had inadvertently won the affections of the department's prodigious young woman. For this development, all of Sitwell's operational team members celebrated exuberantly, while those from other teams looked on with envy, their eyes burning with jealousy. After all, since the two individuals became entwined, the charming Emma has frequently brought new product from the technical department here under the guise of performance testing, all in the name of ensuring Lauren's safety. Lauren's colleague. Many have inevitably benefited from her actions. For field agents who regularly confront peril, an additional technological weapon could very well mean the difference between life and death in dire circumstances. Chapter 4. A deep-seated hatred. Only an hour remained until lunch. Lauren, as a field operative, greeted her superior, Sitwell, before departing from the Three-Arc Wing building. In the southern part of Washington, there exists a cluster of wartime structures left from World War II, once bustling with activity, but gradually forgotten after the war's end. This area has become a secluded corner outside the District of Columbia, increasingly inhabited by the homeless and shrouded in clandestine activities due to its remoteness. With nimble steps, Lauren descended into a basement, surveying her surroundings. In a spiral section of the building, she slipped through a concealed door hidden in the shadows. Navigating a narrow passageway, approximately 20 meters in length and barely wide enough for a single person, she entered a small room thick with dust. After rummaging beneath a rusty table, Lauren discovered a hidden door in the corner and quickly made her way through it. A few more steps brought her to a spacious secret chamber. This location served as a temporary base for the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the precursor to S.H.I.E.L.D. during World War II. After the war's conclusion, it had fallen into disrepair. Lauren had unearthed this site from a pile of old documents, repurposing it as a makeshift headquarters. Lazily sprawled on a couch, Daikon, a man with a fierce demeanor, was indulging in a low-quality cigar while engrossed in an episode of The Simpsons on the television. It was difficult to fathom that someone with such a menacing appearance would take pleasure in this animated series, yet he watched it with great amusement, occasionally bursting into fits of peculiar laughter. Lauren tossed him a hamburger piled high, with 3 thick patties cooked to a perfect medium. "Have you organized everything?" she inquired. Daikon took a hearty bite of the burger, cheese oozing from his mouth. "It's been completely frozen. The freezer was procured from the black market. There are absolutely no issues." "Boss, can that blood truly allow me to merge with another mutant's abilities?" "Triadic blood platelets. That's the scientific nomenclature for it, believed to be an evolutionary branch of mutants," Lauren replied with a confident smile. "Think of it as a catalyst that can seamlessly blend 2 types of blood cells, just like humans and wolves or humans and bats. Theoretically, any 2 types of cells can fuse together." With a wild grin, Daikon licked his lips like a beast and exclaimed, "That is splendid. The perfect blood could significantly enhance our powers. For mutants like Daikon, acquiring an additional suitable ability would not merely result in a simple increase in combat prowess, but rather an enhancement of at least tenfold." "It's your strength," Lauren said casually. "This violent business is not suited for me." Daikon smirked in disbelief, yet the prowess of his superior was beyond his comprehension. "When you can defeat me, you shall be free. 2 years prior, when the boss had expressed his desire for Daikon to become his subordinate, he had believed that once he regained his abilities, defeating him would be a trivial matter. After all, the seemingly harmless boss appeared incapable of besting even a plump woman. However, reality proved otherwise during the 12 challenges of the first year. Faced with the endless array of techniques employed by his superior, Daikon lost progressively. Faster, to the point where he no longer entertained thoughts of challenging Lauren and had wholly succumbed to being Lauren's lackey. As he ravenously devoured his hamburger, Daikon suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, which ability do you think I should merge? How about controlling flames? Transforming into a fiery wolf? Or perhaps creating duplicates? Invisibility sounds splendid too. Fear not, I've already identified a most suitable ability for you," Lauren replied with a smile, shaking the newspaper that wrapped his burger. Once Daikon finished his hamburger, the animated show concluded and the news broadcast commenced, fervently reporting on the presidential assassination that had transpired that morning, displaying a blurred photograph of the Nightwalker. "I believe that merely implementing the Mutant Registration Act is insufficient. All mutants should be confined to internment camps. Look at this blue monstrosity. He is not human, but a devil, deserving to be bound to a pyre and burned." The expert on the television spoke with fervent passion. "That bastard." Daikon crumpled the hamburger wrapper and tossed it into the trash, shutting off the television. Lauren chuckled coldly. "This uproar has escalated significantly. The military has resolved to take action against mutants after a moment's consideration." He added, "The operation is overseen by Strick." Daikon, sprawled on the sofa, suddenly leaped to his feet, his eyes ablaze with fierce intent, as if ready to rush out and exact vengeance. "That bastard finally shows his face. Sit down." Lauren glanced over, warning him, "Do not forget why you were once hunted. You are my subordinate now. Your enemies are my enemies. I will devise a means to eliminate Strick, and I will not permit anyone to harm you. But do refrain from seeking trouble." Daikon made a few grunts, but remained silent, as sharp silver-gray claws slowly emerged from the backs of his hands, a wild aura of killing intent emanating from him. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Lauren's phone rang, the alarm he had set for himself. After silencing the alarm, Lauren turned back and said sternly, "Dakin, remember my words, I will find a way to help you avenge yourself, but it shall not be through the most foolish of methods. You are to remain here quietly today. I am informing you of this matter because I do not wish for you to learn of it through other means and act rashly." With a blood-red tongue gently licking the cheese at the corner of his mouth, Dakin turned away, picked up the remote, and switched through several channels until he settled on watching SpongeBob. Lauren patted his shoulder as he exited the dimly lit chamber, surveying his surroundings before slipping into his Audi and swiftly steering towards the address. Inscribed on a piece of paper, "I in Washington," at a clandestine military safe house, two tall African-American soldiers stood sentinel at the entrance. Upon seeing Lauren approach, one cautiously tucked his hand into his jacket and intoned, "Please present your identification." Lauren retrieved his shield credentials, giving them a slight shake. After a meticulous search confirmed he bore no weapons or surveillance devices, he was granted passage. In a conference room on the second floor, three individuals were already seated at the elongated table, each accompanied by a seemingly formidable associate, one of whom was a sharply dressed, coldly efficient Asian woman, exuding an aura of mechanistic precision. General Ross occupied the chair at the head of the table and nodded in Lauren's direction, stating, "This is Lauren Strick, Shield agent here to assist us with our investigation. Please take a seat. This is Senator Clay, the president's representative, and this is Colonel Strick, the proponent and primary overseer of this operation." Lauren cast a quick glance at Senator Clay, a thin-lipped blonde adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, epitomizing the American elite. Colonel Strick, slightly portly and sporting black-rimmed glasses, presented himself as a refined researcher, though the unmistakable scent of blood lingered about him, discernible only to those well-versed in such matters. With utmost courtesy, Lauren offered a slight bow and chose a seat at the far end of the table, smiling as he remarked, "I am but a novice. I have much to learn from you, esteemed gentlemen." General Ross waved his hand, signaling the soldiers outside to close the door. Nodding gently, General Ross stated firmly, "Very well, gentlemen, we have gathered together. I do not wish to reiterate today's headline. Likewise, I shall not conceal from you that yesterday, a military transport vehicle came under attack, resulting in the deaths of 4 escorting soldiers and a crucial research scientist for the military. Colonel Strick has assessed the details from the scene and determined that this ambush, like the assassination earlier this morning, was executed by mutants." General Ross produced a dozen photographs from his pocket and flung them onto the table, his expression grim as he growled in a low voice, "These are the provocations from those abominations. They represent our disgrace, the shame of all federal soldiers. The military will thoroughly investigate this matter." Lauren mused internally. So they have pinned this debacle on mutants? Well, it is not entirely inaccurate. Dakin is indeed a mutant. Strick is certainly stirring the ire of the military. Colonel Strick spoke slowly. "The president has authorized me to address the mutant incident. I have decided to initiate action tonight, targeting the Mutant Academy." Lauren, already privy to this information, feigned a semblance of astonishment, glancing at Senator Clay, who appeared bewildered, as if uncertain of his hearing. "An assault on the Mutant Academy? Colonel Strick, I believe this is something you should reconsider with greater scrutiny," Senator Clay interjected, visibly affected. After all, such actions serve no purpose and would instead incite a violent conflict, which the president would undoubtedly prefer to avoid, especially with the specter of mutant children's corpses gracing tomorrow's front page. Professor Charles' School for Gifted Youngsters remains an open secret within federal circles, yet neither the military nor SHIELD has ever dared to intervene here. Though Professor Charles has consistently exhibited a demeanor of gentleness, the sanctity of his school is non-negotiable. To threaten his students is akin to detonating a nuclear device on home soil. Senator Clay set down his pen, resolutely declaring, "I cannot endorse such a course of action. Any senator of sound mind would refrain from signing off on this plan, and no mutant would ever lend their name to such a document." Senator Clay pondered this solemnly. Certain significant resolutions necessitate the president's signature for execution, and in the aftermath of the Watergate scandal that led to Nixon's resignation, to avert similar scandals, the president often appoints a trusted senator within the party to exercise the authority to sign on his behalf. This way, even if the operation yields adverse repercussions, the president remains insulated from the fallout. Conflict? No, we are on the brink of war. War. Senator Clay, I recall your fervent support for the Mutant Registration Act. So why do you now appear so feeble? Stryker abruptly rose, his hands braced on the table, glaring at Senator Clay with the intensity of a ferocious grizzly bear. My research on mutants began during the Vietnam War. I possess a greater understanding of them than any other human in this world. The war of this race commenced the moment the first mutant aberration appeared. Under Stryker's aggressive gaze, Senator Clay wisely chose to avert his eyes, offering an apologetic smile. You see, under the current circumstances, none of us wish for a mutant uprising to incite societal panic. Laurent, holding a photograph, feigned deep contemplation before, earnestly remarking, "Those sharp claw marks are indeed the handiwork of mutants. What kind of weapon would be sharp enough to inflict such wounds?" Colonel Stryker, I personally support your endeavors against mutants, yet I must caution everyone not to overlook those two unique entities. Such rash actions could easily provoke significant turmoil unless you possess sufficient means to confront them. Chapter 1. The story always begins with a car crash. Welcome to the Big Apple. The dense shroud of black clouds enveloped the sky, looming ominously as if a torrential downpour were imminent. On an interstate highway leading into New York, vehicles were sparse, with only an occasional car racing by, stirring up a cloud of dry dust. Laurel, clad in a slightly loose uniform, stood at the toll booth, deftly tearing tickets and collecting fare, her round face adorned with a gentle smile. Casting her gaze downward, at her feet within the booth lay the body of a black man, dressed only in white cotton socks and a pair of floral shorts, sprawled on the floor like a bound, lifeless dog. What a dreadful day it is today. Laurel inhaled deeply, the taste of dust lingering in the air, muttering, what a wretched fate, having to work in such ghastly weather. The callous capitalists of American imperialism, mercilessly exploiting the workforce. With a weary sigh, Laurel opened the well-worn Playboy magazine on her small tabletop, quickly captivated by the glamorous models posing enticingly on the pages. Wow, so big. TSK twins. After about 30 minutes, the darkness deepened, and headlights approached from afar. Without warning, a high-powered tactical binoculars appeared on Laurel's nose, the gloomy weather failing to impair her vision. A modified black SUV, with a heavy chassis and an exceptionally broad body, resembled a behemoth among SUVs. Deacon, Santa Claus is coming, and the target is a hefty one, license plate 12306, Laurel whispered into her earpiece. On the other end of the communicator came a playful tone, followed by a chuckle, "Boss, all is ready. I can hardly wait to give them a warm embrace." The modified vehicle slowly approached the toll booth, the window sliding down to reveal a burly driver, his cold gaze betraying an undeniable, soldierly demeanor, despite his casual attire. "Hey, buddy, that car is too cool," Laurel exclaimed with wide-eyed admiration, her curiosity piqued as she peered inside the vehicle. The soldier turned slightly, blocking her view, glaring fiercely at her. He retrieved 2 coins from his pocket and tossed them to her, his voice icy. "Mind your eyes, or I'll have 'em gouged out." "Ah. Oh." Laurel jumped in fright, behaving like a naive youth unfamiliar with the world, fumbling to collect the fare and tear the ticket, hastily handing it over. Just as the driver reached for the ticket, the small slip in Laurel's hand transformed, as if by magic, into an oversized Colt. The driver's expression had no time to shift before. Bang! The gun fired, and he collapsed. The driver's shattered head was thrown back, his entire body devoid of support, tumbling forward onto the steering wheel. "Shit! Bastard!" The soldier in the passenger seat was splattered with blood, taken aback and cursing vehemently. Instinctively, he drew his weapon to retaliate while simultaneously slamming his foot down on the accelerator. The modified turbo engine roared to life, propelling the heavy vehicle forward with the force of a tank, crashing through the barricades and speeding away. "Damn it, coward. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you be getting out to exact revenge and engage me in a fierce gunfight?" murmured Loren. "Dakin, it's your turn to take the stage." Loren nonchalantly whistled, then proceeded to lower all barriers, hanging a red no entry sign prominently. He placed a specially designed tripod barricade in the toll booth passage before striding towards the modified vehicle. Ahead, just as they burst through the toll booth, a sudden explosion ignited in the center of the road. The heavy armored vehicle, lifted off the ground, let out a groan as it skidded forward on 3 wheels before managing to regain a semblance of balance. Smoke billowed from its tires as it continued to race ahead. Loren exclaimed, "Wow, that's remarkably resilient. It didn't even flip over after such an explosion. When I have the means, I must acquire a vehicle like this to ride in." Suddenly, a container truck, painted in the same colors as Optimus Prime, barreled through the barricade, veering left from the right lane to obstruct the path ahead. The armored vehicle swerved wildly, tires screeching against the pavement, but the speed was too great, and it crashed headlong into the container truck, its front half colliding. With the cargo coming to a halt, a man clad in Army Special Operations attire, with tousled black hair and a defiant expression, emerged swiftly from the truck. He nimbly leapt onto the hood of the vehicle, flashing a provocative grin at the soldier inside, while aiming a large-caliber shotgun at the vehicle, unleashing a torrent of ammunition. Fragments flew in all directions despite the shotgun's formidable power. The armored vehicle's glass proved even more resilient, remaining intact against the onslaught. Dakin, with a slow and deliberate military gesture, signaled to the occupants inside, "Trash, come out for a duel." The soldier in the passenger seat cast a cold, unyielding glance at Dakin, resolute in his decision to endure the assault, relying on the superior protective capabilities of the modified vehicle until reinforcements arrived. Dakin sneered and tossed aside his weapon, delivering a powerful punch to the window that reverberated with a deafening thud. He followed up with a barrage of blows, each strike reminiscent of a pile driver, capable of shattering steel, each one landing as if it were aimed at the heart of those inside. The entire vehicle shook violently. The 10-centimeter thick bulletproof glass creaked under duress, adorned with cracks that gradually began to cave inward. Loren approached, dissatisfaction etched across his face as he observed the scene, remarking, "Enough of this, we have 11 minutes until the military's emergency response team arrives. They might even send special forces. Let's wrap this up. I have no desire to engage in a direct confrontation with armed helicopters." Dakin grinned cheerfully, replying, "Boss, this glass is quite sturdy." From his knuckles, two metallic claws began to sprout, and with a swift motion, Dakin slashed, the claws piercing the bulletproof glass with the ease of a knife through butter. Zing! The jarring sound of scraping reverberated as the steel blade carved a long gash across the car window. But alas, it is still not sturdy enough. Loren displayed a childlike, innocuous smile, winking at the stunned soldiers inside the vehicle. "Gentlemen, you may emerge now. Bastard. Damned mutant. D." The two soldiers swiftly drew their UZI submachine guns, quickly disengaging the safety and aiming at Loren to unleash a hail of bullets. Loren, unfazed, mimicked a certain purple sweet potato spirit, snapping his fingers theatrically. A shimmering barrier materialized before him, radiating a dazzling spectrum that would make any woman swoon. The bullet struck with a resounding clang, leaving only the faintest of marks before being deflected harmlessly away. It was a wall of crystal. "This, my friends, is a wall of diamond." Loren murmured softly. "Ah, if only materialization were permanent. If so, I would not need to toil away in hardship. This diamond wall would suffice for a life of decadence in a land of opportunity." Dakin, uncaring of the gunfire, grinned maniacally as he charged into the vehicle, his sharp blade swiftly severing the necks of the two soldiers. In the rear of the armored vehicle, amidst the decapitated bodies, sat a blood-soaked, bewildered, emaciated man with bulging eyes and a gaunt face reminiscent of a witch's. Wrist shackled to a small silver box. "Now, be a good lad and hand over the box to Daddy." Dakin chuckled, slowly advancing toward him. Ah! Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted as the witch's wide, fearful eyes were overtaken by madness. His skin and muscles crackled ominously, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a towering werewolf with a heart-wrenching howl. Dakin, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected transformation, was then struck heavily in the chest by the werewolf, his body uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing against a shipping container with a resounding thud. The werewolf pursued Dakin, leaping out and standing before Loren, emitting a furious growl filled with lethal intent. Then, it turned and dashed into the desolate wilderness flanking the road. Loren cast a glance at the embarrassed Dakin, whistled, and conjured a large Colt pistol from thin air. Flames erupted from the barrel as the werewolf, now more than 50 meters away, stumbled. With a magazine capacity of only 15 rounds, the Colt unleashed a barrage of over 100 bullets in mere seconds. The werewolf howled in agony, its flesh torn asunder. The wounds, rather than healing, emitted plumes of acrid white smoke, sizzling as if scorched. Within moments, the grotesque creature lay on the ground, enveloped in smoke, convulsing a few times before falling still. TSK, special silver nitrate bullets. Had I not been here, you might have actually escaped. Loren swiftly approached, firing 2 more shots into the already battered head of the werewolf before confidently extracting a small box from its wrist. Dakin hurried to catch up, exclaiming in astonishment, "A werewolf? Boss, who exactly is this individual?" Dr. Werner von Braun, a renowned expert in blood and genetics, comparable to Abraham Erskine during World War II and the head of the Perfect Blood Project under the Red Skull. According to the organization's records, he was said to have died in Hungary after the surrender, victim of an assault by the Howling Commandos, but it appears he has survived. Due to werewolf infection, Dakin, bewildered, inquired, "Is he one of our own?" Lauren smirked slightly. "One of our own. Just a few days ago, he made contact with the federal military, claiming to have discovered the perfect blood. You must understand that the military has never abandoned their super soldier program over the years. By the time we received the news, it was already too late. Despite being a long-lost old figure, who knows what secrets might lie within his mind that could implicate all of us? He is merely a side issue. This is our actual mission. Have you ever heard of the legend surrounding the origins of the European bloodline and werewolves?" Not surprisingly, Dakin shook his head in confusion. Lauren, accustomed to this, elaborated. An ancient European legend tells of a Hungarian general named Covenvis. His eldest son was bitten by a bat and transformed into a vampire, his second son by a wolf, becoming a werewolf, while the ordinary youngest married and had children, thus continuing the lineage. Dakin's eyes widened in surprise as he asked, "Is this the blood of the Covenvis family?" Indeed, during World War II, the Red Skull captured hundreds of descendants of the Covenvis family. Anyone associated with the Covenvis lineage had their blood drained, yet this substance remained undiscovered until Braun stumbled upon it. Goodness, why didn't they airlift such a crucial item? Lauren shot him a glance. If the U.S. military had utilized other channels, we would have intercepted them abroad long ago. They cannot appear too eager otherwise. It will be clear to everyone that the military acquired something valuable. With deft hands, Lauren opened the box, releasing swirling white vapor from the cryogenic liquid. Inside were 3 vials of crimson blood. Satisfied, Lauren nodded and, to Dakin's astonishment, produced a glass container from seemingly nowhere, carefully pouring half of each vial into it. Dakin, mouth agape, slowly asked, "Boss, what are you doing?" Lauren displayed an innocent smile and replied casually, "The mission only specified 3 vials of perfect blood. Are 3 half vials not equivalent to 3? Dakin widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing such a possibility existed. Having successfully completed their task, they incinerated the accident scene and toll booth before the military could react, meticulously handling every detail, and then swiftly departed from the site. On the return trip, Loren casually placed his suitcase on the seat and lit a cigarette, saying, "Remember to write the mission report upon returning." Why? Dakin was taken aback. "A mission report? Wasn't that a task for the higher-ups?" "Because I am lazy. Because you cannot outmatch me." Chapter 2. The Tale of Loren. Aboard the helicopter, General Ross, accompanied by elite armed forces for reinforcement, wore a countenance as grim as a polar ice block. Nearly 10 minutes had elapsed since receiving the alarm, and he could only hope that Stark Industries' ballistic armor was indeed as resilient as they claimed. Ross urged incessantly, "Come on, lads, speed it up. Faster. Your comrades are in peril." With reddened eyes, the soldiers forcefully pushed the helicopter's control stick to the limit, soon spotting flames engulfing the center of the road. What awaited them was the charred wreckage of vehicles still ablaze. The soldiers arriving for reinforcement utilized extinguishing agents to douse the flames, then bore the blackened bodies of several comrades, bowing their heads in mourning. General Ross' expression darkened to extremes. The perfect blood could potentially aid him in completing the super soldier serum project, yet right at his doorstep, on his own turf, the perfect blood had been stolen. This was not merely a disgrace, but a clarion call. It should be noted that this transport was classified as top secret by the military, yet evidently, the information had still leaked. After a somber silence of nearly 10 seconds, General Ross lifted his head and in a steely tone declared, "Lift your heads, all of you. Do not act like cowards. You are soldiers of the Federation. I allow you 1 minute of weakness, but thereafter, your minds must focus on a singular task. Uncover the clues, apprehend those damned scoundrels, and place a gun to their skulls." Pulling the trigger to shatter their craniums, a few engineers began examining the scene, one of them exclaiming in astonishment, "General, the car windows were sliced open with a sharp blade. Good heavens, this is 30mm thick ballistic glass, capable of withstanding direct artillery fire. Look at this incision. Damn it, it's like slicing through butter. Behold this corpse, my God." One engineer pinched his nose as he inspected Dr. Braun's body. There are no bullets inside, but the organs have been reduced to a pulp. Ugh. As he spoke, the engineer felt a wave of nausea and quickly turn away. Ross chuckled coldly. Excellent. Recreate a 3D rendering of how the glass was cut using the scene data. This should be included in the report. Take as many detailed photographs as possible. One copy for the Department of Defense, and another for me. I want the President and those fools at the Department of Defense to see that if they continue to obstruct my super soldier project, our weaponry will fail to ensure the safety of our soldiers and civilians. The soldiers swiftly complied with his directives, and within, General Ross contemplated. The perfect blood is lost, and those fools at the Department of Defense will likely start spouting nonsense again. The deaths of these soldiers may turn out to be a blessing in disguise, but the perfect blood must be retrieved. Washington, around 11 in the morning. The air was crisp. The heavy downpour from the previous night had rendered the entire city exceptionally clean. Laurent emerged from his sleek black Audi, standing before the renowned Triskelion building in Washington. He retrieved a cigarette, lit it, inhaled deeply, then tilted his head back slightly, elegantly releasing 3 gradually dissipating smoke rings. Laurent was not a local. It was not merely that he was not for Washington, D.C., but rather that he did not belong to this world, at least not in spirit. Though this place is also called Earth, it is entirely unlike the planet Laurent once called home. This Earth has S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, Stark Industries. Did the former Earth have these? Indeed. In comic books or movies. Yes. This is a realm that existed solely in comics and films until 3 years ago when Laurent awoke to find himself a rookie agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. And then, to his astonishment, Laurent discovered that being a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was merely a fod beneath it. He was, in fact, a member of Hydra. Such a psychological disparity felt akin to waking up during the Liberation War, possessing knowledge of the correct path, witnessing the imminent liberation of all of China. Yet, having inadvertently joined the Guomindang, even knowing that Hydra's ship would eventually sink, Laurent dared not abandon it. For if he were to leap, he would find himself drowning in the sea in the next heartbeat, just as Dr. Braun had met his fate yesterday. One should not underestimate Hydra, due to preconceived notions. The depths of this organization are profound. Though Hydra is nominally an organization, it is in reality a colossal monster composed of numerous branches, each with its own ideology and structure, with the oldest branches tracing back over 3,000 years to ancient Egypt. Consider the name Hydra itself. If it had but one head, how could it be called Hydra? The faction to which Laurent belonged largely inherited the power of the Red Skull from World War II, merging with S.H.I.E.L.D. after the Project Paperclip. Currently, it is led by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s highest authority, Alexander Pierce, who is dedicated to crafting a new world devoid of war and terrorism. Incredibly, Hydra's corporate culture is, astonishingly, world peace. All members' files and mission data are meticulously recorded as classified documents, personally safeguarded by Alexander Pierce. Even if Laurent could escape, once Black Widow exposes Hydra's information to the public network, he too would be unearthed. Allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Laurent had contemplated this, but the two organizations are inextricably linked. S.H.I.E.L.D. is hardly more virtuous than Hydra. Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Laurent took a deep drag from a cigarette. If given the choice, he would much prefer to grasp a click script like the American capitalist and indulge in the allure of Hollywood's beauties and the decadent life of capitalism. At the very least, a semblance of a normal world would suffice. With foresight and intuition, he could achieve financial freedom. However, what on earth was the Hydra script doing at the Marvel set? Whenever he contemplated Hydra's future, Laurent felt a throbbing in his temples, yet there were still years before Hydra's downfall, and he found himself powerless to resist. What mattered most now was to craft a small vessel before the colossal ship of Hydra sank, ensuring he would not be swept away in the impending catastrophe. His primary objective was to ascend to level 7 as swiftly as possible, enabling him to lead an independent team and establish a small organization within the system, thereby legitimizing his efforts to expand his influence. Yet, while level 6 was relatively attainable, level 7 proved elusive. The transition from 6 to 7 represented a watershed moment. The resources at one's disposal and the privileges one enjoyed were worlds apart. Reflecting on the novice village chief, Coulson, who only attained level 7 after his resurrection as an agent, one could grasp the formidable barrier this threshold presented. What a pity that analysis can only be applied to inanimate objects otherwise. With this ability, I could easily vanquish most of this world, Laurent murmured under his breath. Traversers were undoubtedly overpowered, and Laurent was no exception. Prior to his arrival in this world, Laurent had been a beleaguered 3D modeler at a domestic special effects company. Following the success of the film Kong vs. Godzilla, a whimsical entrepreneur, emerged, eager to ride the coattails of that success by producing a web movie titled Sun Wukong vs. Godzilla, showcasing a ludicrous battle of epic proportions. With a budget of $10 million for special effects, the profits were heavily siphoned, leaving Laurent with barely $20,000. It was during the late nights of laboriously crafting the Godzilla model that fatigue overwhelmed him, leading to his untimely demise in the land of slumber. Laurent's unique ability lay within his modeling software, as he could analyze materials, construct models, and imbue these materials with tangible form. This was his power, a remarkable capacity to materialize imagination, akin to the Green Lantern of the adjacent DC Dark Universe, yet evidently possessing greater potential for growth. Any material constituting this world could be analyzed. Once analyzed, it could be infused into a model, bringing it to life. For instance, while deflecting bullets, Laurent constructed a model of a wall and imbued it with the qualities of diamond. By manipulating materials, one could ascend to greatness. Over the past 3 years, Laurent had ceaselessly analyzed all the materials he encountered: wood, metal, plastic, glass, ceramics, paper, and so forth. With each new material he analyzed, his repository of usable resources expanded, while he also felt a faint surge of strength coursing through his body. This warmth he referred to as source energy, the essential force for manifesting models, which also slowly transformed his physique. The rarer and more precious the material, the greater the source energy it provided. However, after 2 years, Laurent found himself entering a period of material scarcity. There was no other choice. Even for agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the array of special materials they can access on a daily basis is rather limited. He is not like Stark, with his boundless wealth, can fabricate numerous suits of armor for frivolous purposes merely by uttering a few words, effortlessly acquiring scarce items from various channels. Considering all factors, Laurent requires a position that allows him to venture outside reasonably and have the opportunity to engage with rare materials, and the field department of S.H.I.E.L.D. best meets his needs. In truth, the technical department would be the most suitable, yet Laurent does not meet the criteria and must settle for a lesser option. Within the modeling space of Laurent's physique, hundreds of models constructed over the past 3 years are meticulously arranged, ready to materialize at a moment's notice to assist him in various situations. His favorite is a larger-than-life Colt pistol emblazoned with the letters GFZZ. Custom crafted for him, it boasts a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute. As long as he possesses energy, he can continuously produce various types of ammunition tailored to the characteristics of his target. In the deepest recess of the modeling space lies a colossal creature, reminiscent of a mountain, a gigantic lizard-like beast stretching over 100 meters in length. Its body, shielded by thick scales, point 3 sharp, towering spines run along its back, and even in its unmaterialized form, the fearsome power of this creature is palpable. This is the sole model constructed 3 years prior, the last creation of Laurent's previous life, the legendary beast Godzilla. Upon comparing the vast chasm between his current energy reserves and the energy required to materialize Godzilla, he felt as if the distance between a mere ditch at the entrance and the Pacific Ocean was insurmountable. Laurent scoffed and muttered, "Damn it, now I must tread carefully in everything I do. Don't let me accumulate enough energy to materialize Godzilla, or else Envisioning the scenario in his mind, Laurent extinguished his cigarette, retrieved the briefcase containing the mission report from the passenger seat, and strode towards the Triarch Wing building. Chapter 3. A Staggering Revelation. "Laurent, it is now 11:32 in the morning," exclaimed his direct superior, the bald man in a sharply tailored black suit, clutching a newspaper. It was Sixville, a Level 7 agent, standing in the lobby of the Triarch Wing building, pointing sternly at the hands of his watch. "I toiled through the night to complete the mission report, only managing to sleep at dawn," Laurent replied, patting his briefcase and preparing to hand it directly to Sixville in a languid manner. "The mission report. The boss wants you to report directly to him. Be cautious, as there has been a significant incident today, and the boss is not in a favorable mood," Sixville said, a look of disbelief crossing his face as he shook the newspaper in his hand. The Washington Post, on its front page valued at $1 million, displayed a photograph in its entirety of a dagger lodged in an office desk. A rather antiquated desk. Laurent found it somewhat familiar, as if it were the one gifted by the Queen of England to the President of the United States. Laurent had once glimpsed a sensational news piece, featuring the former president and his long-legged assistant engaging in some playful antics at a table. While this was hardly unusual, it was unfortunate that someone had captured it on camera. Shock. Mutant Organization attempts assassination on the president. The oversized headline almost spilled off the page, and Laurent, eyes wide, exclaimed that old man was taken out. Ahem. Sithwick coughed, having nearly choked on his own saliva. He quickly glanced around and clarified. It was merely an unsuccessful attempt. The president was startled. Laurent shrugged, a look of disappointment crossing his face as he remarked, "What a pity, you know. I've always been a supporter of the Republican Party." Sithwick raised his eyebrows a few times, stepping back and silently cursing himself for speaking out of turn. He hurriedly added, "You should hurry. The boss has been waiting for you all morning." Had the plot of the X-Men begun? Laurent pursed his lips, contemplating whether he could extract some advantage from the situation, and took the elevator straight to the top floor of the Tricorner Tower. The clear hierarchical structure of S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated that the higher the office, the greater the rank. Knock, knock. The door is open. Upon entering, Laurent found Alexander Pierce, dressed in a gray three-piece suit, standing by the window with a cigar in his mouth. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury was commonly referred to as the director, while the Secretary of Defense, Pierce, was known as the boss. Minister. Laurent inwardly scoffed. Isn't smoking prohibited within the Tricorner Tower? Isn't a cigar still tobacco? Clearly, it is a case of state officials setting fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting a lamp. As he looked up at Laurent, Pierce gestured to the chair in front of his desk and then sat down himself, smiling as he inquired, "How did the mission go?" "Very smoothly." Laurent retrieved a document and a small box containing 3.5 vials of perfect blood from his briefcase, placing them on Pierce's desk as he succinctly stated, "Mission. Report dated July 19th, 2003." Pierce nodded in satisfaction, not bothering to review the mission report, but instead placing the box and document into his mysterious drawer. Laurent smirked, knowing full well this was akin to summer homework. As long as there was something written, did anyone truly examine it? After that, it was of no concern to Laurent. The whereabouts of the perfect blood? A secret. What research was being conducted? A secret. Who was in charge? A secret. Both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra operated in this manner, each responsible solely for their segment, with only those possessing the highest clearance able to access all missions. Perhaps Laurent might encounter the head of the Perfect Blood Project in the cafeteria during lunch, yet they would remain entirely unaware of one another. Pierce tapped the newspaper on his desk, the very same sensational headline, and asked, "Have you read today's paper? What are your thoughts?" A pathetic frame-up. Laurent replied without hesitation that if the Mutant Organization were indeed planning to assassinate the president, the vice president and his wife would likely already be standing at the White House entrance, tearfully delivering their inaugural address. According to the Constitution of the United States, should the president meet with misfortune prior to the next election, the vice president shall temporarily assume the duties of the presidency. Since the mutants' assault on Congress in New York in 2000, their numbers have proliferated over the past 3 years. Almost every month, protests against mutants occur across various states, and a deluge of related correspondence has inundated the White House. Yet, the president has yet to sign the Mutant Registration Act. Why? Compassion? Equality for all? Nonsense. It is merely due to the formidable duo of Magneto and Professor X. The files on these two are not classified within S.H.I.E.L.D. They can be accessed at level 4 and above. However, their documentation has been alarmingly categorized as strategic nuclear weaponry capable of world destruction. Thus, despite the public outcry, the President of the United States dares not act rashly against mutants. Although Magneto remains imprisoned in the Pentagon, Professor X continues to fervently operate the Mutant Academy and serves as a special advisor to the CIA. As long as these two pillars remain intact, mutants will face no existential threat. The mutants have no motive to act, nor any reason to fail, Laurent confidently asserted. A wise judgment. Pierce smiled appreciatively and remarked, "However, politicians pursue interests rather than truth. This president's term is nearing its end, and polls indicate his approval ratings are not particularly high. He needs to make significant moves during his tenure to bolster public support. Yet, significant moves often lead to substantial troubles." Taking a puff from a cigar, he exhaled a rich cloud of smoke. "The council just contacted me. The federal commissioners have employed notably sharp rhetoric, demanding S.H.I.E.L.D. assist in investigating this heinous mutant assassination case." Laurent blinked in surprise. Had it already been classified as such? A felony. It seems the president is resolute in using mutants as a bargaining chip for the next 4 years. And now, he wishes to discuss this with me? It appears a grand opportunity is about to descend upon me. Pierce extracted a notepad bearing an address and phone number from his drawer, smiling as he said, "Laurent, you will assist in this investigation." "Minister." Lauren tentatively began. With all due respect, my task level is only 5. I am not equipped to handle such a significant case. Pierce raised an eyebrow and chuckled. This is not an investigation for you. After the assassination attempt, the president met with General Ross and Colonel Strucker from the Military Research Department, appointing Colonel Strucker to handle this assassination incident. Lauren pursed his lips, inwardly muttering, what a genius decision having oneself investigate oneself. If anything is uncovered, it would be suspicious indeed. Ultimately, the case's nature will be dictated by Strucker himself, will it not? Or perhaps the president was directly involved in the design of this matter. It is quite possible. The mission of the SHIELD is merely to supervise, as the military's weapon program has already caused considerable unrest among the mutants, that we must ensure that Strucker does not overstep his bounds, keeping the repercussions within manageable limits. If he fails to tidy up the situation, it will ultimately fall to us to deal with the aftermath. The implication was glaringly clear. The mission of a SHIELD? Ah, so it also pertains to Hydra's agenda? Pierce chuckled softly, pressing a button on the desk, causing an invisible electronic barrier to rise, effectively isolating any possible listening devices. Offices occupied by SHIELD personnel of level 7 and above are equipped with such measures. I am now conversing with you under another identity. Lauren promptly stood at attention, his posture impeccably straight, his demeanor as solemn as a stone, resembling a brick from Hydra, ready to be deployed wherever needed. Hail Hydra! Hydra is the term members use to refer to themselves. Conversely, outsiders and enemies refer to them as Hydra, imbued with a tinge of disdain. Have a seat, Pierce said with a smile. Mutants are a vast subject, but that is not my focus. However, the Serpent Society is exceedingly interested in adamantium and has requested our assistance. Pierce, the nominal supreme leader of Hydra, was aware that each branch generally operated independently. His willingness to assist the Serpent Society with adamantium likely came at a price. Adamantium? Lauren squinted slightly, mentally applauding his superior's brilliance. Reaching for a notepad on the desk, he memorized its contents before swallowing the paper, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Understood, Director, did I assure you the mission will be accomplished? Do your best. Pierce rose, patting Lauren on the shoulder, transitioning from a formidable leader to a benevolent elder, smiling as he said, Your father would be proud of your achievements. Lauren's father, a comrade of Pierce during his tenure as the federal ambassador, was killed in a terrorist attack while protecting Pierce. After returning to the country, Pierce took special care of Lauren, personally guiding him into the Hydra organization upon his graduation from university. Were it not for this, the junior-level agent would never have had the opportunity to report directly to the highest authority of the SHIELD. Before Lauren inhabited this body, the original Lauren's admiration for Pierce had reached a near-worshipful level, perhaps even to the extent of committing suicide at his command. Without hesitation, does this not echo the ancient practice of nurturing devoted assassins? Lauren believed that individuals of such unwavering loyalty under Pierce's command were certainly not limited to just one or two. And now? Lauren proclaimed loudly, I assure you the mission will be accomplished. Pierce nodded in satisfaction, laughing heartily. Seeing this, Lauren added, Minister, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Pierce nodded as Lauren saluted and took his leave. In the administrative sector of SHIELD, the operational departments were located above ground, while all research, technology, and materials-related divisions were established underground. After all, even setting aside HYDRA, SHIELD harbored a plethora of clandestine affairs. Ding! Lauren ascended to the 5th floor via the elevator, which opened slowly to reveal a striking young woman with large, beautiful eyes framed by round glasses and vibrant Irish red hair, standing defiantly at the entrance. Lauren blinked, as if recalling a forgotten matter from the previous day. Hi, Emma. Lauren Strake. Her voice was powerful enough to capture the attention of everyone nearby. Emma waved 2 movie tickets in her hand, indignantly exclaiming, You invited me to a movie, yet I ended up waiting alone like a fool in the cinema for 2.5 hours, even, braving the downpour to take a cab home. Good heavens, Emma, my lucky goddess. In a fleeting moment, Lauren lunged forward, enveloping the red-haired girl in a tight embrace, sincerely expressing his gratitude near her ear. It was a top-secret mission, had it not been for the invisibility umbrella you provided. I fear you would have had to see me at my memorial today. Oh, were you hurt? Emma's eyes widened in surprise, her attention immediately diverted by the dangerous atmosphere Lauren had conjured. Fear not. I am protected by my lucky goddess. Lauren playfully whispered in her sensitive ear. You wore the perfume I gifted you. It suits you perfectly. There are so many people watching. Emma's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she murmured bashfully. Lauren exchanged a glance with their colleagues, and the once quiet office erupted into a bustling commotion. Care to come over to my place tonight? I've got a new mattress. With her cheeks still aglow, Emma nodded and quickly stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for the basement level where the technology department resided. Their colleagues could not help but express their admiration for Lauren, giving him thumbs up. Lauren Strake. It's working hours. Sitwell poked his bald head out of the office, gazing at Lauren with a look of exasperation. Trust me, compared to incurring Emma's wrath, everyone would prefer I sacrifice a bit of work time. Lauren replied earnestly to his superior. S.H.I.E.L.D. boasts an extensive departmental system, with certain divisions that Lauren had yet to interact with, but the technology department was the one he frequented most. 1/3 of the models in Lauren's model space originated from the technology department, and through sheer happenstance, he had inadvertently courted the department's prodigious young talent. This development was met with jubilant celebration among Sitwell's operational team, while members from other teams looked on with envy, their eyes burning with jealousy. After all, since the two became entwined, the charming Emma has frequently brought the latest products from the technology department here for Lauren's safety, under the guise of performance testing. As Lauren's colleagues, they inevitably benefit from her generosity. For field agents, often grappling with peril, an additional technological weapon could mean the difference between life and death in dire situations. Chapter 4. Deep-seated hatred. There remains an hour until lunchtime. As a field operative, Lauren exchanged pleasantries with his superior, Sitwell, before departing from the Tri-Curve building. In the southern part of Washington, a remnant of World War II architecture stands, once bustling with life, but now gradually forgotten after the war's end. This corner of Washington, D.C., has become a haven for the homeless and a site for clandestine activities due to its secluded nature. Lauren descended into a basement, his steps light as he surveyed his surroundings. At a spiral point of the building, he slipped through a shadowy door. He traversed a narrow passage, barely wide enough for a single person, leading him into a dust-laden room. Beneath a rusted table, Lauren felt around until he uncovered a hidden door in the corner. Slipping through, he continued on to a spacious, secret chamber. This place served as a temporary base for the Strategic Scientific Reserve during World War II, gradually abandoned after the war's conclusion. Lauren had discovered this site among a pile of old documents, repurposing it as a makeshift headquarters. With a cheap cigar clenched between his teeth, Daikon lounged lazily on a sofa. Engrossed in an episode of The Simpsons, it was hard to fathom that the menacing Daikon would find delight in such a show, laughing heartily at its antics. Lauren tossed him a hamburger, thick with 3 layers of medium-rare beef. Have you prepared everything? Daikon took a hearty bite, cheese oozing from his mouth. It's completely frozen now. The freezer was procured from the black market, so there's absolutely no issue. Boss, can that blood truly allow me to merge with another mutant's abilities? Triplatelet blood, Lauren explained confidently, is the scientific term for it, regarded as an evolutionary branch of mutants. He smiled. It acts as a catalyst, perfectly blending 2 types of blood cells, akin to the union of man and wolf, man and bat. Theoretically, any 2 cell types can amalgamate. With a wild grin, Daikon licked his lips like a beast and declared, "That's marvelous. The perfect blood could significantly enhance our powers. For a mutant like Daikon, acquiring an additional suitable ability would not merely add to his combat prowess, but could amplify it tenfold." "It's your strength," Lauren replied casually. "This brutal business is not suited for me." Daikon scoffed in disbelief, yet the prowess of his superior was beyond his comprehension. "When you can defeat me, you shall be free." 2 years prior, when his superior sought him as a subordinate, he had expressed this notion. Daikon had believed that once he regained his abilities, he could effortlessly vanquish him. After all, the seemingly harmless figure of his superior appeared incapable of besting even a hefty woman. However, the reality was stark. During the 12 challenges in the first year, Daikon lost increasingly swiftly to the myriad of techniques employed by his superior. Now, he had long abandoned any thoughts of challenging Lauren and had completely resigned himself to being Lauren's loyal enforcer. As Daikon ravenously devoured his hamburger, he suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Boss, what ability do you think would suit me best? Controlling flames, perhaps? Transforming into a fiery wolf? Or creating clones? Invisibility would be splendid too. Rest assured, I have already identified a most suitable ability for you," Lauren replied with a smile, waving the paper wrapping of the hamburger. Once Daikon finished his meal, The animated show concluded, and the news broadcast began extensively covering the presidential assassination that occurred that morning. A blurred photograph of a Nightwalker was even displayed in the background. I believe that merely enacting the Mutant Registration Act is insufficient. All mutants ought to be confined in concentration camps. Look at this blue monstrosity. He is not human, but a devil, deserving of being bound to a pyre and burned alive. The expert on the television spoke passionately. That bastard. Dakin crumpled the hamburger wrapper and tossed it into the trash, turning off the television. Lauren smirked and remarked, "This uproar has escalated significantly. The military has decided to take action against mutants." After a moment of consideration, he added, "The operation will be led by Strick." Dakin, sprawled on the sofa, abruptly sprang to his feet, his eyes aflame with intense fury, as if he were about to charge out and exact vengeance. "That bastard has finally shown himself. Sit down." Lauren glanced at him, warning, "Do not forget why you were hunted in the past. You are now my subordinate. Your enemies are my enemies. I will devise a means to eliminate Strick for you. I shall not permit anyone to harm you, but refrain from provoking trouble." Dakin grunted, but remained silent, the sharp, silvery claws slowly emerging from the backs of his hands, a wild aura of menace radiating from him. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Lauren's phone rang the alarm he had set for himself. After silencing the alarm, Lauren turned back and firmly stated, "Dakin, remember what I have said. I will find a way to help you exact your revenge, but it shall not be the most foolish approach. You are to remain here quietly today. I am informing you of this matter because I do not wish for you to learn of it through other channels and act recklessly." With a blood-red tongue delicately licking the cheese at the corner of his lips, Dakin turned his head away, picked up the remote control, and began flipping through channels, settling on SpongeBob SquarePants. Lauren patted his shoulder before exiting the dimly lit chamber. He surveyed his surroundings and swiftly entered his Audi, speeding towards the address inscribed on the piece of paper. In Washington, at a clandestine military safe house, two tall African-American soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Upon noticing Lawrence approach, one of them cautiously tucked his hand into his coat and commanded, "Show your identification." Lauren produced his shield credentials and gave them a slight shake. After a meticulous search confirmed he bore no weapons or surveillance devices, he was permitted to proceed. In a conference room on the second floor, three individuals were already seated at a long rectangular table. Behind them loomed two formidable figures, including an impeccably dressed Asian woman whose demeanor was as cold and mechanical as a machine. General Ross occupied the chair at the head of the table. He nodded in Lawrence's direction, introducing him with a voice of authority. "This is Lauren Strick, a SHIELD agent here to assist us with our investigation. Please take a seat. This is Senator Clay, the president's representative, and this is Colonel Strick, the proponent and primary authority of this operation." Lauren cast a quick glance at Senator Clay, who appeared to be a quintessential member of the American elite with his thin lips, blonde hair, and gold-rimmed glasses. Colonel Strick, slightly portly and wearing black-rimmed glasses, resembled an affable academic, though an unmistakable scent of blood, discernible only to the trained eye, clung to him. With utmost courtesy, Lauren offered a slight bow and chose a seat at the far end, smiling as he remarked, "I am merely a junior member and have much to learn from you all." General Ross gestured with his hand, prompting the soldiers outside to close the door. Nodding lightly, General Ross decisively stated, "All right, gentlemen, everyone is present. I have no desire to reiterate today's headline. Similarly, I will not conceal from you that yesterday, a military lab transport vehicle was ambushed, resulting in the deaths of 4 escorting soldiers and a crucial scientific personnel for the military. Colonel Strick has assessed the scene and concluded that this assassination, akin to the one that occurred earlier this morning, was perpetrated by mutants." General Ross pulled a handful of photographs from his pocket and flung them onto the table, his expression grim as he quietly bellowed, "These are provocations from those aberrations. They are a disgrace, a humiliation for all federal soldiers. The military will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter." Lauren contemplated inwardly, so this burden is being placed upon the mutants? Well, it's not entirely inaccurate. Dakin is indeed a mutant. Strick is clearly inciting the military's wrath. Colonel Strick slowly announced, "The president has authorized me to handle the mutant situation, and I have decided to launch an operation tonight to assault the Mutant Academy." Lauren, already aware of this development, feigned a semblance of shock. He glanced at Senator Clay, who appeared bewildered, as if questioning his own hearing. "An assault on the Mutant Academy? Colonel Strick, I believe you should reconsider this matter with greater scrutiny." Senator Clay interjected, visibly moved, After all, such actions serve little purpose and may instead incite a violent conflict. The president certainly does not wish for the lifeless bodies of mutant children to grace the front page headlines tomorrow. Professor Charles' School for Gifted Youngsters is nearly an open secret within the Federation, yet neither the military nor S.H.I.E.L.D. has ever dared to make a move against it. Although Professor Charles consistently displays a demeanor of kindness, the sanctity of the school is non-negotiable. Endangering his students is akin to detonating a nuclear bomb. On home soil, Senator Clay set down his pen and resolutely declared, "I cannot endorse such a plan of action. Any senator of sound mind would refrain from signing this operational directive, and no mutant would ever consent to such a document." Senator Clay pondered this in his mind. Certain significant resolutions require the president's signature for execution. In the wake of the Watergate scandal that led to Nixon's resignation, to prevent the emergence of similar scandals, the president would delegate the signing authority to a trusted senator within the party for actions that are less than transparent. Thus, even if such operations yield negative repercussions, the president himself remains insulated. Conflict? No, we are facing a war. A war. Senator Clay, I recall you being a staunch supporter of the Mutant Registration Act. Yet why have you become so feeble now? Stryker suddenly rose, leaning on the table, glaring at Senator Clay as if he were a ferocious brown bear. I began researching mutants during the Vietnam War. I understand them far better than any human in this world. This racial war commenced the moment the first mutant monstrosity emerged. Under Stryker's aggressive gaze, Senator Clay wisely chose to evade confrontation, donning a look of contrition. You see, circumstances compel us. None of us desire a riot from the mutant community to incite societal panic. Laurent, holding a photograph, pretended to scrutinize it for a lengthy period before solemnly stating, "The sharp claw marks are indeed the handiwork of mutants. How sharp must a weapon be to create such a wound?" Colonel Stryker, I personally support your initiatives regarding mutants, yet I must remind you all not to overlook those two exceptional entities. Such rash actions could easily lead to significant turmoil, unless you possess sufficient assurance in dealing with them. Chapter 5. Codename Magneto. He resembled a diminutive white mouse, confined within a transparent prison. At my discretion, I could dictate his bodily functions, limiting him to a designated time for relief. As for Professor Charles, Colonel Strick leaned back slightly, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, "Soon, he shall meet the same fate." So, Agent Lauren, do you truly believe I am incapable of handling them? Senator Clay blinked, his curiosity piqued. Magneto? I was unaware he still lived. Colonel Strick, I find myself exceedingly intrigued. May I, Senator? Ross interjected abruptly, a cold gaze sweeping over him, rendering Senator Clay's countenance instantly stiff. There is no need to concern yourself with Magneto and Professor Charles. Now, regarding tonight's operation, Senator Clay, if you have no further inquiries, please sign this operational document in your capacity as acting president. Resignation settled in. With an inward sigh, Senator Clay recognized his misstep, deliberating for a moment before nodding. He extracted a gold pen from his breast pocket and inscribed his name upon the document. Lauren narrowed his eyes, detecting a fleeting glimmer of excitement in the senator's gaze at the mention of Magneto. Perhaps, if he was not mistaken, this Senator Clay was indeed the one disguised as Mystique. There might be an opportunity to exploit this. The Brotherhood of Mutants remains a sharp blade. The meeting extended for half an hour, predominantly dominated by General Ross's authoritative oration, which dictated all procedures and details with unquestionable certainty. The operation was codified as Sunflower. Both Lauren and Senator Clay harbored their own intentions, remaining silent, recognizing the military's control over the initiative. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Lauren and Senator Clay exited the facility side by side. Lauren stretched his arms, remarking, "Sunflower? What a splendid name. I hear that school is predominantly filled with underage children. TSK, should it fall into Strick's hands, those poor blossoms." A pang struck Senator Clay's heart, having witnessed Strick's brutal methods during the Vietnam War. She knew his laboratory was far more terrifying than hell itself for mutants. Agent Lauren, what do you imply? Senator Clay halted, seemingly contemplating the implications of Lauren's words, then coldly replied, "I do not consider mutants part of humanity. Agent Lauren, I personally not only support the registration bill, but believe they should all be confined in concentration camps." With that, she did not await Lauren's response. Swiftly departing in her vehicle, Washington, in a suite of a prestigious hotel, Mystique, Raven, reclined upon the couch, her skin adorned with blue scales flecked with black, her alluring figure exuding a seductive yet perilous beauty. She held a laptop, meticulously organizing the information gathered from her investigation that day. Eric is alive, and he is imprisoned in Washington. This is, without a doubt, the singular piece of good news I have heard in 3 years. Since the Federation publicly announced the execution of Eric, the Brotherhood of Mutants has splintered into several factions, each led by small-time leaders who refuse to cooperate, resulting in a rapid division into a multitude of organizations. Only Eric possessed the ability to unite the scattered Brotherhood into a cohesive whole. The military's assault on Xavier's school for gifted youngsters tonight could not be thwarted by her efforts alone. Mystique's prowess lies in assassination and infiltration, not in direct confrontation. And she could not gamble with the lives of the children. Despite their significant ideological differences, both Eric and Charles share a common belief that every mutant is of inestimable value. As a mutant closely connected to both of them, she has fully embraced this principle. While she was searching for information on the guards holding Magneto, the air in the room suddenly began to ripple. With a soft sound, a figure materialized in the room, a tall man with dark red skin and black hair, exuding an aura of malevolence, dressed in a style reminiscent of last century's fashion, with a spear-like red tail swaying behind him, resembling a demon as depicted in biblical texts. "You are not welcome here," Mystique exclaimed, pulling a knife from beneath her computer and hurling it at him, followed by a low growl. The red devil flickered momentarily, the dagger piercing through his body and embedding itself deeply into the wall behind him. "I have come to ask but one question." His minuscule pupils lingered on Raven's form for a brief moment, before he retrieved a newspaper from his pocket, featuring the sensational photo of today's assassination attempt on the president, depicting a blurred blue devil. "You tell me that child was lost." Raven's icy intent was unmistakable. "Are you questioning me? I have said, you are not welcome here." The red devil fell silent for a moment, before finally responding in a soft voice. "Raven, you know that child means everything to me." "Silence. You are not permitted to speak my name." Before he could finish, Mystique erupted in fury, her eyes ablaze with rage, resembling a woman possessed. In an astonishing display of agility, she sprang from her bed and struck the unprepared red devil squarely in the face. "Azazel, how dare you come before me after the abhorrent act you committed? Do you not realize that if I were to reveal what transpired to Eric and Charles, they would unite to tear you apart, even with your damned teleportation ability?" Long ago, during a mission in Germany, under the influence of alcohol and some malevolent spell, Azazel had taken possession of her body. Such occurrences were not beyond Mystique's acceptance. She did not mind engaging in a fleeting romance, or even a one-night affair with a powerful mutant, merely to alleviate the monotony of her existence. If Azazel genuinely harbored affection for her, what revolted her was the unmistakable fact that this man regarded her merely as a specimen for the fulfillment of some ulterior motive. Recalling that distressing period, Raven's fury surged like an unleashed torrent, relentless and overwhelming. After several moments, she managed to steady her breath. "Get lost. Do not let me see you again." Azazel's expression remained unchanged. He simply regarded Raven before finally speaking. "Is that my child? Has he inherited my abilities?" The sorceress paid him no heed, continuing to immerse herself in her plan to rescue Eric. However, mere seconds later, a brilliant idea sparked in her mind, and her eyebrows arched. "Azazel, I hold no affection for that child. If you desire him, you may have him, but you must assist me with a task. I can provide you with some clues to locate him. You are aware that he has inherited both your abilities and my perception. Even you would find it challenging to locate him without knowing his exact whereabouts." The red mage nodded without hesitation. "Agreed." Beep, beep, beep. The alarm clock on the bedside emitted a piercing sound, which Loren swatted away in annoyance. He yawned, lit a cigarette, and comfortably leaned against the headboard. Emma lay sprawled upon him, her voice sweetly inquiring. "So, what is happening?" Another mission?" Loren playfully patted her rear, chuckling as he recited the first rule of SHIELD. "Do not ask too many questions. By the way, what excuse did you concoct to sneak out this time?" Emma, raised in a strictly traditional Catholic household with rigid morals, though of age, was still forbidden from spending nights away from home, let alone engaging in premarital relations. "It's still about the nanite project. We have yet to conquer the nanoscale, so I must work overtime at the office." "So, does that mean my new codename is Nanite?" Emma laughed, delivering a playful bite before leaping up and dashing into the bathroom, laughing loudly. "No. The new codename is Mr. Big. Hurry up, lazybones. You have a mission to prepare for." "Mr. Big? Heh, I quite like that codename." Loren grinned mischievously. The girl was becoming increasingly alluring. Alas, there were still matters to attend to that night. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a night of fervent escapades. Night fell. and 3 armed helicopters descended slowly upon the outskirts of New York City. Encircled by mountains, a sprawling estate lay before them, where over 50 soldiers stealthily infiltrated. As the operations commander, Strick was meticulously shielded by a dozen soldiers around the aircraft. Additionally, 20 snipers, summoned from the military by General Ross, held small-caliber rifles, strategically surrounding the expansive area. A few scattered rooms within the estate glimmered with light, and Strick, smiling, issued the command to attack. Leave no small creature unscathed. They are all vital assets of the military. As the command was issued, the action team stormed into the estate, punctuated by sporadic gunfire and the occasional scream. The operation appeared to be progressing seamlessly. What sort of absurd mission is this? The targets are merely children? One team member, having struck a little girl clad in a white nightgown with a tranquilizer dart, watched as her stuffed rabbit fell to the ground. Unable to contain his curiosity, Peter inquired. Silence, came a frosty voice. Your task is to capture everyone in the estate alive, not to question the reasons why. Suddenly, a burly figure descended from above, and before the 2 special forces operatives could draw their weapons, their necks were swiftly severed. The once quiet estate erupted into a cacophony of gunfire, growing increasingly intense. Outside, Colonel Strick furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. This was not in accordance with his covert orders to apprehend without firing a shot. A disturbance could easily allow some frightened little monsters to escape. The younger mutants were far easier to control, their malleability greater, given time. These diminutive creatures could become powerful assets for the military. Windows shattered, and the lifeless body of a special forces operative was hurled out. The helicopter's blinding lights illuminating the distinct silhouette of a man within. Clad in a taut vest, his muscles appeared as solid as iron. A quintessentially rugged Caucasian male with a scruffy beard framing his jaw, exuding a raw masculinity, particularly evident in his fierce eyes, brimming with defiance and ferocity. The man cast a menacing glance at the helicopter before slipping into the darkness of the interior. A swift sweep of his claws resulted in the heads of 2 more operatives rolling away in a spray of crimson. My God, I can still see him. My most perfect creation, my Logan, Strick exclaimed, his eyes glinting with fervor as he gazed at the window. Yuriko, capture him. An Asian woman, inseparable from Strick, stepped forward, her stunning visage devoid of expression, akin to a machine. Her specially designed high heels pierced the ground as she bent slightly, then launched herself through the very window from which Logan had appeared. In the distance, Laurent, accompanied by a sniper, observed the unfolding scene with a high-powered telescope. Captivated by the live broadcast, it was a one-sided battle. These sheltered blossoms of society possessed no defensive capabilities whatsoever. Professor Charles's protection had, in fact, hindered their growth. Was that Wolverine, just now? I must capture this moment on film to show Deacon later. The look on his face will surely be amusing. His mission objective was adamantium. The mutants here were of little consequence to him. He merely needed to follow the trajectory of events as planned, stay close to Strick, and seize the adamantium at the critical moment. The task was light and pleasurable. What the? Yet in the next instant, an unexpected scene captured in the telescope made Laurent exclaim aloud. Chapter 6. The Tumultuous Sunflower, Part 1. Damn. The high-powered telescope, materialized by Laurent, was a remarkable piece of equipment procured from the technical laboratory. Even in the dead of night, it provided an exceptionally clear view and boasted various auxiliary functions, including dynamic capture. Within the lens of Laurent's telescope, a familiar figure was startlingly revealed. Daikon, draped in a black cloak, crouched atop a rooftop like a gargoyle. Though his face was obscured by a ghastly white hockey mask, Laurent recognized the scoundrel at a glance. Damn it, my enhancements failed to work? Laurent cursed inwardly. Fearing that Daikon might act foolishly, he had deliberately infused Daikon's beef burger with a potent chemical agent. A dosage sufficient to incapacitate a Randy Bull rhinoceros for an entire day, yet it had no effect on this wretch. Laurent couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Despite possessing boundless potential, his physical constitution paled in comparison to Daikon's monstrous prowess. Should I consider merging with some kind of cell? For the first time, Laurent pondered this question. As Yuriko leaped into the estate to pursue Logan, Daikon suddenly sprang into action, moving on all fours like a beast stalking its prey in the darkness. He dashed along the outer walls of the castle, lunging fiercely at Strick, who was now devoid of bodyguards. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance of several dozen meters. His razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Strick's head. Hybrid, perish. Daikon sneered at the unsuspecting Strick. Suddenly, a soldier's figure, clad in uniform, interposed itself in front of Strick. A bald head adorned with a mouth reminiscent of a toad. A piercing scream erupted from his lips, sending visible sound waves surging outward, uprooting layers of grass and soil from the ground. Loren watched in horror as Daikin collided with the approaching sound waves. Two unfortunate soldiers caught in the crossfire exploded like crushed ants, while the others writhed in agony, clutching their ears. The ground beneath them and the nearby stone statues began to fracture and crumble into dust. Daikin howled in pain as the sound waves hurled him backward, leaving behind hundreds of gaping wounds that exposed bone. Yet, these grievous injuries healed at an astonishing rate, returning to their original state within mere seconds, with only the tattered remnants of his clothing betraying the existence of the wounds. However, the bald man wielding the sound waves was also an exceptionally powerful mutant, delivering relentless sonic assaults. Daikin's steel claws dug into the ground, anchoring him, yet he was still propelled backward, carving deep trenches into the earth. Strick's gray eyes gleamed with an unusual expression, a mix of astonishment and delight, akin to unwrapping two Christmas gifts. He laughed heartily. Daikin? Huh, is it truly you? My dear son, Charles, has even taken in a heartless butcher like you into the academy? Daikin rolled sideways, severing a brass statue of a bald man in a wheelchair, using it as a shield before advancing step by step toward Stryker. The sound-manipulating mutant was taken aback by this tactic. The volume intensified, as fragments of the brass statue were violently torn away. My most cherished creation will return to my possession today. Ha! Seize him. Two soldiers emerged beside Stryker. One, a black woman with an afro, caused the grass beneath Daikin's feet to grow rapidly, entwining his legs like venomous serpents. The other, a towering woman with a mane-like hairstyle, at least 2 meters tall, charged forward with exaggerated muscles resembling basketballs, thundering like a rhinoceros. Roran was astonished to discover that Stryker had more than just one mutant by his side, although individually weaker than Daikin. The peculiar combination of their abilities could lead to troublesome transformations. The woman with the mane demonstrated immense strength, effortlessly shattering the brass statue in Daikin's grasp. As Daikin staggered backward, overwhelmed by the force, he slid uncontrollably for several meters. The 3 mutants swiftly encircled the perilous figure of Daikin, while heavily armed soldiers cautiously awaited their opportunity, their stance resembling that of hunters tracking a fierce beast. Daikin, unfazed, bared his teeth in a cold grin, raising his hands as his body began to spin rapidly. His sharp silver claws sliced through the air, creating a dazzling halo, akin to a metallic tempest roaring forth. Any object daring to obstruct his path would either evade or be obliterated by the storm of metal. Roran smirked, surprised that Daikin had quietly developed such a formidable attack. The metallic whirlwind of adamantium, combined with his nearly indestructible form, was brutishly effective. The mutants surrounding him were caught off guard by this display, hastily retreating in disarray, their eyes wide as they watched Daikin charge toward Stryker. Stryker gestured, and suddenly, a long-haired woman emerged, her face obscured. She unleashed a faint white energy wave into the metallic storm, causing Daikin's body to shudder and abruptly halt. Enveloped by the white energy, he seemed frozen in mid-spin, suspended in the air. Roran was taken aback. He had not even sensed the presence of this long-haired mutant until she effortlessly subdued Daikin. The realization of her power struck him profoundly. As Daikin found himself ensnared, Roran could only curse in frustration. He glanced at the sniper, drawn by the chaos of battle within the estate, and risked manifesting a swarm of black-armed drones behind him, hundreds in number, silently ascending into the sky, ready to pounce. Come on, Daikin roared, struggling futilely, his body seemingly frozen in place. A group of soldiers, their faces twisted in sinister grins, encircled him, their electric rifles set to maximum power, brutally jabbing into Daikin's body. A pained scream erupted from his throat, accompanied by the acrid stench of scorched flesh, as high-voltage currents seared through his being, only for him to rapidly regenerate. This formidable recovery ability, while advantageous in many situations, had its drawbacks in moments like this. The soldiers, gleefully administering electric shocks, showed no concern for Daikin's life. Damn, that hurts. I should have listened to the boss, Daikin cursed in regret. Yet, in that moment, Daikin's fierce gaze suddenly sharpened. In the night sky, he discerned flickering shadows, the faint whirring of drone propellers approaching. Guys, there's something behind you, he shouted mockingly. And the soldiers, alerted by his voice, turned to look, their expressions shifting to one of horror. What the hell is that? Enemy attack. The first soldier to spot the threat shouted a warning, but it was too late. The drones, having received their orders, opened fire, raining down a deluge of ammunition. Ordinary military drones carry limited munitions, but Lauren's supplies were inexhaustible. The soldiers, in a panic, raised their shields, or sought cover in a desperate attempt to protect themselves. But their efforts were futile. The drones swarmed the sky like fish in a school, and one by one, the soldiers fell. A bald soldier unleashed a deafening sonic blast, taking down 7 or 8 drones before they plummeted to the ground, vanishing without a trace. More bullets rained down upon Strick, forcing the long-haired mutant woman to abandon Daikin. She spread her arms, conjuring an invisible hemispherical energy shield to protect Strick within. Bullets continued to pelt the energy barrier, creating rippling patterns akin to water waves. Daikin had resigned himself to certain death, but unexpectedly, Lauren's support arrived silently, breaking the constraints. In an instant, his claws severed the necks of 2 soldiers wielding electric rifles, blood spraying forth as he grinned wickedly. A drone landed nearby, and Lauren's furious voice echoed, "Daikin, you son of a bitch, run now. Damn it, when you return, I'll make sure to deal with you personally." Loren was uncertain of how many tricks Strick had up his sleeve, but witnessing the throngs of soldiers surrounding him, it was clear that Strick was well prepared for this encounter. Did they truly believe Daikin alone could take him down? If that were the case, Strick wouldn't need to be in this fight at all. Daikin glared at Strick, his eyes ablaze with fury, then, unwilling to accept defeat, let out a fierce roar and turned to flee, sprinting like a giant frog. The woman mutant with the mane of hair and several soldiers pursued him closely, but Daikin's speed far surpassed hers. Loren let out a soft chuckle, and suddenly, in the night sky before the group led by Mazonto, thousands of drones emerged abruptly, densely arrayed in the air, all their gun barrels aimed at them. Mazonto and the soldiers behind him hurriedly scattered, but the drones in the night sky did not open fire. A dreadful stillness lingered for nearly 30 seconds before they frustratingly realized that the neatly arranged drones were eerily becoming transparent. And then these illusory holographic projections vanished without a trace. "Hybrid swindler," Mazonto shouted angrily, slamming his fist into the ground. In that moment, Daikin had already vanished. Finding a safe place to hide, pondering how to explain the situation to Loren, it was only then that Loren let out a long breath, wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, and wearily sat down. The energy consumption had been excessive. The drones belonged to high-precision molds, far more complex than handguns. Manifesting over 200 drones at once was quite the burden for him. The sniper beside him turned back with a puzzled glance. "Did you stay up all night?" Loren smiled, offering an expression understood by all men. The sniper curled his lip, appearing skeptical. Chapter 7. The Tumultuous Sunflower, Part 2, Inside the Estate. All the drones bizarrely disappeared at the same moment. The fortunate Special Operations team members who survived the attack silently praised God, cautiously rising to ensure that no danger remained before beginning to assist the unfortunate injured and gathering the bodies of fallen comrades. Seeing Daikin successfully escape, Loren finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed watching the situation on Strick's side with ease. Yuriko emerged from the estate empty-handed, her silver-gray suit riddled with tears, exposing patches of snow-white skin. Following her were over 20 Special Operations team members, all wounded. Had it not been for Yuriko's timely intervention to hold off Logan, they might have faced total annihilation. The Special Operations team suffered over 20 casualties. Some carried the bodies of their comrades, others held anesthetized children, while some transported electronic components packed in boxes. A captain, adorned with insignia, stepped forward, unwilling to take the blame for these losses, casting a dark glare at Strick. "Colonel Strick, your intelligence was flawed. Not only were there children inside, but also some elite warriors. Damn it, that man is practically an unkillable monster." The soldiers, their faces grim, nodded in agreement. They were the most elite warriors in the military, yet they had become mere prey within the estate. Strick frowned slightly and said coldly, "You have all worked hard. I will report the actual situation here to the general. Now, expedite the transfer of the brainwave enhancers and these little monsters to the nearest base." If there were not at least some gains to report, he would find it exceedingly difficult to face the wrath of General Ross. The soldiers scouring the battlefield searched around, but found no traces of the recent attack. This assault is truly sinister. Oh God, could it all be mere illusion? I distinctly shot down a drone, yet here, nothing remains. It is as if they collectively experienced a nightmare, or perhaps were merely battling the air itself. The anxious soldiers began loading the anesthetized mutants into the helicopter when calamity struck once more. In the darkness, the intangible air suddenly distorted, revealing an ethereal figure enveloped in red smoke, a curved dagger radiating a faint crimson glow under the moonlight. The soldier had no time to react. His throat was slashed, blood spraying forth as his lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Oh merciful God, it is a demon. The surrounding soldiers hastily raised their weapons, yet found no target. A panicked black soldier cried out the name of God, firing wildly, only to inadvertently injure two of his comrades. Damn it! Strick could not suppress an expletive. Exasperated by the chaos, the red demon continued to flicker amongst the crowd, blood splattering as those defenseless soldiers found themselves unable to react, their throats severed, hearts pierced. Support! Call for support! In a mere matter of breaths, over 20 soldiers were ruthlessly slain, dispatched with swift precision, their bodies losing the luster of life in an instant. As if their souls had been siphoned away by some malevolent force. Strick, the unfortunate, found this night to be exceedingly tumultuous. At the moment the red demon appeared, Loren smirked mischievously and nonchalantly unfurled his invisibility umbrella. The ambushed snipers were horrified to realize they could provide no fire support, for the red demon was beyond their aim. Suddenly, each sniper felt a blur before their eyes, that dreadful visage appearing without warning. In the next instant, they found themselves suspended thousands of meters above the ground, the luminous moon seemingly within reach. Piercing screams descended from the heavens as the bloodied snipers plummeted before Strick. "Stop, Azazel, or I shall kill them." Strick's voice emerged through gritted teeth as he advanced 2 steps, drawing his pistol and aiming it at the head of a sleeping child. The remaining 7 or 8 soldiers, upon witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit, directing their weapons at the unconscious child. The red demon scoffed. "Do you think I care for them?" "I am willing to test that," Strick coldly replied. He had prepared thoroughly, including how to confront Charles' boastful students, those renowned battle police. Yet he had not anticipated this formidable mutant, who had always maintained an adversarial relationship with the battle police, would suddenly appear. The red demon had no reason to be here unless it was for these children. Very well, leave the children, or you shall all remain. Draped in a vintage high-collared suit, the red demon emerged from the shadows, wielding 2 exquisite curved daggers, his tail swaying languidly behind him. His voice, hoarse and deliberate, echoed through the darkness. Surrounding him in a circle were 5 of Strick's mutant bodyguards, cautiously encircling him as they faced the formidable Azazel. They exhibited no fear towards Azazel. Rather, the concept of fear seemed absent from their minds. Strick, with an air of indifference, remarked, "I truly did not anticipate that Charles would conspire with a demon from the depths of hell. Has Charles become so befuddled as to wish to breach the forbidden and bring hell to the mortal realm? Charles? Huh, that feeble and hypocritical wretch. I have no intention of allying with him," the red demon sneered, scrutinizing the impassive faces of the 5 guardians. With a rasping, sinister chuckle, he continued, "Interesting. Isn't it, Strick? Do you believe your toys can thwart me? You understand, the slightest crack in your defenses would allow me to extinguish your life in an instant. I shall grant you 10 seconds to ponder. Otherwise, the moonlight tonight is rather exquisite." Strick's countenance darkened considerably. Indeed, he was merely an ordinary man, and facing a mutant like the red demon rendered him incapable of allowing the guardians to stray even a step away from him. In truth, he wished for additional mutant bodyguards for his protection. The red demon reveled in Strick's distress, his voice gravelly as he slowly declared, "Then let the countdown commence." 19. As the countdown ensued, the red demon's figure flickered and shifted, appearing to multiply in the surrounding darkness, as if a dozen red demons were weaving through the shadows. The remaining soldiers, eyes aglow with determination, resolutely proclaimed, "There is no need to squander time. Let us engage. Should we perish, we shall take these wretches with us." "Stand down," Strick growled in a defeated whisper. The soldiers, fueled by rage, glanced at him with indignation. Strick, maintaining his cold demeanor, asserted, "I am the commander of this operation. I command you to lower your weapons, immediately." The soldiers nodded, their expressions steely as they replied, "Very well, Colonel Strick. This is your order. When we meet the general, we shall report accordingly." They gradually lowered their weapons, glaring at the red demon with fury. Strick let out a bitter laugh, saying, "All right, they are yours." The red demon chuckled triumphantly, and in an instant, all the red demons vanished, taking with them the mutant children. "Go." Strick's lips trembled with anger as he issued a frigid command. Compared to those mutant children, the cerebral enhancement device held far greater significance. "Mutant monsters, await your fate. No matter where you hide, soon, you shall all vanish from this world." Outside the estate, Lauren revealed herself, slowly retracting her cloaking umbrella, her malevolence brewing within. The sorceress has summoned the red demon as her savior? It is rumored they share a connection. Could it be true? With so many mutants protecting Strick, despite the failure here, it seemed Charles, that bald-headed luminary, had likely been captured. The news is decidedly grim. If he is surrounded by so many mutants, the difficulty of acquiring the Edelman alloy will be significantly heightened. Moreover, with that scoundrel Daikin around, the likelihood of encountering trouble escalates, which means I might also find myself in dire straits. Laurent surveyed the remaining soldiers, silently loading several large crates containing brainwave enhancers onto the aircraft, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Damn it, I must not allow the plan to proceed too smoothly. Here is a little gift for you. Even if I cannot eliminate you this time, I shall make your life thoroughly miserable. As he watched the armed helicopter ascend rapidly, Laurent's sinister smile widened. Manifesting a Stinger missile upon his shoulder, he knelt on one knee and swiftly locked onto a conspicuous aerial target, pulling the trigger. Strick, sensing something amiss, turned his head just in time to witness a rocket soaring from the darkness below, now less than 30 meters from the helicopter. Eureka! Strick shouted in alarm, his voice laced with panic. The recent massacre by the Red Devil had not instilled such fear in him. An unprovoked attack is the most lethal of all. Despite commanding numerous mutants, he remained an ordinary man, and such a rocket was capable of killing him 100 times over. The bald man, mouth agape like a frog, released a sonic wave, but instead of detonating, the impacted rocket fragmented into dozens of smaller missiles, resembling a swarm of bees as they streaked toward their target. Eureka lunged forward, unhesitatingly clutching Strick and bursting from the helicopter. The directive Strick had issued, to safeguard his life, remained their foremost principle. In a moment of urgency, Strick cried out, while the long-haired mutant hastily enveloped the three of them and some components of the brainwave enhancers in a protective layer. An enormous explosion erupted, flames cascading outward. The other three mutants were not so fortunate. The muscular man and the frog-like individual, endowed with superior physical attributes, were hurled away by the shockwave, suffering only broken bones and a few bloodied coughs. However, the dark-skinned woman who manipulated plants, possessing merely average physical strength, was instantly engulfed by the flames, vanishing without a sound, obliterated alongside the armed helicopter. The wreckage of the helicopter plummeted at an angle into the forest, its blinding light visible even from several kilometers away. A conventional Stinger missile could not possibly cause such a magnitude of explosion. What Laurent had launched was an enhanced version, meticulously designed and modified based on his work with SHIELD, boasting tenfold the power of a standard Stinger. Laurent observed as Eureka, still clutching Strick, plummeted toward the ground like a meteor. He estimated Strick would sustain injuries, though not to the extent of being mortally wounded. He felt no regret and had no intention of pursuing them further. His aim was merely to create a bit of chaos, and at the very least, one of Strick's 5 bodyguards had already been dispatched. The toxic sting launcher vanished from his grasp, and Loren smiled with satisfaction. Powerful weapons could be summoned at will, leaving no trace for pursuit. After all, these armaments did not truly exist in this world. In just 3 years, he had transformed from an ordinary individual to someone of remarkable capability, a testament to his rapid progress. That scoundrel Daikin. Loren began to contemplate how to deal with Daikin. Should he give him a beating? The poor fellow was already in a dire situation, confined as he was. Wasn't it a bit excessive to deny him the pleasure of watching cartoons? Yet, Loren could not swallow his indignation without giving Daikin a proper reprimand. The consumption of source energy had been excessive. He was left feeling weak at the knees. In New York, at a secure safe house of SHIELD, located somewhere in Queens, a disheveled Daikin felt a chill as Loren regarded him with a peculiar gaze. After a lengthy silence, Loren still had not uttered a word. Daikin forced a bitter smile. Boss, I apologize. You decide what happens next. I accept my fate. I merely intended to gauge the situation, not confront them head-on. Gauge the situation? Daikin, you faced 5 mutants and over 20 fully armed soldiers in direct combat, and you call that merely gauging? Loren retorted incredulously. Daikin resignedly spread his hands. All right. I admit, I intended to kill Strucker. Do as you wish. If you want to beat me, then go ahead. Beat you? With that iron frame of yours, I fear for my hands. Loren chuckled from his seat across the room. However, to save you, I expended considerable source energy. Therefore, for the next year, all mission reports will be your responsibility. Do you agree? Fine. Daikin sighed, a long breath escaping him. Loren's expression grew serious. Daikin, tell me, what animosity do you harbor against Strucker? Is it merely because he transformed you into a killing machine? Daikin shook his head, his voice a low growl. I do not blame him for altering me. In fact, I am grateful for the strength he bestowed upon me, which allowed me to pursue the murderer of my mother. However, he should not have killed my adoptive parents, nor their infant daughter. Loren nodded in understanding, refraining from further inquiry. Before becoming Loren's subordinate, Daikin had worked for half a year with an informant known as White Ghost, which yielded a lead on a cyborg with a metallic arm who had killed his mother in Japan. The various guides Loren had perused in his past life did not mention Daikin's origins, but a cyborg with a metal arm was likely the Winter Soldier. However, the one issuing the orders remained to be investigated. After a brief organization of his thoughts, Loren recounted to Daikin what he had witnessed after his escape. Upon hearing that Loren had delivered a significant gift to Strucker before leaving, Daikin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You didn't blow him up?" he exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. "Damn it. If I had been there, I would have certainly taken him down." Loren smiled and remarked, "Why should we take such great risks ourselves? When it is possible to refrain from direct action, one should certainly do so. Besides, having already eliminated one of his mutant bodyguards today, that should be sufficient to sadden him for a few days." Loren chuckled, adopting a playful tone. "By the way, I encountered someone today, Logan. You do bear a slight resemblance to him." Daikin offered a dry chuckle and shook his head, replying, "All my impressions of him stem from Stryker. It was he who found me while I was scavenging with the wild dog. Stryker has always sought to mold me into a second Wolverine, but I am simply Daikin, one of a kind." Displaying a wolfish grin, Daikin shifted the topic. "If we were to take action together, we could indeed eliminate Stryker, couldn't we? We possess that capability, don't we?" "No, Daikin," Loren interjected, raising a finger in negation. "Even if we dared to eliminate Stryker, with our current strength, we would be ill-equipped to handle the ensuing chaos. Do you wish to be pursued by both the military and SHIELD? Patience is key. We have acquired the perfect blood. Once you integrate a second ability, your power will undergo a remarkable transformation. If our strength is sufficiently formidable, I would have no objections even if you aim to take down the president. After all, I find that old man rather unlikable." Daikin murmured, Yes, I hear you. I shall not act impulsively again." He swung his fist heavily, revealing a fierce smile. Finally convincing this rogue, Loren settled contentedly onto the sofa, adjusting himself into a comfortable position. "Now, we face two primary challenges: acquiring adamantium and locating that perfect match for you, the blue sprite. I truly look forward to seeing how your combat capabilities would be enhanced with the ability to teleport." At this juncture, Loren suddenly recalled another matter. "Daikin, are you aware of the military's base in the Acaria Lake region?" "The Acaria Lake region?" Daikin promptly shook his head. "I am not very familiar with it. The military has numerous research bases worldwide. Just within the Federation, Stryker directly oversees 5 or 6 of them. The one you mentioned, I have not heard of." Loren sighed. "I see. Thus, the best course of action is to pay a visit directly. In Washington, at the military base building." Ross slammed his hand down on the folder before him, causing the water cup on the table to leap into the air. In an exceptionally brusque tone, he declared, "William Stryker, I have provided you with 90 soldiers, 90 of the finest. And what do you return to me? Not a single mutant captured, while all my warriors lie dead. Is this the outcome of your overconfident promises? Since the Vietnam War, we have not endured such a monumental disgrace." Stryker stood silently before him, offering no defense. Ross fixed his cold, gray-blue gaze upon him and spoke with indifference. "Were it not for your fortunate control over Charles, you would not be seated here, but rather facing a military tribunal." This was a truth they all understood. Should the operation fail, in order to quell the fury of the mutants, the president would undoubtedly sacrifice Stryker at the earliest opportunity. "General, I am immensely grateful for your support. We have procured the brainwave enhancer, although somewhat damaged. It will soon be restored, and that is of utmost importance. I am confident that my plan will utterly eradicate the mutants." Ross struck the conference table, interrupting him. "I wish to hear no more idle chatter. For the glory of the Federation, and for your own sake, do not disappoint me again. I do not care what means you employ. I require only a satisfactory outcome. Are you prepared to set the plan in the Acaria Lake area?" He scoffed. "That base is hardly discreet. I shall arrange for you another location that is unequivocally secure." Rising slowly, he leaned on the table and spoke with a grave tone. "William, this is the final opportunity one can extend to you. Do not let me down again, or your project will be handed over to someone else. Do you comprehend? You must understand that you are not the only mutant division within the military, and I do not wish to be ridiculed by those in the Department of Defense." Stryker nodded gravely. General Ross regarded Stryker with intensity. "William, accomplish this task. You are no longer young. Upon the completion of this mission, I will recommend you for promotion. The Federation shall welcome a new general." A smile broke across Stryker's face. Ross nodded and added, "William, remember your promise to me. I must now head to the laboratory to view the results of the past year's research. God, it seems the only place I can see my daughter is at work. and I should have been there 30 minutes ago, not here reviewing your casualty report. Do you understand? William, execute what you have vowed. William nodded repeatedly. Seeing General Ross off. Chapter 9. The Birth of a Green Behemoth Canada. Acaria Lake shimmered like an emerald gem nestled among the snow-capped mountains. Lauren effortlessly located the base situated in the vicinity of the lake. It was simply unavoidable, given the conspicuous hydroelectric dam. Anyone with sight could find it. Following the floodgate, he encountered no hindrance as he entered the dam's interior. Observing the displays within the base, he noted many areas that should have housed experimental equipment. Sighing, it appears no one has set foot here in over a month. How unfortunate. I knew it would not be so straightforward. Dakin, trailing behind, wrinkled his nose and muttered coldly. Stryker spent a considerable amount of time here. His eyes blazed with fury, and his steel claws erupted uncontrollably, leaving two distinct marks upon the adjacent concrete pillar. Damn it, the stench of him is everywhere. Control yourself, Dakin. Lauren curled his lips and, with a smile, remarked, There is an age-old adage from my hometown that is quite philosophical. The dog that bites never barks. It waits until its prey has let down its guard to strike from behind. Dakin nodded, inhaling deeply, gradually relaxing his clenched fists. Satisfied, Lauren chuckled lightly. All right. Enough of this childish behavior. Let us depart. There is nothing of value left here. It seems I shall have to pay General Ross a visit, for I am indeed one of the participants in the Sunflower Project. However, I hold little hope that General Ross will provide me with any answers. It would be easier to wait for the address to fall from the sky. That would require some unconventional methods. Casting a sidelong glance at the fierce Dakin, Lauren mused to himself, if the Phoenix can find her way here from the head of the Nightwalker, it is a pity that the narrative has shifted. If Strick's plan to eradicate all mutants worldwide succeeds, Dakin will surely not escape unscathed. Approximately 15 or 16 minutes later, amidst swirling snowflakes, a Quinjet gracefully descended upon the Acaria Lake region. This was a S-H-I-E-L-D aircraft, and it was the most efficient mission yet. Lauren brushed the snowflakes from his hair and teased Dakin, stating that he had anticipated waiting at least an hour in this frigid wilderness, as the nearest airport was in the mountainous terrain and the closest aircraft from S-H-I-E-L-D would also take an hour to reach this location. As the hatch slowly opened, Lauren immediately rolled his eyes upon seeing the figure standing at the doorway. Agent Coulson, please tell me you are not here specifically to fetch me. Generally, such a situation would only arise from a significant incident directly related to Lauren, such as the exposure of his Hydra affiliation. Coulson, of modest stature with a high hairline, wore a gentle expression that radiated warmth and approachability. Although Lauren and Coulson had not previously collaborated extensively, given that Coulson was a protege of Nick Fury, while Lauren was a favored junior of Minister Pierce, Coulson's amiable nature earned him great favor among S-H-I-E-L-D personnel. Though agents do not base their judgments on personal preferences, no one wishes to endure a perpetual scowl. I certainly hope that day never comes, Lauren thought. Coulson shrugged nonchalantly. I happened to be on an assignment nearby and received your message, so I came to give you a ride. It's not ideal to wait for a plane here. Being level 6 has its perks, doesn't it? A private aircraft. Lauren remarked enviously as he led Dakin into the cabin. Dakin, with his menacing demeanor, merely nodded at Coulson before frowning and choosing a seat at random. Lauren wrinkled his nose and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, Goodness, what is that smell in this cabin? Did a pack of skunks throw a party here last night? As the aircraft descended slowly, Coulson innocently replied, The federal military caused quite a mess yesterday. I spent an entire night in a sealed cabin with 21 fully armed operatives, and mind you, it is July. I truly empathize with you. The situation is rather distressing, and I find myself regretting boarding this aircraft. Lauren, with an air of nonchalance, expressed her disdain, then inquired with curiosity about the military incident in New York yesterday. Although dozens of soldiers perished, shouldn't the S-H-I-E-L-D action team have been deployed? Could it be that there was a mutant uprising? While the loss of 90 professional soldiers is not a trivial matter, General Ross is undoubtedly one of the military's most esteemed figures, enjoying a position of remarkable prominence. As long as the incident remains unreported, General Ross possesses countless strategies to classify these casualties under the list of fatalities from certain overseas operations. Coulson, having recently ascended to a level 6 clearance at the start of the year, was not unaware of the task Lauren undertook to assist the military in investigating the presidential assassination. Last night, a physicist at a military laboratory suffered an experimental mishap, resulting in numerous injuries among the researchers, including General Ross, who was present to observe the experimental report. After relaying this information, Coulson sighed, acknowledging the significant influence of Captain America, the embodiment of patriotism, on the military and the federal government, which has had a profound impact on generation after generation of young people, himself included. It was indeed Captain America's inspiration that guided him to pursue his current profession. The military has never abandoned its super soldier serum project, aspiring to create one or more perfect soldiers. However, the outcome has yielded terrifying monsters instead. Lauren blinked, as Coulson's words were laden with implications, yet she could deduce the essence of his message. So, are you suggesting that the Hulk, capable of wielding tremendous power, was born last night? What an extraordinary day. No wonder SHIELD dispatched an action team. Yet, in the wake of such an event, the individual most burdened with responsibility must surely be General Ross. Lauren's schadenfreude was fully captured by Coulson, who smiled at her before adding, I hope you can still smile after this. There's another matter closely related to your mission. Although the military has suppressed the news, it is acceptable for me to inform you now. Coulson's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he spoke in a tone of considerable exasperation. Last night, the Pentagon was attacked by mutants. For heaven's sake, don't tell me Magneto has escaped from prison. Lauren's expression was utterly genuine, akin to discovering an unpleasant surprise in a half-eaten hamburger, a cockroach still wriggling. Coulson managed a wry smile and nodded. In comparison to the recently birthed Hulk, who has yet to single-handedly establish SHIELD's most extensive destruction record, Magneto, the leader of the mutants, currently poses a greater headache for SHIELD. After all, although the Hulk exhibits astonishing destructive capabilities, he remains but one individual, and he is not inherently malevolent. He simply struggles to control his power. In contrast, Magneto possesses not only formidable strength, but also a calm intellect and lofty ambitions, rallying a sizable contingent of fervent followers who daily contemplate the extermination of humanity to ensure the absolute dominion of mutants over the world. Coulson let out a bitter smile and then whispered, the prison that Stark Industries sold to the military is evidently not as flawless as their promotional video suggests, Lauren. Although we only possess monitoring rights this time, I sincerely hope that General Ross and his team can maintain a low profile. At such a time, it would be unwise to provoke those lunatics from the Brotherhood of Mutants. Provoke? Your choice of words is rather civilized. Lauren rolled her eyes. The military's current intent is to eliminate all mutants as decisively as erasing a video game's source code. Coulson furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, is it that troublesome? Are you planning to meet General Ross? He is not easily swayed. Do you require my assistance? Every agent of SHIELD possesses their own intelligence network, and as Nick Fury's trusted confidant, Coulson certainly has the means to gather some inside information. After pondering for a moment, Lauren replied with a smile, no need to trouble yourself. It remains within my capabilities. I will arrange everything. By the time Lauren returned to Washington, it was already lunchtime. Coulson dropped him off at the nearest landing site to the hospital and hurried back to the Triskelion to report to the director about the military's emergence of a new formidable creature. There were many matters Lauren was not authorized to know, such as the devastating losses the team suffered while pursuing the Hulk last night, or the deployment of mechanized forces that resulted in one tank being crumpled into a ball of metal and another hurled over 100 kilometers away. His briefcase contained the latest assessment of the Hulk and last night's video report. Strong, furious, utterly uncommunicative, posing an extremely high threat level, and solitary action was strongly discouraged. In Washington, at the Barnes Hospital, heavily invested by the military, two sunburned soldiers stood guard at the entrance of the ward. A blonde, square-faced American officer with a flat nose intercepted them. He glanced at Lauren's suspended left arm and arrogantly stated, Sir, this area has been temporarily sealed off by the military. If you require medical attention, please seek it elsewhere. Of course, Lauren was not injured, but given that the military had lost a staggering 90 elite soldiers, not appearing wounded would reflect poorly on their competence. Moreover, it was rumored that General Ross had also sustained an injury to his arm last night. As Lauren's ace operative, the notoriously short-tempered Dakin surprisingly did not charge forward immediately, but instead lowered his head awkwardly. Lauren cast a curious glance at him, remaining unfazed as he approached, extending his right hand with a congenial smile. I am Agent Lawrence Trichet of SHIELD, and I wish to see General Ross. The officer glanced at the bowed head of Dakin, furrowing his brow as if recalling something, then looked back at Lauren's affable smile and, unable to resist, extended his hand to shake Lauren's, leisurely stating, I apologize, but the general is not seeing anyone at the moment. However, I shall make an exception. Lauren smiled, then blinked like a child. I shall reiterate. I wish to see General Ross. Kindly inform me of his whereabouts. With a gradual increase of pressure, Lauren glanced at the insignia on the man's chest and added with a playful smile, or perhaps, if I were to inflict a blow upon you, he would be inclined to emerge, Major Jim. The grip tightened, producing a cracking sound, prompting a pained cry from Major Jim, while the soldier stationed at the door raised his weapon in response. At the corridor's end, General Ross's voice resonated. Agent Lauren, I am truly pleased to see you alive. You seek me? Jim, let them in, he commanded. Lauren released the man's hand, casting a fierce glare at the officer named Jim, then proceeded toward the direction of General Ross's voice. Dakin, with a menacing demeanor, shot a disdainful glance at Jim's neck before following Lauren into the room. Damn it. The shield scum. Should the opportunity arise, I shall. Clutching his seemingly shattered right hand, Major Jim cursed through gritted teeth, fully aware that he stood no chance. After all, they were agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Engaging with them was perilous unless his record was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper. A mere hint of his past misdeeds could tarnish his career irreparably. Those two damn bastards. That look, it feels oddly familiar. Where on earth have I seen it before? Chapter 10. Acquaintances. Lauren entered General Ross's lounge, while Dakin casually stationed himself at the door, returning the hostile glares of the nearby soldiers without hesitation. The lounge was modest in size. General Ross, clad in a blood-stained shirt and lacking a jacket, had one arm suspended in a sling. As Lauren entered, he drew the blinds of the double-glazed window. A fleeting glance revealed a young woman lying in the adjacent room, tubes protruding from her body, unconscious and marred by numerous injuries, an undeniably heartbreaking sight. With a slight shake of his own arm, mirroring that of General Ross, Lauren sheepishly remarked, I sincerely apologize for intruding at such a time, but I believe Colonel Strick has provided a comprehensive mission report. General Ross, indifferent, seated himself and cast a fleeting glance at Lauren, his expression devoid of warmth. Agent Lauren, I presume you did not traverse here merely to visit an injured veteran, and your presence is not particularly welcomed at this juncture. General Ross appeared weary, having seemingly gone a night without sleep, looking far more haggard than 2 days prior. He bellowed toward the door. Jim, bring me 2 cups of coffee, swiftly. Lauren chuckled softly and candidly confessed, I am indeed here for a purpose. The operation led by you last night did not succeed. I suspect the mutants were not unprepared, and the emergence of a mutant of such caliber as Azazel has occurred. Moreover, the military has not apprised me of the next steps in Operation Sunflower. How could you forget? I am the mission supervisor appointed by S.H.I.E.L.D. The Red Devil Azazel, a formidable mutant with records in both the military and S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses the extraordinary ability of spatial teleportation. He can instantaneously traverse from the Antarctic to the Arctic, and aside from a few exceptional locations, there are no bounds to his reach on this planet. He is classified as one of the most difficult mutants to eliminate and holds a significant position within the Brotherhood of Mutants. The emergence of Azazel signifies the Brotherhood's involvement in the military's current operations, further exacerbated by Magneto's escape from incarceration. General Ross gazed expressionlessly at Lauren. You ought to seek Stryker rather than come to me. Alternatively, when I find the time, I shall instruct him to summon you to oversee the next phase of action. This time frame could be an hour, a day, or even a month. Ultimately, the procedures, without contravening federal law, are at General Ross's discretion. I do not wish to squander time, Lauren stated bluntly. I believe you are in dire need of solitude with your daughter. To be candid, I share your disdain for those who harm your daughter. However, I am gravely concerned about the feasibility of Colonel Stryker's subsequent plans. With Magneto having escaped from prison, you are acutely aware of his considerable power. Should a widespread mutant uprising occur, thousands of children would find themselves in circumstances akin to your daughter's. Therefore, I propose an immediate cessation of Operation Sunflower. General Ross's eyes widened. What? Halt. A mere level 5 operative dares to come here and dictate to me? Rising from his seat, General Ross spoke with a condescending tone. Agent Lauren, this is a federal military operation, not one of your S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affairs. If you have presidential approval, then present me with the directive to cease the operation. If not, I kindly ask you to leave. Pointing at the desk, General Ross declared loudly. Alternatively, you may approach Pierce and request the Security Council to initiate the so-called emergency investigation procedure. Should the approval agreement of the investigation land on my desk, I will execute it immediately. If not, well, the implication was clear. You are not sufficiently qualified. The United Nations Security Council has the authority to initiate an emergency investigation to terminate the plan, but even if Lauren could muster the audacity to persuade Pierce, the final decision rests upon the votes of the 5 permanent members. Frankly, whether this resolution ever reaches General Ross's desk is entirely contingent on the attitudes of the president and the military. General Ross dismissively waved his hand, signaling for Lauren to exit, evidently indicating that halting the plan was out of the question and he would not divulge the execution of the plan to Lauren. Unfazed, Lauren nodded, extended his hand, and said, "Thank you for your suggestion. I will apply to initiate the emergency investigation mechanism, and I wish for your daughter's swift recovery." General Ross glanced at Lauren's outstretched hand, but did not reciprocate. Lauren chuckled softly, having approached Ross merely for the sake of formality, naively believing that Ross would divulge the next mission's location. As he exited with Daikon, they encountered Jim, who was approaching with a cup of coffee. Lauren glanced at Jim, took both cups, and handed one to Daikon. After savoring a sip, he remarked, "Dear Mr. Jim, your pace is rather sluggish. However, I dare say you might want to prepare several more cups, as General Ross appears to be in dire need." Upon leaving the hospital, Daikon grumbled under his breath. "What is so special about that old bastard? He is just an ordinary man. I could easily kidnap his daughter. I doubt he would remain so brash then." Lauren rolled his eyes in exasperation, retorting, "Am I the mad one? Or are you?" "Silence. You wish to discuss kidnapping Ross's daughter? Just brace yourself for the relentless pursuit of the federal forces." Though Daikon had once been a target of military pursuit, 2 years had dulled the memories of his case for most. However, should he harm Ross's daughter, it would truly provoke the military hornet's nest. He would prefer to attempt an assassination of the president instead, as the presidency changes every 4 years, while military bigwigs remain eternally entrenched in their power. Contemplating the fate of the Hulk, who endured years of unceasing, worldwide manhunts, Lauren did not believe that he and Daikon, bound together, would fare any better than the Hulk's current plight. Seated in the car, Lauren turned to Daikon and suddenly inquired, "By the way, what was that fellow about earlier? Do you know him?" Daikon fell silent for a moment before smirking. He is a trusted confidant of General Ross, having once represented him in inspecting Strick's laboratory. "A mere sycophant. I had an unfortunate encounter with him." Lauren remained silent, encouraging Daikon to continue. "You see, I had a rather delightful night with his mistress, an entire night. Mind you, but I assure you, the buxom secretary was entirely willing." Lauren nodded in acknowledgement, prompting, "And then?" Daikon's face broke into a triumphant grin as he chuckled. "So, after I escaped from Strick, he was tasked with orchestrating the manhunt for me. Once, in Miami, you know how I adore that place. The local girls are so fiery. They cornered me, and it was then that his handsome nose met its unfortunate fate. I stripped him bare and tossed him into the hotel pool, then donned his clothes to make my escape." Lauren raised an eyebrow. "Do you think he would recognize you now?" Daikon grinned mischievously. "Certainly not. I look nothing like my former self." "Don't be so sure," Lauren cautioned. Lauren spoke coldly, stating that although your file at SHIELD appears as pristine as that of an innocent girl, should the military take notice, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Remaining in the shadows is the safest course, especially since the military is likely still pursuing the matter of the perfect blood, which could easily render you a suspect. Lauren stroked his chin and suddenly broke into a smile. "You mentioned he is General Ross's confidant? It seems we must have a serious discussion with dear Major Jim." In the hospital, the blinds were drawn open, and General Ross stood before the two-way glass. A look of deep concern etched on his face as he gazed at his daughter, who had yet to emerge from a critical condition. Jim placed 2 freshly poured cups of coffee on the table and, shaking his head, spoke softly. "General, although SHIELD lacks enforcement authority within the Federation, their influence over the upper echelons is significant. If we antagonize them too much, to hell with SHIELD." Ross erupted, his expression darkening as he slammed a hand on the table, sending the coffee cup flying and splattering Jim. "To hell with the high-ups. Those bastards are nothing but a nuisance. Our priority is to find that monster. I want him captured. I want to eliminate him with my own hands." Beeping echoed from the monitor across the glass, growing frantic, prompting 2 doctors and 4 nurses to rush in. "God, what is happening?" Ross exclaimed, his fury boiling over as he dashed from the room, halting abruptly at the doorway to turn and yell at Jim. "You tell Strucker he better have his new toy ready. I don't care how he does it. He must bring me that monster. I will fully support his endeavors, granting him 5 years of research funding and the highest level of freedom for his weaponry program. Otherwise, he and his monstrous toys can take a hike." Jim smiled and nodded eagerly. "Yes, General, I'll inform Strucker right away. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he muttered to himself, right, Strucker, that's it. I remember that look. Damn it, it's that monster, Daikin. Though his appearance has changed, those eyes are unmistakably Daikin-esque. He wished to inform General Ross, but saw that Ross had already rushed back into the room, frantically attending to his daughter. Jim clenched his teeth in frustration and strode quickly toward the door, murmuring, Daikin, you bastard, you're as good as dead this time. Chapter 11. A stab in the back. What did you say? Azazel's voice was hoarse, his emotions surging violently as sinister, serpentine black patterns twisted across his face, rendering him even more fearsome. You placed my child in a church? The red devil flickered into view before Raven, locking eyes with the shapeshifter as he inquired, each word laced with disbelief. You're not jesting, are you? Do you think I would jest with the lives of children? Keep your distance, you scoundrel. Raven emitted a disdainful cry, her dazzling long legs striking Azazel's arm and sending him sprawling away. Bam! Asano fixed his gaze upon Raven, his eyes shimmering with a blend of absurdity and disbelief. He was a messenger of hell, a demon from the scriptures, and yet, his son had been placed within the church. I have sequestered those dozen or so young mutants in the abandoned manor on Reaver Island. You may dispatch someone to retrieve them at your convenience. Azazel lifted his head to regard Raven, hoping she would not deceive him this time. Otherwise, cough cough, a faint cough echoed from outside the door, which creaked open slowly. Azazel's expression shifted dramatically, his body instinctively straightening, his eyes fixated on the entrance, filled with skepticism but predominantly fear. Is that you, Magneto? You are still alive? An elderly gentleman clad in a well-tailored black suit entered, complete with a top hat, gloves, a golden pocket watch, and a dark cane, reminiscent of a dignified noble preparing to attend an upscale ball. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's, yet in their shift, they conveyed a sense of trustworthiness. His hair was streaked with gray, a testament to his advanced years, and he cradled an odd, dark red helmet resembling a beetle in his arms. His deliberate pace rendered him akin to an imposing sword, invoking an instinctive desire to submit. The child is presently safe, but you must not act until Charles is rescued. Magneto's voice was slow, cold, and unyielding, imbued with an undeniable authority. I shall heed your command. The red devil refrained from uttering another word, quietly stepping aside. Magneto, one of the most formidable mutants on Earth, simply standing there exuded a powerful aura of intimidation. Azazel, the red devil, though endowed with the formidable ability of spatial teleportation, still harbored trepidation towards Magneto. Raven narrowed her eyes. After being maliciously deceived by Azazel, she had delved into his background. He appeared to be no ordinary mutant, or perhaps he was not a mutant at all, but rather belonged to some ancient malevolent race. His deception concerning the child seemed intertwined with a certain ancient mission of his own. As for that mission, it is of no concern to us at present. Raven rose, her eagerness evident as she looked to Magneto. There were matters of greater importance at hand, and she had little time to dwell on Azazel's trivialities. We have located the place, but regrettably, Charles is not there. Magneto sat opposite the sorceress, exhaling a sigh. Charles, our eternal companion. Though his weak stance on the future of mutants has led to some divergence between us, I cannot allow him to perish at Stryker's hands. Two pillars are required to uphold the mutant race, a truth both Magneto and Charles are acutely aware of. This is not merely for the sake of friendship, but for the survival of mutants. Take a seat. Azazel, Raven, I need you to leverage your position as a senator to extract the whereabouts of Charles from General Ross. Magneto removed his gloves and gestured towards the chair across from him. Raven furrowed her brow. General Ross was a formidable man, and it would likely be challenging to extract information from him. Perhaps infiltrating the Pentagon would yield the mission files. Magneto interrupted her, stating, proceed in your own manner. I merely require a result. I recall you mentioning that SHIELD has personnel involved in this operation? Indeed, Raven nodded nonchalantly. A level 5 agent named Lauren, an anti-mutant fellow, is hardly a significant figure. If I have not acquired any intel, I imagine he too will be excluded from General Ross's plans. With a cold smirk, Magneto recalled that 3 years prior, during his capture, largely due to the gifts from his old friend Charles, SHIELD played a substantial role in the affair. Now that he was free, he certainly intended to send SHIELD a token of his appreciation. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly raised his head and spoke. No, you are mistaken, Raven. One must never underestimate a member of an intelligence organization. While this Lauren may seem inconsequential, leveraging SHIELD DS intelligence network could facilitate the search for Charles's whereabouts. Azazel stood up, volunteering, "I shall retrieve him." Magneto looked up, his inscrutable gaze sending a chill through Azazel from head to toe. After a brief smile, Magneto nodded gently. Just moments ago, the sun shone brightly. Yet within half an hour, torrential rain had begun to fall. The weather in Washington was as unpredictable as the politicians in the Senate. Few pedestrians occupied the streets as a black Audi parked at the corner, not far from Barnes Hospital. Inside, the cacophony of heavy metal music echoed, while Lauren, magazine in hand, lounged with his legs propped on the steering wheel, occasionally emitting sounds of astonishment. Dakin was absent from the vehicle, attending to another matter, likely drenched in the rain, as a subordinate shouldered more significant responsibilities. Approximately 15 minutes later, a conspicuous black Hummer appeared at the entrance of the Barnes Hospital underground parking garage, its driver sporting a notable flat nose, none other than Major Jim, an Army major. He likely could not afford such a vehicle without additional income. "Ah, the little sparrow has finally left the nest," Lauren exclaimed as he tossed his cigarette out the window. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, the Audi silently followed suit. The heavy rain rendered visibility low, alleviating any concerns of being detected. Thunder rumbled as a flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The torrential downpour cascaded against the car windows, and even the heavy metal roars from the radio began to falter due to the severe interference. The black radio station, "Damn this signal." Lauren, feeling irritated, struck the radio twice, and in the next moment, his body stiffened as an icy chill pierced through him from behind, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Behind Lauren, the space subtly distorted, revealing a barbed, curved dagger that resembled the fang of a wild beast, lunging toward his neck. "Damn it, it's Azazel!" Lauren screamed inwardly, with no time to evade. Instantly, a circular shield materialized behind him, forged from the hardest diamond he could wield. The phantom dagger collided with the diamond shield, producing a shrill, ear-piercing screech that reverberated through the air. "Huh." Azazel emitted a surprised grunt, clearly having never anticipated that Lauren possessed abilities, let alone the level of skill and reaction speed that far exceeded his expectations. As he conjured a Colt to retaliate, pumps of air surged from his boots, propelling him forward. However, in terms of sheer speed, Azazel outpaced Lauren by a considerable margin, his spear-like tail darting forward to obstruct Lauren's escape. "You cannot flee," the red devil Azazel sneered, a vicious grin spreading across his face. His figure flickered again, evading the bullets fired in Lauren's counterattack as two barbed daggers glimmered with an eerie red light, seemingly infused with ancient power. The daggers lunged toward Lauren's heart and neck, one above the other. In the confined space of the vehicle, with all avenues of escape sealed off, it seemed that Lauren was cornered. But just as the daggers tore through his clothing and grazed his skin, Lauren suddenly lifted his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he winked at Azazel. "Who said I was going to escape?" Azazel instinctively sensed something was amiss. "Absolute defense," Lauren murmured, as the two glowing daggers struck him simultaneously. Yet, to Azazel's disbelief, he felt no familiar resistance of blade meeting flesh. Instead, it was as if the daggers had penetrated into another realm, vanishing without a sound. "Impossible," Azazel gasped, hurriedly releasing his grip, watching in horror as the pair of daggers that had accompanied him for millennia were inexplicably consumed by Lauren's body. A completely incomprehensible ability filled Azazel with an unsettling sense of crisis. Conversely, the two absorbed daggers transformed into a torrent of warmth surging into Lauren's abdomen, and in an instant, this warmth spread throughout his entire being. Lauren felt an overwhelming surge of power, involuntarily emitting a satisfied hum, an unexpected delight. The source energy contained within those daggers was more abundant than he had ever experienced. With exaggerated speed, the Colt spat bullets toward the astonished Red Devil's chest. But Azazel's form abruptly vanished, reappearing behind the speeding Audi. "Do not even think about leaving." Azazel's face was etched with urgency, the dark battle markings on his visage becoming increasingly pronounced and contorted, rendering him akin to a ferocious demon. He let out a low growl, his form vanishing once more, only to reappear inside the Audi. Yet, the interior was devoid of any presence. In the driver's seat stood an oversized, adorable figure, a behemoth tenfold the size of a typical grenade, its red light flickering with increasing urgency, resembling a smiling eye. With a sudden pop, the safety valve was ejected, and in that fleeting moment, Azazel could only hastily escape, his movements frantic. A colossal fireball erupted, accompanied by a thunderous roar, catapulting the Audi several meters into the air, where it spun multiple times before crashing down with a resounding thud, scattering sparks as it broke apart, leaving only two charred segments of its iron frame. Amidst the wreckage, Azazel materialized silently, his meticulously crafted black suit partially torn by the flames, his face smeared with soot, presenting an unexpectedly disheveled appearance. The red demon bore a sullen expression, oblivious to the faint greenish hue that had tainted his dark hair, before vanishing in an instant. Surveying the surroundings, there was no trace of Loren. His voice, laced with venomous intent, articulated each word with seething anger. Loren. I remember you, Loren. You are worthy of being regarded as my rival. I will undoubtedly find you. In the sewer, Loren fled swiftly, drenched in cold sweat from the fright, yet unscathed, his internal energy surging significantly. Had he been better prepared, Loren was confident he would not have found himself in such a disarray. Although the red demon was formidable, he had not reached the level of overpowering him. Damn it, while it may consume some of my energy, I must always have a means of self-preservation at hand. If I had maintained my absolute defense, I would not have been so flustered. Absolute defense was a defensive mode he had devised according to his abilities, evenly distributing his analytical prowess throughout his body or a specific part of it. Any material attack, be it bullets, blades, or other substances, would be instantly analyzed, rendering the assault ineffective. Naturally, the larger the coverage area, the quicker the energy consumption. Azazel, you bastard. I will remember you. The Brotherhood of Mutants, is it? Just wait. I will not let this go. Although he was unsure why the Brotherhood had suddenly targeted him, he surmised it was likely related to the Sunflower Project. Loren had never been one to endure without retaliating. And his car, though it was second-hand, it had barely been driven for 3 years, it truly pained him. As he finished his thoughts, Loren grimaced, and in the next moment, a pair of serrated daggers, reminiscent of Azazel's, emerged from his hands. He attempted to wield them, but they lacked the strange red glow possessed by Azazel's weaponry. Quietly, he muttered, "What material are these daggers made of, that they are so potent?" Chapter 12. Hello. Major Jim. In Washington, torrential rain has begun to cause traffic congestion on the roads leading to the Pentagon. Major Jim, driving his beloved black Hummer, anxiously glances at the red light. How could that scoundrel Dakin have joined S-H-I-E-L-D? Damn it, S-H-I-E-L-D. Dares to recruit such a lunatic. Indeed, they are a collection of perverts and madmen. However, capturing that creature is beyond my solitary capability, Jim mutters angrily to himself, feeling a familiar twinge of pain in his previously healed nasal bone. Dakin was once the most formidable assassin under Strucker, a masterpiece of his. Flawlessly executing numerous covert missions for the military across the globe, his combat prowess rivaling that of an entire mechanized, enhanced battalion. Damn it, how could that ordinary level 5 agent, Loren, possess someone like Dakin? Jim whispers enviously, if only he could control Dakin, what a marvelous situation that would be. Yet, merely having Dakin is insufficient to warrant attention. He must be linked to a matter that currently gives the higher-ups considerable headaches. Perhaps he is allied with Magneto? Unlikely. Such a rationale is inadequate for apprehending A-S-H-I-E-L-D agent. What else? What else? The green light has been illuminated for a few seconds, and the honking of vehicles behind jolts Jim from his contemplation. Damn it! Jim curses, only to widen his eyes in sudden realization. He has conceived a brilliant rationale. Baring his teeth in a sinister grin as he floors the gas pedal, the Hummer roaring towards the Pentagon. If Dakin might be involved in the abduction of the Perfect Blood? Huh. Those military old-timers, who dream of recreating Captain America, would undoubtedly seize him without hesitation. Of course, such claims require substantial evidence. Fabricating leads is precisely Jim's forte. Unbeknownst to him, his whimsical imagination might inadvertently brush against the truth of the matter. Due to the prison break incident at the Pentagon the previous night, security around the area is exceptionally tight. It takes Jim an entire hour to access the underground parking lot of the Pentagon. As the Hummer pulls into a parking space and Jim turns off the ignition, a sudden voice exclaims, "Hello, Major Jim. What a coincidence to see you again so soon." The unexpected sound startles Jim, making him tremble like a cat with its tail stepped on. Turning to look, he sees Loren in the driver's seat of a nearby van, grinning as he waves at him. Internally, Loren curses, "Damn it, if it weren't for Azazel's delay, I wouldn't be stuck here in the Pentagon's underground parking lot." Jim's expression shifts rapidly as he swiftly draws his sidearm. With a chilling snap, a cold, sharp claw rests against his neck, the gleaming blade reflecting the grimace on Jim's face. "Put the gun down, or the next thing to be pierced will be your skull." Dakin's menacing voice echoed from behind him, causing Jim to break out in a cold sweat. Until that moment, he had been utterly unaware of the presence lurking behind him. Jim's mouth fell agape as he relinquished his weapon, instinctively raising his hands to shield his head, and with a faux bravado, he stammered. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Agent Laurent, you are abducting a federal major, and we are within the confines of the Pentagon. This is sheer madness. Such conduct will be perceived as a provocation by the military, even as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. You will undoubtedly be apprehended. Jim endeavored to project an air of intimidation, yet Daikion's palm forcefully pressed down on the back of his head, causing his face to collide awkwardly with the steering wheel. Blood splattered forth, and with a wince, he exclaimed, "Ah? My apologies, that was not my intention." Daikin grinned. To be frank, your prosthetic nose is rather unappealing. I suggest you consider a redesign. I know a talented surgeon named Calvin. Through clenched teeth, Jim retorted, Daikin, it truly is you. Laurent chuckled lightly, gazing at Jim. And so what if it is? As the door of the van creaked open, it revealed a well-built blonde woman, dressed in casual attire, bound with coarse rope, alongside two sleeping children. The moment the terrified woman spotted Jim, she began to thrash violently, muffled cries escaping her covered mouth. Laurent offered a disarming smile, winking at Jim like a child. You have two incredibly lovely children. However, they don't seem to resemble you much. I heard you often undertook missions abroad. Have you lost your minds? For heaven's sake, you two lunatics. Jim's lips trembled as he shouted, you are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. And now you are kidnapping the family of a federal soldier. This is strictly forbidden by military orders and violates the zero-tolerance principle. Oh, and what of it? Laurent shook his head, chuckling. Goodness, weren't you about to report Daikin? Wasn't it your intent to bring about our demise? You compelled us to resort to this. Did you not? Jim frantically waved his hands, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. No. I know nothing, Daikin. Oh, I don't even know anyone named Daikin. He added with a bitter chuckle. I have no desire to confront you. You see, I haven't disclosed this incident to General Ross. Why would I? He commands an army, possesses special forces, and could easily mobilize troops to apprehend you. TSK, you are still lying, Laurent remarked, pursing his lips as he spoke leisurely. You have not informed General Ross because you are acutely aware that your rationale would fail to persuade the beleaguered general to authorize action, wouldn't you? You have come here merely to demonstrate your capability, asserting that you are more competent than even General Ross. You no longer wish to remain a mere subordinate. You aspire to become a figure of significance. This presents a unique opportunity for the military elite to recognize your capabilities, potentially elevating you to the status of a nurtured protege, akin to the young General Ross, who caught the attention of a high-ranking military official to ascend to prominence. You yearn for advancement and greater authority, do you not? Jim's mouth fell agape in terror, as the languid man before him resembled a devil from the scriptures, perceptively unraveling each of his innermost thoughts. He now comprehended why Daikin had become this man's subordinate. Only a devil could compel a creature like Daikin to submit obediently. Yes, I concede. Oh my God, but I implore you, spare me and my family. I will forget this incident, forever. I swear I will no longer direct my attention towards you or your subordinates. I beg you, spare them, my wife and children. They are innocent. Roland lit a cigarette, exhaling a delicate ring of smoke, and remarked nonchalantly, how old are those two delightful little ones? Jim trembled as he replied, one is 4, the other 6. No, please. This has nothing to do with them. Roland shrugged. What a pity, they are departing this world too soon. Yet, I believe God will care for them dearly. Daikin slowly raised his hand, his face contorting into a menacing expression. Chapter 13. Hello, Major Jim. Part 2. Jim's wife, hearing their conversation, shook her head fervently in distress. Though her mouth was covered, her eyes conveyed a plea. Jim cried out in despair. Oh God, this cannot be happening. Mr. Roland should not behave this way. Perhaps this is your retribution, Roland stated coldly. After all, you once exploited false intelligence, leading to the demise of a colleague whom General Ross esteemed far more than you. You even leaked some of your military operations to illegal armed factions abroad, all for the sake of smuggling weapons and making a quick profit. I have delved into your background, and it is surprisingly colorful, esteemed Major Jim of the United States Army. Your military accolades are built entirely upon greed and betrayal. As the dark truths were unearthed, Jim stared blankly at Roland, his mouth agape, emitting a hoarse sound of despair. Roland shook his head. How pitiable, Jim. If your sordid past were to surface in the press, the editors would go wild with excitement. It could skyrocket their newspaper sales tenfold and catapult them to fame. They would simultaneously laud you and portray you as a monstrous villain. No one would mourn your downfall. You would not become a hero. but rather be eternally nailed to the pillar of shame. Jim remained unresponsive, his spirit nearly shattered. "Oh God, I truly am a wretch," he lamented, gazing at Roland, tears streaming down his face. "But for the love of God, spare my children, spare Megan. They are innocent." Roland gazed at Jim with curiosity. "You despicable wretch. How is it that you care so deeply for your wife and children?" Dakin struggled to utter, "Kill me. Please, just kill me. Spare them, will you?" "Agent Roland, you are an operative of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you truly intend to harm innocent civilians?" Roland gazed at the weeping and distraught Jim, blinked, and then suddenly chuckled. "However, as a righteous agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., it may be acceptable to eliminate a scoundrel, but to take the lives of his family seems unbecoming of someone of my integrity. Yet, I find myself fearing for my own life. You won't let me go, will you?" Jim abruptly lifted his head, his expression akin to that of a man witnessing a divine miracle. He shook his head vehemently, swearing, "No, no, no, Mr. Roland. How could I ever harm you? I swear to God, I would rather renounce him than harbor any ill will toward you." Roland feigned contemplation, then laughed. "I shall decide to spare you, but you must prove yourself useful. Agreed?" Jim, being astute, nodded vigorously. "Agent Roland, from this day forth, I shall resolutely adhere to your every decision." Roland smiled faintly. "Very well, it is time for a deal, Major Jim. Can you inform me where General Ross has arranged the next operation of the Sunflower Project?" Jim anxiously regarded Roland, keenly discerning the true purpose of his visit. As he pondered whether to use this information as leverage, he beheld the amiable smile on Roland's face, which sent a chill coursing through him from head to toe. He shuddered and stammered, I know. I facilitated this. General Ross has stationed Strick on the USS Bluefin, a nuclear submarine." Dakin's gaze darkened. "You expect us to search for a submarine in the Atlantic or Pacific? Damn it, that's akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." Roland rolled his eyes, correcting, "It's the sea." Dakin shrugged, responding, "Fine, searching the sea. In any case, this fellow is clearly toying with us." Roland felt a headache coming on. Jim blinked rapidly. Trembling as he spoke quickly, "I can locate the specific maritime region and coordinates, but it will take a little time." "See, that is a promising start, is it not?" Roland smiled, appreciating Jim's compliance. "Of course, I have always favored fair trade, a transaction that brings joy to both parties. Well, I won't conceal from you that we possess a slight lead regarding the military's stolen perfect blood." Jim's eyes widened in alarm, his breath quickening as he inquired, "Are you implying?" Roland blinked, his tone sincere and imbued with an irresistible charm. "If you obtain precise intelligence, apprehend a spy from the Brotherhood of Mutants, or even trace the lead on the perfect blood, how would that contribution suit you?" Jim's eyes widened to an extraordinary degree, almost defying the laws of physics, as if they might emit a radiant glow. "Heavens, I shall be reinstated. I will emerge as a new star for the military, perhaps even the next General Ross," Lauren said with a mischievous smile, licking his lips. With Strick having cast aspersions on the Mutant Brotherhood by tarnishing their reputation, his next move was to stamp down hard, sealing their fate. "You mixed breeds of the Brotherhood, prepare yourselves. It is you who have provoked me, and this is merely a reciprocation." While Lauren might forget acts of gratitude, he firmly adheres to the principle of swift and severe retribution, never allowing it to linger past a single night. "Now, I will orchestrate the plan. You shall obliterate their stronghold and retrieve the perfect blood. Of course, before the mission, I will provide you with a small sample of the perfect blood. Do you understand?" My goodness, it truly was him. Jim could hardly believe his ears, swallowing hard before cautiously saying, "But everything needs meticulous planning." Lauren's smile broadened. "I trust you to devise a thorough plan. I possess irrefutable intelligence. Senator Cray, who has been a source of relief for the president, is a mutant in disguise and has infiltrated the Pentagon, facilitating Magneto's escape. In S.H.I.E.L.D.'s archives, we refer to her as the Shadow Witch, a notorious mutant responsible for several infamous assassination cases and the most loyal subordinate of Magneto. Imagine, Jim, a mutant assassinating a senator, masquerading as him to infiltrate Congress. If she desired, she could even assassinate the president and effortlessly ascend to become the most powerful person in America. How terrifying. And you will be the hero to save us all. Senator Cray? My heavens, Jim exclaimed, his mouth agape, as if listening to a myth. This is truly a significant figure. No wonder the Sunflower Project faced an attack from mutants. It is utterly horrifying. Indeed. She is a mutant spy embedded in the White House. Lauren seductively chuckled. If we could capture such a high-profile individual, I believe you would instantly earn General Ross's favor." Jim perked up, feeling invigorated. He grinned widely, saying, "I know exactly what to do. I'll start with some minor tasks, seemingly inconsequential, and then gradually weave them together." Lauren nodded approvingly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Indeed, Major Jim displayed an exceptional talent in this arena. Then, Major Jim, "Oh no, General Jim, once you ascend, you must take good care of me. Of course, should you happen to forget anything, I shall swiftly assist in jogging your memory. While I might not yet be able to contend with the entire military before they find me, I will ensure to place a bouquet of pristine white carnations at the headstone of your family. Ah, by the way." Lauren retrieved a compact voice recorder from his pocket and pressed the play button, prompting the recorded voices of his earlier discussion with Major Jim to fill the air. While Lauren's voice had been processed, Jim's words rang out with striking clarity. "Huh, at least this way, you won't betray me immediately, will you? After all, we are in the Pentagon. Of course, please convey my apologies to the lady for our presumptuous invitation for her and the children to join us here. However, should she inadvertently disclose anything, I shall certainly pay her a visit." Jim forced a smile, gazing at Lauren's seemingly innocuous visage. With a singular thought racing through his mind, he is indeed a devil. Chapter 14. Raise your hands. Is this truly the best answer you can provide me? General Ross, having returned from the hospital now that his daughter is out of danger, forcefully tossed the folder he held onto the table, scattering sheets of printed letters across its surface. Casting a sweeping glance around the room, General Ross spoke in a tone devoid of civility. "Gentlemen, I trust you all understand that we have just endured the most disgraceful incident in military history. Not even the Vietnam War led to such a breach of the Pentagon." A group of officers, including Jim, lowered their heads, rendered silent by the gravity of the situation. The general's gray-blue eyes widened as he coldly declared, "Yes, disgrace. The headquarters of American defense, heralded as the safest place in the world, the Pentagon, has been infiltrated and breached, although the media has not reported it. Do you comprehend how the world perceives this incident? The Russian Minister of Defense is even inquiring whether we require him to send some guards. Damn it. This morning, the Secretary of Defense summoned me, demanding a report within a week. And this is the response you provide? You expect me to present this nonsense to the President?" A hushed discussion ensued once more, prompting Ross to rap the conference table, instantly silencing the room. With one hand braced against the table, he spoke with a solemn tone. "I detest idle chatter. For the honor of our soldiers and for the medals upon your shoulders, I expect you to perform your duties diligently. Whoever can uncover a lead on the perfect bloodline or capture that wretched Magneto shall be promoted to my first assistant. Do you understand? Gentlemen, a bright future lies before us. I simply wish to avoid standing before the Secretary of Defense without anything to say." With that, the meeting was adjourned, and the general added, "I hope you honor the glory of the federal soldiers. Jim, remain behind." A throng of senior officers departed the conference room at a near sprint, as if Ross's words had injected them with a potent stimulant. Even a neutered old dog could suddenly leap onto the back of a female dog. Damn it, the position of first assistant? That was essentially 1 foot in the realm of the generals. With a fair chance for all, an opportunity for rapid advancement lay before them, and they would not squander a single moment. Jim stood up, slightly apprehensive, and inquired of the general, "Is there a problem?" General Loren closed the door to the conference room, and it was only then that Jim realized the gravity of the situation. He hurried over as General Ross shook his head and said, "Jim, what did Strick say?" Colonel Strick indicated that he required additional time. Jim, a bit uneasy, responded, "When the aircraft crashed, some components of the brainwave enhancer were damaged. However, Strick has assured me that he can repair those parts within a week at most. Once that is accomplished, no matter where Bruce Banner is hiding, we will be able to locate him with precision." A faint smile finally graced General Ross's typically stern countenance. "Good, at least we have some positive news. Inform Strick that he has only 3 days." Jim chuckled in agreement, then cautiously added, "General, I have uncovered something." Before he could elaborate, a sudden knock interrupted him. Ross raised his hand slightly, and Jim promptly closed his mouth, understanding the unspoken cue. "Come in, General. Senator Clay has arrived from the President's office and wishes to see you. He has been dispatched to inquire about the progress of the Sunflower Project." A young female soldier pushed open the door and saluted. Ross furrowed his brow slightly. While he could disregard S.H.I.E.L.D., he could not dismiss Senator Clay, who had come from the President's office. "Jim, you step outside. Alice, please allow Senator Clay to enter." "Yes, General." Jim saluted and exited, only to encounter Senator Clay, whose blonde hair, thin lips, and polished demeanor were complemented by his glasses as he respectfully nodded his head. Had it not been for the intelligence provided by Loren, one would never suspect that this Senator Clay was, in fact, a disguised mutant. Mutants, indeed, were all monsters. A chill crept from the crown of Jim's head down to the tips of his toes. He managed a dry smile before hastily making his exit. Upon leaving the conference room, several of his junior officers hurriedly approached. A slightly portly man with a receding hairline whispered, "Boss, what good news do we have? Why did the general keep you? Are we on some secret mission?" "Good news? Huh?" Jim scoffed, glancing back at General Ross's conference room, feeling a surge of eagerness. There was only one person inside. This could be a splendid opportunity. Jim quietly asked, "Billy, how many of us are here?" The chubby man, Billy, widened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings before whispering, "Boss, there are a dozen of us. Is there really a secret mission?" Jim feigned nonchalance, urging those nearby to move along. Once they were alone, he spoke with a hint of excitement. "Are we all armed? I have a confidential tip-off. Would you dare join me for a heist? If it succeeds, everyone will be promoted and wealthy." "Guns. Boss, we're in the Pentagon," Billy exclaimed in a hushed tone. Especially after the Magneto incident, security here was so tight that not even a mosquito could enter. Their positions did not permit them to carry weapons inside. Jim furrowed his brow, and after a brief moment, Billy suddenly whispered, "Chief, I have a friend at the building's security. If we send them an emergency signal, we could borrow some personnel from security." Would 2 teams suffice?" Jim grinned with excitement. "Damn it, Billy, you clever rascal. You deserve a significant share of the credit this time." In the conference room, General Ross was engaged in a verbal sparring match with Senator Clay. "Hey, Senator, the upcoming operation involves military-grade secrets. For your sake, it would be best if you refrained from participating. I will report directly to the president's office." Just then, a knock echoed through the room, and Jim entered, pushing the door open. "General, we have a bit of an emergency." General Ross glanced up at Jim, his expression one of admiration. At last, a perceptive subordinate had arrived to assist him. The general quickly rose, nodding, and almost without granting Senator Clay any time to ponder. He spoke in a tone that suggested it was time for the senator to leave. "Senator, you see, everything has become a chaotic mess lately, and I have a multitude of matters awaiting my attention." Senator Clay regarded Jim with a resigned shrug. "All right, fine, but the president is quite concerned about this initiative, and I believe he would like to see a detailed mission report immediately." The senator stepped forward, extending his hand in a gentlemanly manner. "Stay right there," Major Jim interjected, stepping in front of General Ross. The senator halted, confronted by the ominous barrel of a gun. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted as a dozen burly men stormed in, weapons drawn. "Major Jim, what are you doing?" General Ross inquired, his brow knitted in disapproval. "What is the meaning of this? Are you attacking a federal senator?" Senator Clay asked coldly. "General, we have uncovered information indicating that Senator Clay perished during the mutant attack on Congress 3 years ago. The individual before us is a mutant in disguise, is it not, Miss Mystique?" A flicker of surprise crossed Senator Clay's eyes. Unfazed by the weapons aimed at her, she merely covered her mouth with a giggle, her alluring demeanor juxtaposed with the senator's appearance, creating a rather bizarre tableau. "Ah, it seems the military isn't entirely inept." Raven clapped her hands together, laughing. "But do you truly believe that such a handful of humans could capture me?" As soon as the words left her lips, her skin began to grotesquely transform into blue scales adorned with dark spots, her hair shifting from black to a deep burgundy, with small, scale-like protrusions appearing on her forehead and cheeks. It was as if a devil from the pages of the Bible had emerged, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. In that instant, Mystique sprang into action, her agility extraordinary as she lunged toward General Ross. Jim instinctively squeezed the trigger, yet Mystique remained unscathed. A groan escaped her nostrils as her body, exhibiting an agility and flexibility far beyond that of an ordinary human, narrowly evaded the bullet. Although it failed to strike a vital area, it still caused a spray of crimson from her chest, a rather unfortunate consequence given her voluptuous figure. Eerie yet remarkably swift. After her plan to take General Ross hostage failed, she maneuvered close to the ground, displaying a dexterity that was almost superhuman as she darted and dodged within the conference room. All weapons discharged simultaneously, leaving her scarcely a moment to breathe. With a whoosh, 2 more bullets pierced through her form, the metallic tang of blood lingering in the air. Mystique continued to roll and evade. Candidly, direct confrontations were not her forte. Had it been Azazel, Logan, or even Toad, they could have easily captured General Ross. However, she found herself thoroughly overpowered and injured. Prolonging this skirmish would only deteriorate her situation, especially within the Pentagon's confines. Mystique could not fathom where her disguise had faltered. She had always held unwavering confidence in her shape-shifting abilities. Curse it, how on earth did they discover her? It seemed her only recourse regarding Charles' whereabouts would require an alternative strategy. Yet now was not the time for such considerations. She hurled a black sphere to the ground, which shattered upon impact, revealing a smoke bomb. Coughing, she shouted, "Protect the general." Dense, acrid smoke rapidly enveloped the area, obscuring vision and rendering all present hesitant to fire their weapons. The Brotherhood of Mutants sends its regards, General Ross. I am Raven, but you may call me Mystique. Remember, if the persecution of mutants does not cease, this war shall never conclude. Her raspy voice resonated through the smoke, imbued with a peculiar allure. As the haze dissipated, Mystique's presence had vanished. Had she fled? Or had she assumed another guise? Well done, Jim, General Ross remarked, his expression darkening to an extreme. Even the president's closest confidants have been infiltrated by mutants. Who can we trust now? He withdrew a handkerchief from his pocket, meticulously collecting the blood spilled by Mystique, stowing it away with a grimace. She is wounded. Lock down the building and search everyone. They must pay for their actions. Chapter 15. A new model. The pale light of dawn gradually emerged in the eastern sky, illuminating the surroundings. On Washington's famed Pennsylvania Avenue, citizens opposing mutants rallied, brandishing flags and banners, burning monstrous masks in a fervent demonstration. Among the crowd, a man clad in a white tank top and baseball cap appeared innocuous, until a figure named Dakin emerged from the throng, seizing him abruptly. The man, pulled into the van, removed his hat, and, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "Oh God, Dakin, must we truly meet in person? The risks are far too great." Dakin, with a dismissive smirk, retorted, "What do you propose as a safer alternative? A phone call? A fax? The internet? Or shall I pay you a visit bearing gifts?" Jim's expression stiffened as he shook his head in resignation. Indeed, while America incessantly trumpets freedom and privacy, the truth remains that it is one of the most rigorously monitored nations in the world, with emails, mobile phones, networks, and cameras omnipresent, leaving everyone under constant surveillance. Loren chuckled, stating, "Old methods turn out to be the safest, Colonel Jim. Congratulations." Due to the discovery of a shape-shifting female mutant infiltrating the White House, Jim not only received a promotion, but also verbal commendation from the president's office. Naturally, all of this was conducted discreetly. After all, the revelation that a senator had been replaced by a mutant would bring great embarrassment to the U.S. government. Jim beamed, rubbing his hands together, and remarked, "Heavens, this is all thanks to your guidance." Dakin, rolling his eyes in annoyance, rendered Jim speechless, the words dying on his lips in awkward silence. Dakin then retrieved a pen and paper from his pocket, swiftly jotting down several lines of numbers, and cautiously looked at Loren. "Mr. Loren, these are the latitude and longitude coordinates for the Bluefin. Strike's latest laboratory is aboard this cruiser, and they will remain within a 50-mile radius for the next month." After a brief pause, Jim eagerly added, "In 3 days, a shipment of equipment will be sent to the Bluefin submarine, and I will be responsible for its escort. Here are the time and location of departure." Loren nodded in satisfaction, tucking the paper into his pocket, and said warmly, "Well done, Jim. I knew you were a capable fellow." "At your service," Jim replied, bowing slightly, his mind swirling with doubts and curses, yet his face adorned with a mask of humility. He was now bound to Loren's ship. While his demise might not spell the end for Loren, should Loren encounter peril, Jim knew he would not survive. "Of course, as a token of appreciation for your efforts, I have prepared a gift for you." Loren produced a crumpled napkin from his pocket, emblazoned with the logo of Lucky Fast Food, and handed it to Jim. Jim gazed at the address hastily scribbled in pencil on the napkin. He recognized the location, a high-end hotel just a block away from the Pentagon. Renowned for its discretion and lavish decor, often frequented by military brass for clandestine discussions, invariably accompanied by one or more attractive secretaries. Jim's eyes darted with uncertainty, pondering Loren's intentions. With a snap of his fingers, Loren grinned and said, "Gentlemen, who is the one individual the federal military is most eager to capture right now? Indeed, Magneto is concealing himself there. However, I advise you to refrain from disturbing him until you possess sufficient assurance, for he is accompanied by a formidable mutant capable of traversing the globe at will." Jim gasped, incredulous, exclaiming, "Magneto? My goodness, how did you find him?" "The federal intelligence agencies have failed to uncover any trace of him." With trembling hands, he carefully folded the crumpled napkin and tucked it away with utmost reverence, his demeanor reminiscent of someone preserving a cherished heirloom left by a beloved grandmother. First assistant. Fortune arrives so unexpectedly. Jim felt as though, in that moment, Lauren embodied the very essence of divinity. Ah, no. How can that wretched deity, who causes unwed pregnancies, be compared to the illustrious Mr. Lauren? Lauren chuckled impudently, asserting, evidently, many of your intelligence agencies are a disservice to the taxpayers funding their salaries, while I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. And in certain aspects of intelligence, our capabilities far exceed those of federal officials. Huh. Praise S.H.I.E.L.D. Jim could no longer conceal his excitement. Speaking rapidly, now, I must devise a specific action plan. How should I report to the general? Lauren interjected. That shapeshifter was injured, was she not? Treatment for gunshot wounds at a federal hospital will certainly be documented. You understand the implications of underground medics, correct? From this lead, Jim eagerly nodded, fully endorsing the suggestion, his mind racing to organize all the details. With a devilish grin, Lauren retrieved an exquisite silver briefcase from beneath the van's seat. Handing it to Jim with a smile, this contains a sample of the perfect blood. Following the raid, you simply need to unexpectedly discover it and deliver it to General Ross. Jim paused momentarily. Perfect blood? Lauren smiled kindly, winking as he replied, indeed, the perfect blood. Mystique infiltrated the Pentagon to obtain military transportation information regarding the perfect blood, which was subsequently seized by Magneto's subordinates. Hence, a sample of the perfect blood should be present at his residence, should it not? Jim's realization dawned upon him, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. The seizure of the perfect blood was undoubtedly orchestrated by Magneto's minions, those nefarious scoundrels. Lauren beamed. As long as this small briefcase is discovered at Magneto's lair, it will be akin to smearing yellow mud in his trousers. It may not be excrement, but it will surely bear the same implication. The cost incurred is but a mere drop of blood affixed to the specimen slot. Lauren harbored no concerns regarding Jim's propensity to betray him. A greedy rogue such as him would seize the opportunity for advancement and wealth presented before him, without requiring further persuasion, akin to a famished wolf clinging tenaciously to its prey. He dispatched Jim into the throngs of people, while Deacon ducked back into the vehicle, inquiring curiously, Boss, how did you ascertain Magneto's whereabouts? I must express my gratitude to Azazel. I have recently completed a new diminutive model. With a gleeful smile, Lauren spread his hands, and a swirling mass of verdant mist expanded rapidly in his palm until it writhed to the size of a fist. Slightly discontented, Lauren remarked on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s ongoing struggle with the nanobot project, lamenting that it was merely a first-generation product. Furthermore, his body's energy reserves were insufficient. Otherwise, he could have dispatched that wretched Azazel yesterday. Nanobots? Daikin stared intently at the mist in Lauren's palm. Although the name sounded unimpressive, his primal combat instinct warned him that it was best not to come into contact with such a thing. He licked his lips and drew his pistol from its holster, hurling it into the green mist. The gun melted away silently, akin to wax engulfed in flames, at a speed that sent chills down his spine. Daikin shuddered and instinctively stepped back, muttering a curse. Heaven forbid, keep that thing away from me. Rest assured, this is merely the first-generation model. It cannot penetrate your iron bones just yet. Unless I were to analyze your bones, if I could decipher the properties of adamantium, I could imbue the nanobots with its material. At that point, they would effortlessly consume most substances on Earth. Although these little things lack combat prowess at the moment, they are excellent for tracking and eavesdropping. Even someone as formidable as Magneto would be unable to detect the minute particles I have contaminated Azazel's hair with. Lauren chuckled, as the green mist in his palm vanished, as if by magic. The S.H.I.E.L.D. nanobot project had been initiated during the Cold War, overseen by the Hydra senior operative, Agent Carson. Lauren's petite girlfriend, Emma, was one of the researchers involved in this project. Originally, Hydra had high hopes for this initiative. However, years ago, the project's most pivotal researcher, Ant-Man Hank Pym, furiously withdrew from S.H.I.E.L.D. due to personal grievances with Carson, subsequently founding Pym Technologies. Since then, despite continuous technological advancements, the mechanical insects could only be miniaturized to a centimeter scale, unable to shrink further. The internal structure was too intricate and delicate, and the existing manufacturing processes could not achieve a nanoscopic level. Even after more than a decade, the technological barrier remained unbroken. In contrast, Lauren's modeling space did not suffer from such hindrances. He merely needed to construct the model and then proportionally reduce it to easily surpass this limitation. Thus, although S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nanobot project was far from completion, Lauren had begun applying the first generation of nanobots, leveraging the advantages of his modeling space. And they had become one of his trump cards. Daikon slumped helplessly in his seat, groaning, "Boss, it hasn't been long, yet your strength has increased." Daikon had long since abandoned the impossible notion of defeating his superior, but as their power disparity widened, the feeling of helplessness grew increasingly unbearable. After a brief moment, Daikon identified a new target and, with a warlike grin, inquired, "Boss, what is the strength of that Azazel?" Loren, aware of the combative nature of his companion, smirked and replied, "If we disregard his teleportation ability, you could easily tear him to shreds. However, that ability poses a challenge, as attacks come without warning and preparation. In a direct confrontation, both of you would likely find it difficult to defeat one another. Well, of course, once you assimilate the teleportation ability, dispatching him will be effortless." Daikon licked his lips, leaped up eagerly, and asked, "When shall we seek out that blue sprite?" Finding a mutant with teleportation abilities is no trivial task. Loren withdrew a piece of paper from his pocket and smiled. Previously, it may have seemed troublesome, but now we possess an excellent bargaining chip. I have yet to explore the sewers of New York. Are you going to seek the White Ghost? Daikon quickly realized, his mouth agape. Loren nodded with a grin. We need to relay information about Professor Charles to the X-Men and Magneto, and now this is exclusive news. Naturally, I intend to exchange it for something of value. Chapter 16. The White Ghost. Caliban. New York's subway and sewer systems form a vast and intricate underground world. The visibility here is low, the ground is damp and slippery, and the average citizen rarely glimpses the sights of this subterranean kingdom. Yet, it is very much a part of the city. A paradise for all manner of creatures that dwell in the shadows. Clad in black raincoats, Loren and his companions swiftly navigated the expansive sewers of this underworld. Familiar with the surroundings, Daikon adeptly guided Loren through the convoluted tunnels, eventually emerging into a noisy, open space. Before them stood a bar in this underground realm, where music blared so loudly it threatened to rupture eardrums. Hundreds of unseen creatures congregated, indulging in drunkenness, drug use, brawling, promiscuity, and all manner of debauchery, essentially everything that could occur, save for the strict prohibition against causing fatalities. In the center of the bar, within an octagonal iron cage, a muscular creature covered in spikes was engaged in a frenzied brawl with a werewolf towering over 2 meters tall. This primal and savage spectacle involved bone-crushing collisions and sprays of blood as the throng of onlookers, men and women with flushed faces, cheered wildly, brandishing bottles of the cheapest spirits and stomping their feet upon the filthy ground. Violence, bloodshed, chaos. A group of men soon noticed the unfamiliar faces and approached with laughter, but were swiftly sent flying by Daikon's fist. Loren smirked, whispering, "This hellish place is nothing short of paradise." Daikon seized a bottle of spirits from a nearby barmaid, slipping $100 bill into the deep crevice formed by her 2 small handkerchiefs. He tilted his head back and took a hearty swig of the potent liquor, letting out a satisfying belch. "This is the territory of the White Ghost. He will come looking for us. Boss, I must warn you, I am not particularly welcomed here." A corpulent, astonishingly large white man, bald and disheveled, yet sporting a meticulously groomed, thick white beard, was reveling with a few companions when he caught sight of Daikon. His expression darkened abruptly, turning a sickly shade of green as he clenched his teeth and approached. "Daikon, you wretched bastard, how dare you show your face before me?" Daikon, with a resigned shrug towards Loren, grinned widely. "Ah, dear big fool, your beard looks splendid. I told you it would grow back. You're dead today, bastard." The giant snarled, cracking his knuckles ominously as he strode towards Loren and Daikon. "Return to your drink, or I shall knock the excrement out of you." Loren interjected with a chuckle, deliberately exuding an aura of danger. Daikon chimed in, feigning bravado, "And then I shall send you into the muck." Cautiously, the giant halted, realizing that those who frequented this bar were often vicious individuals. He sensed the perilous atmosphere surrounding Loren, far more menacing than that of the lunatic he encountered in a Canadian bar 3 years prior. "Damn it," he muttered, awkwardly clearing his throat as he hesitated to retreat. Just then, several figures emerged silently from the crowd. "This is the Morlock Bar. You are all my guests. And guests are not permitted to engage in conflict within my establishment." A pale-skinned, bald man, tall and lanky with bulging eyes, resembled a desiccated corpse, yet donned an ostentatious silk suit adorned with extravagant rings encrusted with various gemstones. "Huh, Caliban, it has indeed been a long time," Daikon exclaimed, extending his arms in greeting. Caliban rolled his eyes coldly. "Since you caused me to lose 30 million in diamonds, borrowed information from me, and brought me several troubles, it has been quite a while." Daikon awkwardly rubbed his nose. Caliban then turned to Loren, exaggeratedly bowing before him with a broad smile. But you are different. I sense the aroma of grand business about you. Caliban always welcomes individuals like yourself. Please, allow me to escort you, Mr. Loren. Loren smiled, recognizing a clever man who understood when to showcase his strength. Caliban's reception room was as flamboyant as he was, with golden wallpaper and ostentatious decorations embedded with gold and various gemstones. A statuesque beauty with raven hair poured 3 glasses of whiskey with an impassive expression before silently standing behind Caliban, her keen gaze suggesting unwavering loyalty as a sentinel. Caliban gestured for him to take a seat, casually inviting him to do so. I appreciate individuals like you, Mr. Loren. Every time someone like you visits, my goodness, it translates to a mountain of cash. Loren reclined on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a delicate smoke ring, stating nonchalantly, Cash? Heh, Mr. Caliban. I've heard from Deacon that you can procure any information here and are also willing to pay handsomely for exclusive intel. Caliban, understanding the insinuation, grinned widely and replied, Indeed, every piece of information possesses its own worth. If you can present me with anything I am unaware of, I assure you, I shall offer an absolutely reasonable price. Loren nodded. Then tell me, how much is the whereabouts of Professor Charles worth? Caliban's hand, holding the wine glass, trembled involuntarily as his gray eyes fixed on Loren. He licked his lips and cautiously said, Professor Charles? That is significant news. Many are eager to learn of his whereabouts. Well, I could offer $100 million for that information. Loren regarded Caliban with a composed smile. $100 million? $100 million? Deacon's eyes widened, doubting whether this man was indeed the miserly Caliban he knew. Loren extinguished his cigarette with force, leaning forward with keen interest. $100 million? Heh, Mr. Caliban. Deacon didn't he mention you were such a generous gentleman? What compels you to offer such a lofty sum? The value of A.S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent warrants that price, Caliban replied matter-of-factly, spreading his hands. I am a businessman. I evaluate everything in monetary terms. Thus, I desire to cultivate friendships with individuals of your formidable stature. Your frequent visits to my humble abode would greatly benefit my business. Loren narrowed his eyes slightly, grinning cheerfully. Mr. Caliban, your exceptional intelligence capabilities are indeed admirable. Huh. Well, I am equally eager to maintain a long-term collaboration with someone like you. $100 million? While it is enticing, I am not overly fixated on wealth. I wish to exchange the information about Charles for another piece of intel. Caliban laughed. What would you like to know? Loren smiled. The mutant who attempted to assassinate the president, that blue-skinned fellow. I need to know his precise location. Caliban looked at Loren with surprise until Loren slightly frowned, prompting him to chuckle hurriedly. That blue-skinned fellow is quite the hot topic lately. I know where he is. However, the value of these 2 pieces of information does not equate. Loren made a subtle gesture, smiling as he replied, No problem. I consider this a gift for a friend. Especially since Deacon still owes you quite a bit, does he not? Caliban nodded, laughing, and then signaled to a dark-haired beauty to bring paper and pen, quickly jotting down an address to hand over to Loren. Well then, it seems Deacon has found himself a commendable boss. This is the location he currently inhabits. I advise you to hurry, as this little fellow may escape to another place in the blink of an eye. Additionally, I can offer you another piece of information. The Red Devil has been relentlessly pursuing that lad. Loren nodded, acknowledging this fact. Haha, if I encounter Azazel, I believe he will be delighted to see me. Under Caliban's eager gaze, Loren inscribed the name of the great catfish and its current coordinates on the paper he handed over. Caliban promptly pocketed the note, contemplating before stating, Well, since you seem unconcerned about Azazel, I feel compelled to remind you. Loren nodded again. Caliban, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, It is not only Azazel who has taken an interest in that lad. There is another group as well. Intrigued, Loren inquired, Another group? If it were the war police, Caliban, a businessman such as yourself would not be so cryptic. Suddenly, Caliban burst into laughter. Do you believe in spirits, Mr. Loren? Loren paused, shaking his head in bemusement. No, I am an atheist. I firmly believe that even if what we call gods do exist, they are merely a more powerful breed of beings. Caliban nodded in complete agreement, whispering, It is said, merely said, that Azazel belongs to an ancient lineage birthed in hell. And on earth, there exists their adversary, another group of guardians, servants of God, or something of that nature, a mysterious organization. A little brother of mine, well, a human, a homeless vagabond, the kind that wouldn't attract a second glance from passers-by, traded this information with me for a fine bottle of wine. And they too have set their sights on that lad. Haha, of course, This is merely a legend. Perhaps that scoundrel was hallucinating due to his drug addiction. Who can tell? Loren felt a genuine shock. This white devil, Caliban, was indeed one of the most renowned information brokers in the mutant and underground world. Having unearthed some clues regarding the existence of those enigmatic sorcerers from Kamartaj, Loren's expression remained impassive as he applauded and said, "Thank you for your information, Mr. Caliban. We will exercise utmost caution. Your ability to gather intelligence astounds me. I believe it is indeed imperative that we establish a long-term cooperative relationship." Haha. Caliban exhaled lightly. "Not a problem at all, Mr. Loren. I am most willing to maintain a cooperative relationship with someone as well-informed as you." Standing up, Loren nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Caliban. Thus, it is settled. My objectives have been achieved, and our transaction has been delightful. Naturally, I trust you will not disclose that I provided you with this intelligence." Caliban nodded repeatedly, smiling. "Our principle at Mockley is to never reveal the identity of our informants, so you may rest easy." Loren squinted, smiling as he nodded in agreement. As Loren and Daikin departed, Caliban extracted a note from his pocket, planting 2 fervent kisses upon it, and exuberantly declared to the lovely companion beside him, "Becky, inform Azazel that I have uncovered Charles's whereabouts. He must prepare the payment immediately as per our agreed terms. And that miser, Logan. Never mind. I shall contact Gretchen directly. At least Charles left her a substantial sum of cash." With excitement, he pressed his lips together and lowered his voice, adding, "Furthermore, notify Black Emperor that Magneto will be appearing at this location within the month." One piece of intelligence, and I've resolved 3 business dealings. I truly am a genius at making money. Becky nodded, her expression grave, and remarked, "Caliban, I sense a disturbing aura emanating from that man, Loren." "Fear not, Becky. I am no fool. I would never provoke that fellow. You know that I am more cautious than anyone," Caliban interrupted, raising his leg in a relaxed manner, savoring a sip of exquisite wine, and muttering to himself, "That Mr. Loren, besides being A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, seems to possess another layer of background. But what concern is that of ours? There are countless individuals with mysterious backgrounds in this world, and I am well aware of the types of information we must avoid. We are here solely to profit. I have no desire to offend those perilous organizations." As Caliban jubilantly raised his glass in celebration, a faint green hue dissipated from the sofa where Loren had just been seated. "Black Emperor? Kamartaj. Caliban's waters run deep. At that moment, Loren lingered not far from the bar, in the shadows of a nearby sewer, squinting slightly with a radiant smile gracing his face as he spoke to the warming Daikin. "Well then, the operation is cancelled. Partnering with a clever individual and such an informed intelligence dealer is not a misfortune for us at this juncture. If he truly uncovers anything, I suspect the organization will act swiftly to eliminate everyone here. Quite simple, isn't it? Even if it means flattening much of New York." Chapter 17. Spirits of Hell and Sorcerer's Night, adorned with resplendent stars. The thoroughfare through the wilderness bustled with incessant traffic. A red vintage pickup, ubiquitous across the American landscape, gradually came to a halt by the roadside. 2 men descended from the vehicle, cursing the weather as they lifted the smoking hood and began to toil over the engine. Not far from the road stood an old church, weathered by the ravages of time. Its structure, once grand and magnificent, now lay in disrepair, its former splendor buried beneath the sands of time, appearing quite dilapidated and likely abandoned for many years. In the darkness outside the church, the ground slowly rose, the soil gradually coalescing into a human form, ultimately transforming into a burly, bald figure clad in a leather jacket. With a coarse grunt, he exclaimed, "How much longer must we foolishly wait here? Wind Demon, we could easily charge in and seize that little one. You? Do not forget, he has inherited Azazel's powers." A peculiar black wind swirled around him for several moments before settling at his side, transforming into a man clad in a woolen coat, his hair disheveled and his body covered in dust. His voice resembled a cacophony of winds, infused with an ethereal quality. Azazel merely instructed us to observe him. Charging in would only frighten him away. The earth demon scoffed and spat towards the church's direction, exclaiming, "How utterly ridiculous! The descendant of Azazel, a fervent believer in God. If this news reaches hell, they will be beside themselves with laughter." The wind demon concurred, baring his teeth in a grin. On the roadside, 2 men were engaged in whispering while repairing a vehicle, unnoticed by anyone, for such occurrences were all too commonplace. Despite the night, the moonlight and their equipment allowed them to discern any activity within a kilometer of the area. Daikin inquired of his leader, "What are those 2? Mutants?" Lauren chuckled softly, responding in a hushed tone. No, if I am not mistaken, they are malevolent spirits that have escaped from hell. This indeed suggests that Azazel has significant ties to the underworld. There are only the two of them, boss. Shall we take action? Daikin asked eagerly. Take action? Not so fast, not so fast. Lauren couldn't suppress a smile as he whispered, let us not forget our principle. When it is possible to observe without intervening, we shall do so. We should watch the spectacle for now. The mage from Comitege is yet to make an appearance. Moreover, our weapons would pose a challenge against those two beings. Lauren quietly assessed that both he and Daikin predominantly wielded scientific powers, while the two adversaries belonged to the realm of magic. Engaging them, and then colliding with the mage from Comitege would be quite amusing. And I certainly do not wish to play the role of a mantis or a yellowbird. Daikin nodded resignedly. His usual approach was straightforward and uncomplicated. Whatever lay ahead, he would simply cut through it. However, since teaming up with Lauren, he had encountered fewer life-threatening situations, and injuries had become a rarity. Just as the leader often quipped. Why take risks oneself? Time passed steadily, and soon it was deep into the night. The more vigilant wind demon suddenly exhibited a subtle change in demeanor, reaching out to grasp the air in the wind, bringing it to his nose and frowning slightly. Something feels amiss, soul, we should leave. Before the wind demon could finish his thought, a clear and melodious voice interjected, now you wish to leave? It is too late. Two malevolent souls, having escaped from hell, dared to brazenly traverse the realm of mortals. A brilliant golden light coalesced into a long sword that hurtled forth, crashing into the earth demon with a thunderous impact. The unprepared earth demon let out a wretched scream as a significant portion of his body was obliterated, flung several meters away, the wound searing with golden energy. Fine grains of sand cascading down, resembling a peculiar form of blood. Wild, save me. The earth demon collapsed and writhed on the ground, golden energy coursing through its body like charred soil, emitting a pitiful wail that spoke volumes of its agony. The wind demon howled, swiftly transforming into a swirling black tempest. Suspended in the air, its upper half took on a human form, while its lower half flowed like the wind, creating an eerie spectacle. It dared not glance at its companion's plight, whispering nervously, damn the mage. We have not violated any regulations. Why must you meddle? Brilliant golden lights swirled and expanded in the night, revealing two figures. One, a delicate young girl clad in a white robe, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The other, a tall figure in a black robe, exuding a calm indifference. The black-robed man coldly commanded, return to hell. Upon seeing the dark-cloaked mage, the wind demon was momentarily taken aback, retreating slowly while shaking its head. What the hell? We did nothing wrong. Why would a black-robed mage come here? Damn it. I can handle a white-robed mage, but the black one, how about you take care of that foolish earth demon and let me go? I promise I won't cause any trouble. Hell, I have no intention of returning to that wretched place. The slighted white-robed girl wore an expression of discontent, her arms outstretched as two circular golden magic circles materialized in her palms. With a disdainful snort, she declared, we shall not negotiate with filthy souls. Accept your judgment. To hell with your judgment. The wind demon spat, and in the next moment, it transformed into a black whirlwind and fled, its body defying physical resistance as it accelerated to an extraordinary speed, truly resembling a gust of wind, vanishing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Is it really fleeing just like that? The white-robed girl was taken aback. As a novice mage, she had not expected this infernal spirit to so readily abandon its companion. The black man smirked knowingly, casting a scornful glance at the earth demon as he raised his hand to summon a magic circle. A thick beam of golden light shot forth, striking the earth demon with a resounding impact. Its cries abruptly ceased as its body withered, eventually dissipating into dust. The black-robed mage smiled with satisfaction, his gaze falling upon the dark and foreboding church. He coolly instructed, you go and eliminate the little demon inside. I will handle this infernal spirit. The white-robed girl nodded solemnly, while the black-robed mage leapt into the air, astonishingly able to tread upon the void, pursuing the fleeing wind demon at a speed surpassing that of the tempest, leaving behind a series of fading golden footprints in the air. Not far away, Loren observed the power of the golden light sword, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. It was truly humanoid, complete with a burning effect. Only when the black-robed mage had pursued the wind demon did he breathe a sigh of relief, muttering softly, damn, is this the power of the Karmathic mages? Loren assessed the situation and concluded that he would likely struggle to withstand the intensity of the recent assault. If that dark-robed sorcerer remained present, he would prefer to abandon this plan or consider other sources of mutant blood, as the risk was simply too great. Dakin, with his crimson tongue licking his lips, inquired softly, "Boss, is that the sorcerer from Kamartaj? They appear to possess immense power. I have never heard of them before." Laurent replied in a hushed tone. "The duty of Kamartaj is to eliminate the monsters that breach our realm from alternate dimensions. They generally do not interfere with local affairs." Dakin nodded, half comprehending, and Laurent continued. "Prepare for action, be swift, and leave no trace. I have no desire to be pursued by Kamartaj. They possess thousands of such sorcerers, each capable of crushing us into oblivion. Do you understand?" Dakin nodded solemnly, and then a delicate, thin membrane emerged from Laurent's fingertips, unfurling in the wind to envelop them both. In an instant, they became increasingly transparent, vanishing from sight. This was the latest product of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technical department. Background projection material designed for crafting specialized cloaking combat suits and aircraft shells. Much like a chameleon's skin, it projected the scenery behind them, achieving the effect of concealment. Chapter 18. The scapegoat. The exterior of the church appeared quite dilapidated, but the interior was even more worn. The evening breeze whistled through the broken eaves, producing a ghostly wail. A young girl in white, pinching her nose, entered the church. For the ground was littered with bird droppings, and a suffocating stench permeated the air. A flock of birds erupted in a flurry, and in the darkness, a figure, fervently kneeling before the crucifix, vanished suddenly, akin to a startled squirrel. "Get out! Get out! I am a messenger of the demon, a descendant of the devil. Leave this place. I wish to harm no one. Depart, or else." The menacing voice shifted locations, echoing from the church's shadowy corners, projecting an overwhelming presence. "Or else what? The malevolent blood that seeps from hell into the human realm. Beings like you will only bring calamity to earth and must be eradicated." The girl in white scoffed haughtily, swiftly pinpointing the Nightcrawler's position. With practiced ease, she completed her incantation, causing a golden sphere of energy to explode. Crashing down upon the lurking Nightcrawler, he let out a pained cry as flesh and blood scattered from his back, tumbling from the church's beams. "Do not kill me. I do not wish to harm anyone." The young mutant screamed in terror, instinctively attempting to escape. However, for gleaming golden sigils materialized around him, and golden ropes emerged, ensnaring his limbs and neck tightly, digging into his flesh and emitting a sizzling sound. Thud! The Nightcrawler's body did not vanish as it usually did. Instead, it crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His head struck the corner of a pew, and as his eyes rolled back, he promptly lost consciousness. The maiden clad in white gazed intently at the motionless figure of the Nightwalker on the ground, her heart racing as she confirmed that he was indeed unconscious. A radiant smile blossomed on her face. It was all too simple. How delightful! There was no need for Master Morton's assistance. By vanquishing this demon of earthly lineage, I shall ascend to the rank of a scarlet mage. Just as the girl raised her luminous blade, poised to sever the Nightwalker's neck, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Loren's silhouette materialized behind her like a specter, unnoticed, as he swiftly plunged a sinisterly glowing red dagger into her heart. Loren was not particularly accustomed to such treacherous methods of combat, but since he had chosen to wield a Azazel's dagger, it was only fitting to employ his preferred means of murder, creating a complete tableau of retribution. Indeed, Loren was prepared to let Azazel bear the blame for this transgression. For how dare Azazel stab him in the back? Such was his nature. One was utterly unguarded, the other deliberately ambushed. Though the mages wielded formidable powers, their physical prowess was only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person, perhaps 3 to 5 times stronger. Moreover, the white-clad maiden was but a novice among the white mages. As the dagger pierced her heart, a jolt of shock coursed through her, and instinctively, she began to murmur an incantation. Yet, a wave of sinister, searing energy surged from the icy blade, permeating her being. In an instant, her chant was silenced. The mana she had cultivated over the years dissipated, leaving her no chance to escape even the grasp of her own soul. Her gaze dimmed, the once radiant glow of her skin faded, and her body crumpled lifelessly to the ground. With a swift, decisive strike, the frigid dagger began to warm slightly, and Loren was elated to discover that the material of Azazel's dagger harbored an eerily potent force. As the white-clad maiden succumbed to her fate, Dakin, enshrouded in a black cloak, hastily approached the fallen Nightwalker. With deft hands, he inserted blood collection vials into the cerulean skin, filling 3 tubes with blood in the blink of an eye. The dagger struck true, piercing all the vital points on the maiden's form, and only then did Loren feel reassured. He swiftly liberated the dark golden ring from her finger and whispered urgently, Let us depart. Reluctantly, Daikin halted his actions, and Loren activated his cloaking veil once more, causing the two to vanish from the church in an instant, speeding away with utmost haste. In less than half a minute, the old red pickup truck, previously stalled by the roadside, roared to life and sped onto the highway, merging seamlessly into the bustling flow of traffic. Just seconds after their disappearance, the Nightwalker, who had been rendered unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. As he opened his eyes, the lifeless visage of the maiden met his gaze, her eyes devoid of life, staring blankly at him. A piercing scream of terror escaped the Nightwalker as he sprang to his feet, panic-stricken and stumbling backward, frantically invoking the name of God before vanishing without a trace, unsure of where he had teleported next. Approximately 1 minute later, a golden swirling portal blossomed within the church, and the tall figure of the robed sorcerer Modu emerged, an air of disdain etched upon his face. A mere hell spirit, how could it possibly evade his relentless pursuit? In the next moment, his gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the young girl sprawled on the ground, and his expression shifted dramatically as he let out a furious roar and lunged forward. Melinda, no? Modu had never anticipated that any hell spirit would possess the audacity to harm a sorcerer of Kamartaj. The once radiant visage of the girl, filled with youthful collagen, now lay dull and lifeless. Modu unleashed several healing incantations, golden light cascading down, yet the frigid body remained unresponsive. Who did this? Who? His eyes widened with fury as immense magical energy erupted from his being, sweeping through the church like a tempest, obliterating the decayed furniture and statues. Modu dashed out of the church, only to find the wilderness silent, the road bustling with traffic, everything seemingly unchanged, devoid of any trace. Returning to the church, Modu began to murmur an unknown incantation. Wisps of mist materialized, and as if time were reversing, the blurred images of the recent events within the church reappeared. His teeth ground together in fury as he beheld the scene unfold. An ominous figure emerged behind Melinda, eyes wide as a crooked dagger plunged into her heart. The assailant's face was obscured, rendering their appearance indistinguishable, save for the dagger, which stood out with alarming clarity. Modu pressed his palm against the girl's chest, his heavy lips slowly uttering a complex string of incantations. In the name of the sorcerer Modu, I summon your departed soul. A powerful sorcerer can communicate with spirits. Though Modu could not resurrect the deceased, he could use the soul to locate her murderer. A circular golden magic circle appeared beneath Melinda, slowly rotating. Shimmering golden points of light drifting upward, ethereal and dreamlike. Yet, Melinda's spirit did not manifest. Undeterred, Modu attempted twice more, still met with silence. How could this be? How could the soul dissipate so swiftly? He muttered, frustration mounting, when suddenly he recalled the dagger from the vision, resembling the fangs of some wild beast. And his expression changed instantly. Swiftly, he turned Melinda's body over, dipping his finger into the wound to collect a trace of blood. The lingering essence of malevolence ignited instantly with golden energy. The hissing sound of burning filled the air, accompanied by a faint scent of sulfur. Hell, Modu's face darkened profoundly. Gently closing Melinda's eyes, he clenched his teeth in frustration. Indeed, it was a weapon from the underworld. Only such arms could cause a soul to vanish so rapidly. A life slain by a hellish weapon does not simply fade. Rather, the soul is transported directly to hell through the medium of that weapon. The descent into hell, without a doubt, is a fate far more terrifying than death itself. Cradling Melinda's lifeless body, Modu trembled with rage, murmuring remorsefully, I am sorry, Melinda. I should not have left you here. The infernal weapon, that curved dagger, I seem to have encountered it in an ancient tome. I shall seek its master, and I will avenge you with my own hands. A swirling golden portal materialized before him, and Modu stepped slowly into its depths. Chapter 19. The Great Blue Fish, a clandestine base in the southern outskirts of Washington. Prior to Modu's return, Loren and Daikin had procured the blood of the Nightwalker, hastily making their escape amidst a whirlwind of urgency. By the time the furious Modu returned to the church, they had already vanished into the throngs of traffic, hastily making their way back to Washington. The television broadcast displayed scenes that, if viewed in isolation, could easily be mistaken for the aftermath of a bombing in a Middle Eastern war zone. One would scarcely believe this was the capital of the United States. A mere block away from the Pentagon, the ruins were surrounded by a furious crowd, brandishing protest banners and burning monster masks and posters, the atmosphere rife with chaos. Reporters, amidst the debris, animatedly addressed the cameras, stating, according to feedback from military spokespersons, at 12 o'clock midnight. The mutant terrorist organization known as the Brotherhood of Mutants orchestrated this attack. The authorities have yet to release detailed casualty figures. As you can see, numerous citizens have taken to the streets, vehemently demanding that the government imprison all mutants. While Loren was engaged in the theft of the Nightwalker's blood, General Ross's Special Operations Unit was mobilized in New York. Colonel Jim, a trusted aide of General Ross, led the charge, acting on information provided by an underground medic and launching an assault on the hotel where Magneto was staying. The military employed formidable weaponry, and within a mere 2 minutes, the confrontation concluded with Magneto's escape, leaving the once bustling hotel in Washington in ruins. Following the plan, Colonel Jim unexpectedly discovered a box containing perfect blood samples amidst the wreckage of Magneto's residence, unearthed by one of his subordinates to avoid arousing suspicion. Subsequent information relayed by Jim left Loren lamenting the missed spectacle, toying with a ring that could fit 2 fingers, a trinket acquired from the white-robed mage. Loren deciphered it to yield substantial energy. With fingers outstretched, he pretentiously uttered a few incantations, though they proved futile. Despite having analyzed the suspended ring, which allowed him to conjure it instantly, Loren realized that the mages utilized the ring to traverse space not due to its inherent capabilities, but rather because of their own powers. The suspended ring served more as a coordinate and directional balance tool, akin to a steering wheel in a vehicle. This revelation left Loren disheartened, as he had hoped to traverse the spatial realms using the suspended ring. After several attempts yielded no response, Loren ceased his experiments. He gazed at the television, where the military had broadcast a global wanted notice featuring a photograph of Magneto. With a chuckle, he quipped, "From this day forth, Magneto and the Brotherhood of Mutants shall occupy the coveted top position on the federal military's most wanted list." One may sit idly at home while the pot falls from the sky. Dakin bluntly remarked, "Boss, the military won't capture Magneto." Loren shook his head and replied, "Dakin, do not underestimate the military. If individuals like us exist, then the federal forces must possess some hidden cards. Remember, just 2 days ago, a fearsome green creature escaped from their laboratory." Loren smirked cunningly, adding, "Furthermore, with the issuance of the global wanted notice, the entire United States, and indeed the world, will seek to apprehend Magneto. Who would wish to see such a violent individual roaming freely? Consider the days when you were pursued by the military. They may not necessarily capture him, but from today onward, unless Magneto remains forever hidden in a cave, he must be prepared for relentless pursuit by the military. With the label of perfect blood affixed to him, the federal forces will hunt Magneto like ravenous wolves. Even a formidable entity like Magneto will likely face tumultuous days ahead." Dakin paused, recalling his own days of being hunted by the military, where his regenerative abilities nearly led to his demise at their hands. "Well, may God bless him." Dakin grinned, producing the blood of Nightcrawler, exclaiming, "Boss, this is the blood that grants me the power of teleportation." "Praise God, no praise you, boss." Dakin eagerly sat up, excitedly retrieving the perfect blood from a locked box hidden in the corner. "What are you doing?" Loren gazed at him as if he were a fool. Without a moment's hesitation, Dakin exclaimed, "Of course, I am merging new abilities." "I can hardly wait, boss." Loren rolled his eyes in exasperation, realizing he should have anticipated Dakin's complete lack of scientific knowledge. Sighing, he explained, "Dakin, merging perfect blood is not akin to making a sandwich. It is not simply mixing ingredients together. It requires meticulous testing and precise ratios of blood. Do you wish to transform into a Smurf? Or sprout horns and a tail?" Dakin was taken aback for a moment, finding Loren's points quite valid, before collapsing onto the couch in resignation. "Damn, it sounds so complicated. Boss, must we really find a scientist knowledgeable about blood to conduct the experiments?" Loren chuckled, "Rest assured, I have someone in mind. Thor has already gone to find him." "Thor?" Dakin's expression turned peculiar, as the name evoked a look akin to someone who had just tasted something foul. Thor, a prominent attorney in New York, was not directly under Loren's command, at least not in the same way as the unfortunate Jim, who had once accepted money from a colleague displeased with Loren to orchestrate a poorly devised trap, accusing Loren of excessive force. 2 days hence, Dakin, armed with a camera, found himself ensconced in bed with 2 of New York's most illustrious socialites. Should this photograph see the light of day, Soul would likely be torn asunder by the green-eyed financial tycoons. After 2 years of acclimatization, Soul had transformed into a fervent admirer of Loren. Indeed, although Soul was greedy, lecherous, and possessed a tongue that could weave tales of cosmic grandeur, was there anyone more suited to dupe a blood doctor than he? Dakin smirked. It was not merely a doctorate he sought, but given the chance, he could seduce even the President of the United States. After all, That scoundrel often boasted of his prowess in captivating the most virtuous maidens. Lauren smiled, urging him to focus on the task at hand. Let us not forget that Captain Jim's class is scheduled for tonight. The Edelman alloy is eagerly awaiting our arrival. The tempest raged. Both the sea and sky were shrouded in an inky darkness, the tumultuous waters seemingly devouring the last vestiges of light. The military helicopter's rotors whirred rapidly. Hovering like a dragonfly above the exposed helipad of the USS Bluefin, the latest addition to the Federal Navy's fleet of submarines. Over 90% of its hull lay submerged, and even the small portion that breached the surface employed various stealth technologies, rendering them undetectable to conventional military radar amidst the raging winds and waves. Colonel Jim descended the helicopter's ladder, followed closely by 4 agile soldiers who leapt down to hoist 2 large crates from the aircraft. The storm's ferocity tossed seawater upon him, drenching him in its briny essence. Jim clutched his hat tightly, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, this wretched weather. And I must venture to this cursed location for the sake of one damn fool's plan. Struggling to maintain his balance, he finally spotted Colonel Strick, whose eyes were wide with surprise. Colonel Strick, you came to personally greet me? My apologies, I did not see you. I am here on orders to deliver the final batch of electronic components. Now, let us get the instruments inside. Approaching Strick, Jim extended his hand in a familiar greeting, then waved to the 4 soldiers carrying the crates, naturally making his way toward the submarine's hatch. 2 impassive soldiers stood guard at the entrance, raising their weapons. Their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Jim, their cold, unfeeling gazes instilling a sense of dread. What the hell are you doing? Jim barked, attempting to project an air of intimidation, his tone deep as if emulating General Ross. He turned to Strick, angrily exclaiming, I am here on the General's authority, Strick. How dare you allow your men to point their guns at me? Jim ascended slowly, fixing his gaze upon the slightly shorter figure of Strick, and coldly remarked, The General is exceedingly dissatisfied with your progress. Thus he has dispatched me to this wretched place to oversee it. Dear Colonel Strick, your endeavors consume a significant portion of military research funds and resources. The more you take, the less remains for others. Countless eyes are anxiously watching your every move, waiting for your misfortune. I shall report to the General the entirety of what I observe. Should your new contraption fail to operate normally today, then you and your monstrous toys may pack your belongings and leave. Strick regarded him with indifference, slightly raising his hand, causing 2 impassive soldiers to lower their weapons in synchronized, disconcerting precision. The plan will proceed seamlessly. His gaze, seemingly capable of freezing stone and piercing iron, rendered the boastful Jim speechless, unable to utter a single word. As they entered the submarine, the transport helicopter ascended slowly, and the exposed portions of the great bluefish gradually vanished into the tumultuous waves. At each hatch, a squad of fully armed soldiers stood rigidly, their expressions devoid of emotion. Even as fellow soldiers approached, their stares unwavering, not a blink in sight. Jim's eyes widened in horror, unnerved by the eerie atmosphere, and turned to Strick, exclaiming, Good heavens. Colonel Strick, what has happened to them? Strick replied slowly, To enhance their combat capabilities and ensure the secrecy of our operation, I have taken certain measures with them. However, rest assured, it will not pose significant harm to their bodies. Once the mission concludes, a few months of rest will restore them to normalcy, and they will forever forget their time here. Cold beads of sweat began to trickle down Jim's forehead. Strick cast a mocking glance at him, having encountered many such individuals, those who ascended to high ranks through flattery and underhanded tactics, yet remained fundamentally feeble cowards, utterly ignorant of the true nature of war. Jim instinctively swallowed hard and said, Colonel Strick, the General wishes to trace Bruce Banner's whereabouts tonight. Strick smiled at Jim, causing his words to falter involuntarily. Strick commanded, Major Jim, Oh, no, Lieutenant, everything is prepared. You have brought the final batch of instrument components today. The brainwave amplifier will be operational tonight. This is my assistant, Lilith. Lilith, ever by Strick's side, stepped forward and bowed her head. Strick waved his hand, saying, Lilith will escort you to rest. Whatever you require, she shall accommodate you. However, please do not leave your room unaccompanied. Should any harm befall you during the experiment, I would feel immense regret. Your 4 subordinates will also receive individual attention. Before dawn, I shall ensure you deliver the good news personally to General Ross. Any requests? A peculiar smile crept across Jim's face, yet upon observing Lilith's lifeless, vacant gaze, he was immediately filled with a sense of dread. Meanwhile, amidst the tumultuous, pitch-black waves of the ocean, a sleek black jet fighter hovered slowly, suspended mere meters above the surface. Several shadowy figures clad in diving suits leapt from the cockpit and plunged into the surging waters. Approximately a minute later, in the reconnaissance room of the submarine Great Blue Fish, the most advanced military radar of the Federation effortlessly detected several anomalous signals. The stoic soldier immediately began to methodically activate the submarine's underwater weaponry, aiming at one of the shadows. Yet, a hand pressed firmly upon his shoulder. Strike, with a sardonic smile, observed the barely discernible blips on the radar and slowly instructed. Do not disturb them, let them in. Chapter 20. Into the trap. The control room of the nuclear submarine was the only place aboard inhabited by normal individuals. A bald officer entered, standing rigidly behind Colonel Strike, and reported, "Sir, the brainwave enhancement device is expected to be installed in 20 minutes. Excellent, Strike replied, a smile involuntarily gracing his face as he gazed at the images on the monitor before him, sneering contemptuously. Sir, I have a question. Why are we allowing these mutants to enter? The bald officer looked at the monitor, where 5 mutants in diving suits were attempting to covertly infiltrate the interior of the Great Blue Fish via the submarine's drainage pipes. Ordinary radar might miss them, but the Great Blue Fish was the military's latest operational submarine. Strike, his interest piqued by the lead figure, a defiant Caucasian man, remarked, I am a scientist, Lieutenant Lyman. I would never refuse an opportunity for experimentation, especially when among them is my most cherished creation, my child, returning home. Angel, apprehend them, he commanded. A robust female mutant with a distinctive mane, exuding a powerful aura that intimidated the surrounding men, nodded indifferently and strode purposefully out. I cannot sense the professor. Spoke a striking woman with red hair, her black, form-fitting diving suit accentuating her allure. Jean Grey, known as the Phoenix, was a mutant of formidable potential, even deemed by Professor Charles as capable of annihilating the entire world. Furrowing her brow, Jean attempted once more to use her telepathic abilities to locate the professor but yielded no results. Shaking her head, she remarked, perhaps there is some device here that interferes with telepathy. My powers do not match the professor's strength. I cannot sense him. Then let us resort to simpler methods to find him, Lauren replied, her vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings, her eyes fierce like a wolf in the darkness. That scoundrel Caliban, though timid, greedy, and deserving of 1,000 derogatory epithets, still possessed a certain integrity when it came to intelligence. If he claims the professor is here, then he undoubtedly is. Jean abandoned her plan to locate the professor through her abilities, shaking her head as she cautioned the 3 large children behind her. Stay close to Logan, understood? In the midst of combat, one's foremost duty is self-preservation. Fear not, Jean, Logan remarked with a wry smile. They should have been weaned long ago. Today marks your inaugural battle, lads. Unleash your potential. As one of the rare, if not the sole, ferocious beasts among the gentle mutants, Logan harbored reservations regarding some of Charles's pedagogical methods, particularly the inclination to cocoon these children like delicate blooms in a greenhouse. Such an approach was utterly disastrous, as evidenced by the lessons learned on the night of the striker raid. Goodness, the number of lives he had claimed at the tender age of 17 or 18 could scarcely be counted on one's fingers and toes. Jean cast a glance at the 3 eager young mutant warriors and let out a soft sigh. The sudden appearance of the Red Devil, tracking Nightcrawler, had left Storm gravely injured. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have vehemently opposed Logan's suggestion to thrust the students into the perilous fray. Iceman Bobby, Fireman John, and Steelman Peter, the 3 most formidable mutants of their generation, were given the command to unleash their abilities, and they nodded enthusiastically. The 5 of them crouched low, advancing cautiously through the submarine's corridor. Before long, Logan's nostrils flared, and he raised a hand, signaling the team to halt. A squad of patrolling soldiers ambled past, their boots echoing ominously against the steel floor. Logan gestured for them to retreat into the shadows of the corridor, pressing their backs tightly against the bulkhead. Once the soldiers had turned their backs, Logan sprang forward with a menacing grin, his claws piercing through one soldier's skull. Without hesitation, the 3 exhilarated young warriors joined the fray. Fireman John unleashed a torrent of flames, which ignited violently upon contact with the soldier's body. Yet, in the next moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The flames spread rapidly across the soldier, and several could hear the unsettling sizzle of burning flesh and the acrid stench of charred skin. Remarkably, the expressionless soldier seemed impervious to pain, devoid of any fear. He raised his weapon and aimed at Fireman John, pulling the trigger as bullets erupted in a frenzy. Fireman John stood paralyzed by the surreal scene before him, when suddenly, a figure lunged in front of him. Most of the bullets struck Logan, blood spraying forth. Yet each projectile merely penetrated his skin before being forcibly expelled by his rapidly healing body. Even as a dozen bullets impacted his forehead, Logan merely turned his head, and by the time he faced forward again, he was as good as new. Grinning through clenched teeth, Logan imparted the first lesson in a low, authoritative tone. No matter the circumstances, never lose focus in battle. Charging forward amidst a hail of bullets, his figure flickered, and a sweeping arc of his colossal claws severed the air, sending the soldier's head soaring amidst a torrent of blood. On the other side, the Ice Woman Barbie unleashed an Arctic blast, freezing two soldiers in mid-stride, rendering them as mere icy sculptures. The Steel Titan roared and charged forward, his iron fists shattering the frozen figures to smithereens, leaving dismembered limbs, bones, and viscera scattered across the ground. A splendid collaboration. My friend, you are truly remarkable. Barbie and the Steel Titan exchanged an enthusiastic high five. Jean stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the bloody scene before her, struggling to believe that these atrocities were wrought by her own students. The deafening gunfire was enough to trigger alarms, and Fireman John wore an expression of frustration. Logan observed the blaring lights flashing down the corridor and patted the shoulders of the three young ones, offering a resigned compliment. Well done, lads. For your first battle, you performed admirably. Jean gazed at the trio, their faces alight with the exhilaration of their inaugural skirmish. A chill coursed through her, and she swallowed hard, murmuring, "Oh my, I should not have listened to you. The children should not be subjected to such horrors." Logan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he looked at Jean, his voice low and mocking. "Stop deceiving yourself, Jean. They must learn to defend themselves. You've seen how ordinary people, even the government, treat mutants. Sitting in the sunlit garden, pretending to be normal, enjoying a mundane existence? They must acknowledge their otherness. Tears won't stop bullets. Otherwise, what a tender world this would be." Jean's expression darkened significantly. She was, at heart, a competent teacher but not a warrior. Yet, she found herself unable to counter Logan's words. Just as her frustration peaked, a searing wave of crimson energy shot forth, striking the unsuspecting Logan head-on. With a scream, he felt the skin on his back tear apart, creating gaping black holes that oozed blood, revealing glimpses of his silvery bones within. He was violently hurled backward, crashing against the iron wall of the cabin with a resounding thud, smoke billowing from his body as he collapsed to the ground. "Scott!" Jean gasped in alarm. In the next moment, Scott emerged from the corridor, wearing a black energy-infused visor, flanked by a dozen armed soldiers. "Fire!" he commanded coldly, the red light in his glasses intensifying. The soldiers raised their weapons in unison, unleashing a torrent of gunfire without hesitation. The Steel Titan braced himself, charging forward with heavy thuds, the bullets ricocheting off his robust silver form, sending sparks flying. He surged into the ranks of soldiers, but then a tremendous noise erupted. The berserk Steel Titan stumbled, rolling out faster than he had entered, his head crashing against the wall, leaving a conspicuous dent behind. Angel stepped forward, fists clenched, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds, his towering figure emanating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Dizzy and disoriented, Steelman shook his head in disbelief as he gazed at the Iceman, Barbie, and exclaimed, "My God, is she truly a woman?" The Iceman shrugged, revealing a look of hesitant apprehension. As he positioned himself, Angel lunged once more toward Steelman. Both individuals possessed robust and towering physiques, one clad in iron armor, the other endowed with astonishing strength. They grappled fiercely, their bodies colliding against the cabin walls, which bore the brunt of their tumultuous struggle, leaving a series of dense and cacophonous echoes in their wake. The fiery man, caught off guard, was struck by a bullet. Grimacing in pain as he collapsed to the floor, the Iceman rushed forward, releasing a chilling mist from his hands to freeze the gaping wound from which the fiery man bled profusely. "Scott, wake up quickly!" Jean screamed, pushing forward with one hand. Under the force of her formidable psychic energy, an invisible barrier caused a multitude of bullets to hang suspended in midair. Jean meticulously controlled her psychic output, unleashing a sound sharp enough to fell an elephant. Yet the soldiers firing the weapons remained oblivious, their expressions unchanged as they relentlessly emptied magazine after magazine. Even as their brains were reduced to a pulp, the searing wave of red energy aimed directly at the Iceman, prompting Jean to gasp as she formed a protective shield with her psychic powers. The surging red energy hissed as it seared the air, sketching a perfect sphere before her. "Scott, please awaken," Jean murmured softly, her voice laced with urgency as her hands began to tremble, not from exhaustion, but from the struggle to contain her burgeoning power. Suddenly, a flicker of crimson flame ignited in her beautiful eyes, causing the energy wave to rebound. Scott's glasses shattered, and he was propelled backward, crashing heavily against the cabin wall. Behind them, Logan gradually rose to his feet, his torn muscles rapidly regenerating. His eyes glowed faintly red, brimming with a feral intent as he muttered indistinctly, "Damn it, that hurts. You're dead." Like a wild beast, Logan charged headlong into the hail of bullets, plunging into the throng of soldiers with the ferocity of a rampaging tiger. One unfortunate soldier was cleaved in half by Logan's claws, his entrails spilling forth in a gruesome display. In a blur, the massive swipe of his claws swept through the air, scattering severed limbs, blood, and heads that soared skyward amidst the chaos. Yet, even those soldiers who fell to the ground, some severed at the waist, continued to fire incessantly. Driven by a terrifying force, they remained expressionless, their frantic shooting persisting until their bodies were utterly obliterated, leaving behind an eerie silence. The wild howls erupted from Logan's mouth as he vented his fury, amidst a gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood. The entire 10-meter corridor was splattered with the innards, bones, and muscles of humanity. By the time Logan paused, gasping for breath, there was not a single living soul left in the passage. Thick blood mixed with severed limbs flowed across the ground, merging into a grotesque pool. The stark horror of this carnage left the onlookers aghast, particularly the three young individuals, whose faces turned pallid with fright. The stench of blood and decay overwhelmed them, prompting them to lean against the hull and retch violently. Jean, who barely managed to suppress her nausea, reproached Logan in a hushed tone. "Enough. They are already dead." Covered in blood, Logan slowly turned around. Jean, taken aback by his beast-like demeanor, felt a surge of dread. She quickly channeled her psychic energy into Logan's mind, whispering, "Calm down. They are dead. Calm down. Get out of my head." Logan's eyes flickered with struggle as he mumbled incoherently, "Kill all the enemies. Roar, roar, you bastards. I will tear you apart." In the submarine's cockpit, Strick placed his hand on the shoulder of a gaunt, deformed mutant, speaking with a voice rich in emotion. "Well done, Jason." A satisfied smile crept across his face as he observed Logan's eyes through the surveillance feed, murmuring to himself, "Yes, that's the look. Transform back into the beast, Logan. Slay all who dare stand in your way." His plan was astute, utilizing Charles to lure the Sentinels, and then leveraging the formidable powers of the illusionist to regain control over his most perfect creation. Thus far, everything was proceeding smoothly. As Logan lunged toward Jean with a roar, she screamed and released her energy. A deep explosion reverberated from within the submarine, causing it to shudder violently, nearly toppling everyone present. Chapter 21. The OR time rewound to 10 minutes prior, just a minute after the Sentinels triggered the blaring alarm in the cabin. In the cargo hold at the rear of the great fish vessel, the air was pierced by the thunderous crack of gunfire, followed by chilling cries of despair. The steel door of the cargo bay, a formidable 150 millimeters thick, was effortlessly pierced by two silver-clawed hands, which swiped across to carve a jagged opening into the metal. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked inward with tremendous force, revealing a triangular breach. "Oh, this is it. I will never forget this stench," Deacon exclaimed as he squeezed through the opening, his face splattered with blood. He inhaled deeply, the familiar yet unsettling odor flooding his senses. Simultaneously, as the Sentinels triggered the alarm, Logan and Deacon, disguised as Jim's subordinates, sprang into action aboard the great fish vessel. In the deepest recesses of the freight warehouse, meticulously arranged upon the display shelves, lie numerous vacuum glass containers, each harboring fresh blood, organs, anatomical blueprints, and most notably, unassuming chunks of ore. It can be said that over half of Strick's years of research are preserved within these confines. In a vessel reminiscent of a trough, a silvery gray liquid roils incessantly, resembling freshly boiled sesame paste. However, the temperature of this metallic solution reaches terrifying thousands of degrees, exceeding that of the majority of molten lava. It is inconceivable that even steel, if cast into this inferno, would vaporize in the blink of an eye. Eidman alloy, a peculiar and enigmatic substance, is speculated in Strick's research to originate not from Earth, but from extraterrestrial meteorites. Exceptionally resilient, it requires temperatures in the thousands to melt the raw ore. And once the molten metal cools naturally, it becomes virtually indestructible. Eidman alloy serves as the cornerstone of Strick's weaponry program, and his most prized creations currently reside aboard the submarine, the Big Blue Fish. Wolverine, Logan, and Dakin have fully integrated this metal into their very bones. One can only imagine the excruciating pain they endured during their transformation, given their formidable regenerative abilities. Dakin, with a fierce grin, prepared to speak when suddenly, a shadowy figure darted from the warehouse. 10 glimmers of cold light appeared at her sides as silvery, elongated blades, akin to slender nails, slid from her fingertips, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. The crisp, decisive sound of cutting filled the air as Dakin was instantly marked by hundreds of fine, deep lacerations. Were she an ordinary mutant, she would have been reduced to a mere pulp. With a thunderous roar, Dakin unleashed a brutal punch into her slender waist, the talons piercing through her abdomen. Yukiko lost her balance, hurtling outward, but after a few graceful flips, she landed nimbly, her specially crafted high heels embedding into the ground, creating a series of outwardly radiating cracks in the solid surface. She lifted her head. Were it solely based on appearance, she might have scored an 80. Yet her expression remained impassive, her eyes devoid of warmth, resembling a machine, thus diminishing the allure of her beauty. Lauren followed closely behind Dakin, surveying the packed warehouse with a sense of admiration. It seems Jim's blueprints were indeed accurate. Look at how many treasures Strick has collected here. His laughter echoed. Although Hydra's mission only required Eidman alloy, now that we've gone to such lengths, why should I foolishly settle for just a single stone? Naturally, we shall take everything. Lauren chuckled heartily. Dakin, let us hasten our efforts. Do not leave any of Strick's treasures behind. Dakin squinted his eyes, exclaiming in pain. Damn, it hurts, boss. This will be resolved shortly. The wounds on Dakin's body healed at a visibly rapid pace, and through the torn fabric of his clothing, one could observe the horrifying penetrating injury on his abdomen also mending swiftly. Dakin flexed his fists, gazing at the female warrior before him, a mutant with similar regenerative abilities. I remember you. Hee. You're one of Stryker's hounds, aren't you? Yuriko offered no response. In truth, after enduring the betrayals of both Logan and Dakin, the experimental subjects of Stryker in recent years had essentially transformed into humanoid weapons, obeying commands without question. Her current duty was to guard a warehouse of utmost significance to Stryker. In the next moment, Yuriko leaped into the air, her arms outstretched. 10 razor-sharp claws swirling around her, gleaming ominously. Dakin narrowed his eyes, smirking derisively. This method of attack bore a striking resemblance to his own metal storm. A few years prior, it may have posed a challenge, but the torment he had endured under his boss had led him to develop numerous techniques. Just as Yuriko's elongated nails were poised to pierce his skull, Dakin relied on his formidable beast instincts, suddenly crouching low and seizing Yuriko's left leg. With the force of a hammer, he swung her body around and hurled it toward the ground. The warehouse trembled as a pronounced dent was made in the steel floor. Yuriko's previously neat hair became disheveled, her body adorned with bruises, and she appeared far from the composed figure she had been moments ago. Instead, she seemed pitiable. Lauren swiftly traversed the battlefield, making a beeline for the adamantium alloy, murmuring, Dakin, you truly lack tenderness. Observing Lauren approaching the ore, Yuriko sprang from the ground, disregarding Dakin, her claws flailing wildly as she charged towards Lauren. Lauren smiled, showing no intention of evasion. He had complete faith in Dakin. The glass shell of the vacuum chamber silently disintegrated as Lauren grasped a piece of raw ore, heavy and cold. In the next moment, the raw material, which required prolonged heating to thousands of degrees to melt, peculiarly began to dissolve in Lauren's hands. Had Stryker witnessed this scene, his eyes would have widened in shock. Only he knew the exorbitant costs he had borne in the past to melt such metallic ores. The energy from the transformation of the adamantium alloy surged into Lauren's body, instantly becoming a terrifying torrent of heat. In the blink of an eye, this heat flowed through his veins and bones, eliciting a contented hum from Lauren. The sensation was akin to soaking in a hot spring during the frigid season, filling him with an overwhelming sense of power, even causing his bones to crack audibly. Your opponent is me, you pesky little kitten. Dakin seized a length of chain from the ground, swinging it with precision to ensnare Yuriko's neck. This sudden motion sent her, who was lunging towards Lauren, crashing to the ground once more. Before Yuriko could regain her footing, Dakin had already mounted her, grinning as he remarked, This position suits us far better. Yuriko flailed her claws wildly, yet Dakin stood his ground, allowing the sharp edges to slice into his flesh while he grinned maniacally. The claws rose high before mercilessly plunging down into her body. There was no regard for defense. Instead, it was a frenzy of destruction as they exchanged blows, one punch for one claw, blood and flesh splattering in a brutal display of combat. A savage dance only witnessed between two mutants with remarkable regenerative abilities. With fervor, Dakin's forehead collided with Yuriko's in a resounding impact, akin to two solid steel plates clashing. Her struggles weakened, and an odd dizziness flickered in her eyes. Dakin, a maniac for battle, possessed an uncanny sensitivity to the nuances of combat, quickly identifying Yuriko's vulnerabilities. He proceeded to engage her head repeatedly in a series of intimate encounters. Bam! Bam! 5 successive strikes left Yuriko's eyes devoid of focus. Stryker had completely controlled them with instruments and chemicals, but had also instilled a fatal weakness within their minds. Dakin finally released her, and the poor warrior swayed, seemingly striving to rise and continue her mission. However, Dakin, grinning widely, leapt high into the air, executing a spinning kick that struck her temple with force. With a dull thud, though the wound on the slender warrior's forehead healed rapidly, her unconscious body collapsed to the ground like a fallen wall. At that moment, Lauren had completed his analysis and was comfortably squinting his eyes. Dakin, in a moment of triumph, gestured a thumbs down to the unconscious Yuriko and turned to Lauren, inquiring, "Boss, by how much has your energy source increased?" Lauren replied nonchalantly, "Not by much, merely doubled." "Doubled? Not much." Dakin's eyes turned red with envy. He understood all too well what an increase in energy reserves meant for his boss. It signified not just enhanced energy capacity, but also an overall elevation in physical strength and reflexes. Furthermore, the models his boss would create could now incorporate adamantium. Originally, Lauren's prowess far surpassed his own. Now, with the analysis of adamantium, to what extent had his power escalated? Dakin found it impossible to fathom, only sensing the chasm between them widening infinitely. "Boss," Dakin, shedding his earlier ferocity, donned a sycophantic smile. "We are the best of brothers, after all. With your newfound strength, you mustn't forget about me. When shall we seek out that blood scientist you mentioned?" Lauren nearly burst into laughter at Dakin's mournful words, cheerfully assuring him that soon he would be able to merge new abilities. With a flick of his wrist, a Colt materialized in Lauren's hand, aimed precisely at the dazed Yuriko. "Perfect, let's test my new material on her." Dakin hesitated for a moment, saying, "Boss, I want her." Lauren wore a peculiar expression. "Well, it's not what you think. I want her to be my subordinate. In terms of abilities, she is my true counterpart. I am drawn to the aura she possesses." Lauren blinked in surprise. "What was I thinking? So you're a good Samaritan." A smile crept onto Lauren's face as he shrugged. Since his brother was making a rare request, he was more than willing to comply. The cold in his hand vanished instantly, and Lauren chuckled. "All right, after all, she is your captive. But you must bear the responsibility of bringing her back, and don't forget those raw stones." With their objective achieved, Lauren and Dakin managed to pack up over 50 raw stones and all their belongings in a mere 2 minutes, resembling 2 weasels that had burrowed into a chicken coop, sweeping away all the spoils into 7 or 8 large boxes. The weight was negligible for the two of them. Like a magician, Lauren produced a powerful explosive from thin air, fiddled with it for a moment, and tossed it to Dakin, who cheerfully placed the explosive against the submarine's hull. As for the battle-worn officers still struggling against Strick, Lauren expressed his sincere gratitude for their selfless act of drawing all of Strick's attention. Well, in a psychological sense. Chapter 22. The Sea Monster. Good grief. Can anyone tell me what is happening? Strick nearly stumbled to the ground, shouting in dismay. Boom, boom. 2 more violent explosions reverberated, causing the submarine to shake violently, and everyone could hear the horrific creaking of the hull under the pressure of the water. In the control room, a soldier howled in agony. "Good heavens, we are under attack. The torpedo compartment has been breached." Strick's face turned ashen, while Lieutenant Lyman beside him roared in anger. "How could there be torpedoes? Damn it, what is the radar doing? Deploy defensive mines." The radar displayed no anomalies. "My God, what are we facing?" There were no vessels in the vicinity. A young radio operator, his voice trembling, exclaimed, "They are using the military's most advanced radar." But the torpedoes appeared as if from thin air, with no prior warning. "This is unbelievable. We possess the Federation's most advanced submarine, and yet we have no idea who the attackers are. The cargo hold is flooding. Seal the compartments. Seal the compartments. My God, we are going to sink. Mayday, mayday." This is a distress call from the Coast Guard. The soldier at the control panel gazed in despair as the turbulent seawater surged into the vessel's hull, his voice rising in a frantic shout. Strick, despite his meticulous calculations, never anticipated that he had inadvertently ensnared Logan with illusions. Poised to fulfill his long-held ambition of transforming the battle-ready mutants into experimental subjects. Yet, an unforeseen catastrophe struck within his own ship. Before him, the surveillance monitors displayed a scene of chaos as the relentless ocean rapidly inundated the cabin. The figures of Logan, Phoenix, and the nearly completed brainwave enhancer vanished almost instantaneously from view. "Seal the hatch. Purge all ballast tanks. Ascend immediately," he commanded urgently, sending out a distress signal. Abandoning the operation had become the sole viable course of action. Enraged, Strick pounded his fist against the monitor, shattering the screen and causing blood to flow swiftly from the wound on his hand. As one of the key operatives overseeing the military's mutant program, Strick was acutely aware of the bizarre phenomena that existed in this world. Taking a deep breath, he managed to retain his composure and issue commands. Lieutenant Lyman hastily assisted Strick into a life jacket, while his 3 mutant bodyguards rushed to his side, fortunate that they had remained submerged over 100 meters deep, granting them precious time for escape. Had they been submerged beyond 300 meters, they would have met a swift demise. The water pressure would have obliterated the submarine, for they were not fish and could not survive in the depths of the ocean. The soldiers obeyed his orders without question, their minds focused solely on survival, disregarding the attackers or the precious experimental subjects aboard. The interior of the great bluefish submarine was in disarray, while the architect of this turmoil swam 3 kilometers away in the depths of the ocean. Indeed, it was in the water. The Mako submarine, resembling a massive hammerhead shark, glided through the inky sea, occasionally attracting the curious gaze of passing fish. The vessel's dark exterior, crafted from specialized materials and equipped with the latest S.H.I.E.L.D. stealth technology, eluded detection by over 90% of military radars. Even if it were to be scanned, it would merely be mistaken for a foraging shark. Laurent, with a contented squint, hummed a popular tune of the day. Prior to absorbing the Edmund alloy, the energy within him had been insufficient to manifest such a sizable underwater vehicle, yet now he felt invigorated. Even taking the liberty to gift Strick 2 deep-water torpedoes as a parting gesture before his departure, Dakin and his new puppet squeezed into a single seat, exuberantly exclaiming, "Haha, boss, the entire submarine has been split in half. Strick is finished, haha." Laurent snapped his fingers and laughed heartily, remarking that there were myriad ways to eliminate a foe. Look, no matter who he is, sinking into the depths spells certain doom. Why risk ourselves when this is so much more effective? Without any clues, who would ever suspect us? Right, Colonel Jim? Colonel Jim huddled at the rear of the cramped cabin, wedged between several large crates. The Flying Shark submarine, designed for individual underwater combat, accommodated only 2 seats, leaving Dakin and your eco squeezed together, while Jim clearly hesitated to sit alongside Loren. Suddenly, called upon by Loren, Jim felt a surge of panic, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he trembled slightly and hastily exclaimed, "Yes, no one will ever know this is connected to you. I swear by God, I will not betray you or do anything harmful." Prior to the operation, Loren had kindly left him a message, stating that if he did not arrive within the agreed 10 minutes, then Dakin fixed him with a straightforward smile. Jim bitterly lamented to himself, "A madman. No, he is truly a devil. Oh God, how have I ended up in his clutches?" Since encountering Loren, Jim's faith in God had deepened, for there truly existed devils in this world, yet it seemed God remained oblivious to his prayers. The Flying Shark swiftly distanced itself from the submarine, and in his anxious state, Jim cast his gaze out the glass window, where the surrounding darkness enveloped them, save for the occasional fish gliding by, revealing no signs of change. After a brief moment, he sensed something shifting in the distance. Curiosity piqued, he pressed his face closer to the window, and in the next instant, he beheld the second most terrifying nightmare of his life. A colossal tentacle, measuring a full 5 meters in diameter, swept past the window, as 2 immense crimson eyes fixated upon him from the inky depths. His first nightmare, of course, was the indifferent gaze of Loren, locked in a stare with the monster in the cockpit. Jim gasped in horror, his mind blank, nearly on the verge of tears. What manner of creature was this? Even the devils of the Bible paled in comparison. Was this God's punishment for his allegiance to such a fiend? Oh God, what is this? Just then, Loren, having detected the anomaly before him, wore a grave expression. The Flying Shark submarine quickly deployed 2 launchers, releasing a deep-sea spotlight akin to a lantern fish that illuminated the darkness ahead. In the shadowy depths, the fierce, blood-red eyes glared at them, and the enormity of the creature appeared to rival a small mountain, with even the deep-sea spotlight revealing only a portion of its outline. Its gaping maw, lined with massive, grinding teeth, pulsated as it swallowed seawater and sediment. Too close. Lauren's expression turned serious as he prepared for an encounter. Even through the glass, he could faintly detect the lingering stench of slaughter that clung to the creature over the years. The diminutive Flying Shark submarine now stood before the massive mass of flesh, likely vulnerable to being obliterated with a single strike. Fortunately, the creature seemed to have no intention of regarding the Flying Shark as prey. Its crimson eyes shifted momentarily before the tentacle whipped away, soon vanishing into the inky abyss. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Dakin murmured with lingering fear, "What manner of creature is that?" Loren shook his head, coldly retorting, 70% of Earth is ocean. The monstrous entities lurking within the waters far surpass those upon land. Thank heavens it hasn't sought us out, otherwise, our predicament would be dire. I have no desire to engage in combat with such a colossal octopus beneath the depths. The flying shark submarine ascended swiftly towards the surface as Loren furrowed his brow, whispering under his breath, "That giant octopus appears to have a person upon it." Meanwhile, two figures abruptly emerged against the inky backdrop of the sea, their black cloaks billowing in the wind. One was the red-skinned Azazel, accompanied by Magneto, adorned with a dark crimson helmet. Charles students will never learn how to transcend the common masses and become gods. As Magneto slowly raised his left hand, a palm imbued with an almost magical force effortlessly pierced through the hundreds of meters of seawater. Simultaneously, the submarine, filled with the cries, curses, and screams of its occupants, felt an abrupt cessation of its plummet, as if caught in an invisible grasp. In mere seconds, a massive bulge formed on the surface of the sea, followed by the explosive emergence of the giant green fish submarine, breaking through the water and floating atop the waves. Water gushed from the shattered openings in the hull, cascading down and creating a spray of foam. Inside the submarine, those fortunate enough to have escaped drowning erupted in exultant shouts. However, the jubilant cries swiftly morphed into screams of terror as some attempted to leap from the compartment, only to find themselves ensnared. All cables and steel bars within the submarine suddenly animated, binding the occupants as if they were shackled in metallic chains, rendering escape impossible. Compared to previous encounters, this ordeal was significantly easier. Yet, the architect of this chaos observed as a mere bystander, harboring no favorable impressions of the federal forces. Weak and foolish. How dare they claim dominion over this world while we are driven into hiding? The military? Humph. Magneto waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting a fly. In the next moment, a grating metallic screech echoed ominously, causing the survivors to contort grotesquely along with their restraints. Their piercing cries and sobs filled the cabin, only to be abruptly silenced. The water flowing from the compartment soon mingled with a hint of blood, quickly transforming into a torrential cascade of crimson. This is a gift. Damn the military. Magneto cursed softly, the humiliation and torment inflicted upon him by the forces evoking memories of his concentration camp experiences, nearly pushing him to the brink of mental collapse. He had long sworn that should he escape, the military would pay dearly for their transgressions. The scent of blood permeated the air, plunging the entire submarine into an instantaneous silence. For Magneto, extinguishing the lives within was as effortless as crushing a fly. The crimson liquid swirled into the ocean, attracting swarms of sharks, drawn by the allure of a sumptuous feast. 10 nautical miles away, Daikin gazed through the window at the submarine suspended in the sky, helplessly witnessing its disassembly. In mere moments, it transformed into a mass of twisted fragments, eliciting a disgruntled grunt from him, though it was merely a grunt. That old fool, damn it. How could he possess such a cursed ability? Magneto, the sole mutant he wished to avoid in his lifetime. Chapter 23. Disassembly. Magneto, Eric, a name that alone embodied the deterrent power of strategic nuclear weaponry. Under Magneto's will, the submarine Dichinyu began to disintegrate actively. Screws unscrewed, the outer armor unfolded, and the contorted metal flew aside, as if the scattered parts were suspended in a fantastical tale. In less than 3 seconds, all that remained of the Dichinyu was an empty metallic skeleton, with twisted remnants hanging like a ghastly figure from a frame. Inside the command cabin, a long-haired female mutant maintained a protective barrier, while a thick cable coiled around the barrier like a constricting serpent, inexorably tightening and gradually shaping the protective layer into a concave, gourd-like form. Within the barrier, Stryker was flanked by Angel and the Bald Toad, each pushing a wheelchair occupied by the emaciated and deformed Jason and Professor Charles, whose head was connected to a semicircular device. Magneto regarded Stryker with a hint of a playful smile. "Stryker, it is a pleasure to see you again. You escaped." Stryker gazed at Magneto in disbelief. He had sensed an ominous premonition when the submarine began to ascend peculiarly. Clearly, General Ross had not informed him of Magneto's escape. Magneto pursed his lips and coldly chuckled. "I have come to express my gratitude for your warm hospitality over the past 3 years." Despair etched Stryker's face as he beheld Magneto, who floated above him like a deity. Stryker resembled a gambler at the end of his rope. He drew his weapon and unleashed a frenzied hail of bullets at Magneto. Magneto mocked him, the bullets suspended in midair. Stryker bellowed in madness. "Do you think you have won? Kill him." Several of Stryker's bodyguards silently lunged forward. The towering figure of Angel leaped into the air, akin to a hunting bear, intent on reducing Magneto to mere pulp. The toad's mouth emitted a furious roar, sending visible sound waves sweeping forth. Meanwhile, the long-haired female mutant, while protecting Stryker, unleashed a translucent wave of energy aimed at Magneto. In that very moment, a cold blade of ice flickered through the air, targeting the back of Magneto's heart. Professor Charles possesses formidable mental abilities, shielded by Magneto's helmet. Yet, the ever-vigilant Azazel, despite displaying signs of inner turmoil, has succumbed to impulse and launched an attack against Magneto. The audacity of mere mortals to challenge divine authority is indeed foolish. In that moment, Magneto's gaze turned frigid as he uttered a low, calculated command. With a nonchalant gesture, he extended his fingers, only to suddenly clench his fist. With a resounding crash, a magnetic wave, shimmering with pale blue sparks, radiated outward from Magneto, sweeping across the surroundings like ripples. The overwhelming electromagnetic force instantaneously shattered all metals and electronic devices that came into contact with the wave, disintegrating them into granules the size of green peas, which then surged outward at a terrifying velocity propelled by the magnetic force. Azazel's body was sent spiraling away, vanishing into the ether. When he reappeared, it was as if Magneto possessed foresight. A spear, twisted from metal, awaited him at that very location. No matter how Azazel attempted to evade, that metallic spear would invariably materialize before him. Meanwhile, the sound of shattering echoed as 3 of Stryker's bodyguards fell, their bodies riddled with numerous punctures from the metallic particles. Their innards devastated by the overwhelming magnetic waves, blood gushing forth from their wounds. It was a swift annihilation, a stark reminder of the insurmountable chasm between them. Had Magneto not valued every mutant, they might have met their end in an instant. In the distance, Dakin, who had been covertly observing, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, murmuring in disbelief at the magnetic onslaught and its sensory implications. How had the military managed to capture him 3 years prior? If I were to encounter him, I would stand no chance. Magneto's ability to manipulate magnetic fields manifests most simply in his effortless control over metallic objects. He could easily extract a submarine from the depths of the ocean, a mere fraction of his immense power. Such destructive capability has classified him as a strategic nuclear weapon, capable of inflicting catastrophic harm on human society. Presently, it seemed impossible for Loren to defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation, and with Dakin involved, defeat would be imminent. However, Loren had never been one to engage in a direct confrontation. He shot Dakin a sidelong glance, grinning as he remarked, "Why confront him head-on? We could resort to subterfuge. A little poison in the air or water would suffice." Regardless of his might, he remains biological, needing to breathe, eat, and drink. He undoubtedly has loved ones he cares for, mutants of comparable strength. Loren enumerated various tactics, concluding that to vanquish an adversary, one need not always sully their own hands. Dakin nodded earnestly, his eyes reflecting admiration for Loren. A faint blush crept onto Loren's cheeks. Was it merely the simplest method of using another's blade for one's own gain? In his past life, he occasionally perused texts, albeit sparingly. Yet he could readily extract a few principles of warfare to apply, sufficient to deceive the enemy. The intangible energy field effortlessly shielded against the encroaching magnetic storm, as a dense array of metallic particles lingered before one's eyes. In the gravest moment, it was Professor Charles's psychic energy field that thwarted the magnetic tempest. Renowned alongside Magneto as a pillar of strength, Professor Charles's abilities undoubtedly extended beyond mere telepathy. Stryker's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by an exaggerated laughter. He still possessed Jason and Charles, his true aces. He patted Jason on the shoulder, commending, "Well done, my child." Informed Charles to eliminate Eric. Let us witness who, between Magneto and Charles, is the supreme mutant. Stryker's intentions were straightforward. Despite the destruction of the brainwave amplifier, Professor Charles remained under his control. However, he failed to notice that as he issued his command, Jason's ears twitched, and a flicker of unusual brilliance emerged in his eyes, which should have been devoid of any expression. Immediately after Stryker's command, his movements abruptly stiffened, his pupils dilated, and his head began to shake uncontrollably. No, Jason, this isn't right. Get away. Stay back, you monsters." Stryker's countenance morphed into a mask of horror, as if he beheld countless dreadful apparitions emerging from the sea. The familiar, contorted faces of every mutant he had tormented surged towards him in a frenzy. Stryker struggled violently, initially shouting, but his cries gradually devolved into incoherent howls, rendering him speechless. He collapsed to the ground, writhing, his fingers clawing at himself as if something had burrowed into his abdomen, exerting such force that it tore flesh from flesh. In mere moments, the frenzied Stryker had reduced himself to a bloody mess. even biting through his own tongue, spewing blood and foam, his eyes fixated on Jason, who sat slumped in his wheelchair, head tilted like a lifeless corpse. It was Jason's ability to immerse individuals in a myriad of illusions. Cough, cough, my child, cease this. Professor Charles opened his eyes, his features softening. As those eyes fluttered open, the entire world seemed to brighten. I knew you would not fall easily under another's dominion. Especially not someone like Stryker. A faint smile graced Magneto's lips. Yet, Charles, you ought not to interrupt this child's retribution. I find his method quite admirable. He regarded Jason in the wheelchair with an approving grin. Jason, my former pupil, I exerted all my strength to awaken his independent consciousness, but Stryker is, after all, his father. Charles's gaze swept over the writhing Stryker on the ground, and he sighed. The tubes embedded in Jason's emaciated form gradually withdrew of their own accord. Charles, you remain as obstinate as ever, and your actions have placed your sentinels in peril. Magneto spoke softly, while Professor Charles closed his eyes. In less than a second, he smiled and said, No, they are merely embarking on a wondrous journey. Just as the two old friends reunited, a sudden flash of red fire shot up into the distant darkness, rapidly descending towards them. Chapter 24. Invitation. The Coast Guard patrol vessel received a distress signal from the Big Blue Fish. Its commander was taken aback, for the radar had detected no enemies. After reporting to the defense headquarters, he immediately rushed to the scene. Following orders from the defense headquarters, the patrol vessel aimed all its weapons towards the location of the Big Blue Fish submarine and opened fire simultaneously. Dozens of automatic cannons unleashed a barrage of shells, each trailing a brilliant tail, arching beautifully towards the place where Magneto and the professor stood. Humph, these humans will never learn. Magneto let out a deep chuckle, waving his left hand gently. The shells halted mid-air, as if loyal soldiers under a king's command, and then, in perfect formation, turned back towards the patrol vessel. The highest-ranking officer aboard the patrol vessel widened his eyes in horror upon witnessing this, letting out a pained groan as he shouted orders to change course and retreat. Damn it! Notify defense headquarters. We cannot handle this. Before the words of the bearded captain had even left his lips, Magneto's attack had already arrived. A missile descended, striking the deck with precision and triggering a violent explosion, shattering the artillery and sending at least a dozen soldiers flying. Enough, Eric, Charles warned in a deep tone, urging him not to drag mutants into the abyss of war, reminiscent of the Cuban Missile Crisis years ago. Magneto's expression remained indifferent as he lightly tapped his helmet. War? War has long since begun. Do you wish to invade my mind? Unfortunately, this helmet protects me from intrusions by individuals like you. Charles, you remain as naive as ever. You use your power to shield them while allowing them to brand us with numbers that signify shame. Look at that child beside you. He is the finest testament to this. Do you desire for all mutants to end up like him? No, I shall never allow such a fate to repeat itself. Charles replied softly. Eric, we and they should share this world. It is vast enough to accommodate our coexistence. No, this world is small, and such occurrences happen constantly. Magneto retorted mockingly. I can already see the end of mutants, perhaps even on the horizon. We must fight for our survival, Charles. By the way, I forgot to mention. Raven is injured. The one who harmed her is from the very federal forces you are desperately trying to protect. Then war must not ensue, Charles said with resignation. Once it begins, you know what the outcome will be, do you not? Shall we adopt your kind of soft policy? Over the past decade, what has your gentle approach truly brought us? Magneto, with a fierce swing of his fist, raised his voice, questioning whether one must wait for the so-called human government to enact legislation that would confine all mutants to concentration camps, branding them with a mark of shame. Professor Charles fell silent. This contention had persisted between them for over 20 years. After a moment, he spoke softly. I will address this matter regarding the Mutant Registration Act, the military's recent actions against mutants, and those cruel research projects. I shall personally speak to the president. Eric, you and I both understand that mutants are not yet powerful enough. We cannot win this war. The abilities of mutants undergo little qualitative change since their awakening. Their powers range from those like Magneto and Professor Charles, who pose a threat to human civilization, to the weaker ones who can be easily driven away by ordinary people, the latter constituting the vast majority of the mutant population. Magneto's teeth ground together, and with a wave of his hand, a sharp metal spike pierced Stryker's head, while missiles rained down like a torrential storm into the depths of the sea. In the distance, a patrol ship, amid the captain's frantic retreat orders, swiftly circled before vanishing beneath the horizon. About 3 to 4 minutes later, as the tumultuous waves roiled, a stealth fighter descended gently, hovering as Magneto utilized his powers to bring Professor Charles and the others aboard, watching the aircraft ascend until it disappeared into the distance. Magneto shook his head and mused softly. Charles, you will never comprehend that only destruction can herald rebirth. After a moment of contemplation, he coldly declared, let us depart. We must head to Revo Island. Charles's children are still awaiting my arrival. As Azazel nodded and prepared to use his abilities, a raspy, icy voice unexpectedly interrupted. Do not leave just yet. A semicircular water shield erupted from the sea, gradually revealing 3 indistinct figures within. The voice continued, Eric, after all these years, have you missed me? Magneto fell silent, and after a brief pause, he exclaimed incredulously, Shaw? Impossible. You have long been dead. As the air shield dissipated, 3 elegantly attired individuals emerged, as if they had just attended a noble soiree. Leading them was a middle-aged man adorned with sideburns reminiscent of Elvis, clad in a black tuxedo, who chuckled while tapping the scar on his forehead, resembling a third eye. I did perish. Yet the Supreme One has granted me new life and entrusted me to continue the legacy of the Black King. And you, Eric, I believe you are on the verge of forgetting your own mission, White King. The Red Devil instinctively prepared to teleport away, but Shaw's appearance left him momentarily stunned. Frozen in place. White King, the Supreme One summons you. The speaker is a woman clad in a white mermaid evening gown, her flowing golden waves shimmering with a brilliance akin to diamonds. Another voice, high-pitched and cackling, interjected, suggesting resistance, yet implying an awareness that one stood no chance against the trio, particularly upon the sea. Unfazed, Magneto retorted in a low, icy tone, inviting them to attempt their threat. His robes billowed as numerous tiny metallic particles escaped from his attire, forming a precise barrier around him. Although the ocean bore little metal, his battle suit contained ample components for both offense and defense. The Black King and his companion exchanged cold smirks, preparing to engage, but the White Queen interjected coolly, proclaiming that the matter concerning the Supreme Summons was pivotal to the future of mutants. Refusal would surely lead to regret. Magneto hesitated, then acquiesced with a nod, coldly asserting that he would heed the Supreme's call, yet warned that should their plans fail to pique his interest as promised, he would eliminate them all. Chapter 25. Old Grievances. Last night, upon the arrival of Professor Charles, Lauren promptly fled with Dakin, missing the final scene of Magneto's invitation. The threat of a human radar capable of global scans was daunting. A mere glance could lead to their immediate exposure. The submarine, the Big Blue Fish, sank into the depths, reduced to scrap metal, with nearly all crew members perishing. To facilitate an explanation to General Ross, the unfortunate Colonel Jim was submerged into the water, filled with seawater, and subsequently discarded upon the shore. Washington, 12:31 p.m. 3 Arc-Wing Building. Lauren entered the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, beaming while carrying a briefcase, greeting everyone he encountered with enthusiasm. He had amassed a fortune, nearly depleting Nick Fury's reserves accumulated over years. Dissatisfaction would denote a lapse in sanity. Hey, Coulson, what brings you to headquarters at this hour? Has the director graciously granted you a vacation? He urged Coulson to quicken his pace toward the elevator, but his demeanor darkened upon noticing the figure behind Coulson. A towering man, over 6 feet tall, with dark hair exuding the aura of a seasoned soldier, bore deep-set eyes and a face marred by explosive scars. His left eye, ruined by burns, glimmered with a cold, Terminator-like red glow, and he donned a black combat uniform, maintaining a soldier's upright posture even within the confines of the elevator. This was Brock Rumlow, the captain of the Special Operations Team, the most trusted enforcer of Pierce, and the highest commander of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Special Operations Division. 2 years prior, Lauren had encountered some unpleasantness with him during a mission. Subsequently, this experienced special operations leader had carelessly triggered enemy explosives, resulting in the loss of his entire left leg, a portion of his pelvis, and most of his left arm. Regrettably, at that time, Lauren's capabilities were far from the formidable strength he possesses now. Brock, who had not succumbed to the blast, was left barely alive and transported onto A.S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, where he lay in the intensive care unit for a full 3 months. Brock commanded the most elite special operations unit within S.H.I.E.L.D. And aside from his formidable combat skills and experience, his unwavering loyalty was highly valued by Pierce. Ultimately, Pierce had to swallow his pride and personally contact Dr. Zola of Hydra's Technical Management Bureau, employing certain technologies that took over a month to restore Brock to health. Following the clippings program, Dr. Zola briefly led Hydra, But due to his lack of political acumen and charismatic leadership, he was soon dismissed by Pierce under the pretext of ideological differences, leading to the formation of a new Hydra branch, aptly named the Hydra Technical Management Bureau. Although Lauren left no direct evidence, Brock instinctively believed that Lauren was behind the machinations. Thus, this muscle-bound individual sought the services of the renowned attorney Saul in New York, orchestrating a rather clumsy trap. The one intelligent aspect of his plan was that he refrained from personally hiring the lawyer, opting instead to utilize a readily disposable intermediary channel. Brock's hawk-like, piercing gaze swept over Lauren, who promptly donned a radiant yet congenial smile. "Hello, Captain Brock. I cannot believe you are with Coulson. My goodness. Does this mean Russia is poised to launch all its nuclear missiles? Do you both need to undertake a mission together?" Had it not been for Pierce's stern warning and Lauren's inability to find a suitable opportunity, he would have long since devised a scheme to eliminate Brock, that wretched creature. However, since the opportunity to strike was temporarily absent, he resolved to maintain his smile before attending Brock's farewell ceremony. After all, while Lauren had garnered considerable trust from Pierce, he still paled in comparison to Brock. Brock's other eye, filled with resentment, shot a venomous glare at Lauren, his body trembling slightly, fists clenched behind his back, cracking ominously as he fought the urge to reach out and snap Lauren's neck. "Long time no see, Lauren." Brock gritted his teeth, extending his palm towards Lauren, unaware of his supernatural abilities and intent on making Lauren suffer first. Lauren glanced at the left hand, subtly indicating his own left hand, which was intertwined with a box, feigning indifference, which only fueled Brock's anger further. Lauren was acutely aware that Brock's mechanical enhancements had rendered him extraordinarily powerful. Naturally, Lauren would not let Brock occupy his thoughts. But given that they were in S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, any conflict would only serve to expose him further. Coulson's timely laughter shattered the awkward atmosphere within the elevator. He waved his hand, nonchalantly placing his box into Brock's grasp, and remarked, "Lauren, congratulations on completing your mission. The President's address this morning has finally quelled the fury of the mutants." Roland shrugged and smiled, saying, "I do not possess such immense power. Professor Charles is still alive, and I suspect he has had a conversation with the President, who, of course, must show him some respect." In the morning news, the President had initially intended to deliver a rousing declaration of war, aiming to secure a resounding victory in the upcoming election. However, just as the live broadcast commenced, even the President's own promotional team was left bewildered. He seemed to be possessed, abruptly reversing his previously staunch opposition to mutants. Subsequently, the White House, military, major media outlets, and even the opposition party all opted for silence regarding the mutant situation, issuing statements in support of the President's grand decision to uphold peace in America. The general populace remained oblivious to the underlying circumstances, yet those in the know understood that as long as Professor Charles lived, or until a means to restrain him was discovered, the government would not dare to openly declare war on mutants. Ordinary individuals might forget, but the classified archives of governments worldwide would eternally remember the moment when Professor Charles's gentle voice resonated in the minds of all humans and mutants across the globe. Coulson rubbed his forehead, expressing his frustration. "At least the balance continues. I only hope that, having learned from this lesson, the military can conduct their sensitive experiments more discreetly and refrain from tossing matches onto this powder keg." Roland scoffed, remarking, "As long as it's a powder keg, an explosion is inevitable. The only difference lies in who ignites it." Indeed, none of the three present would believe that the military would cease its experiments on mutants. It would only become more clandestine, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. itself might not be entirely clean. After all, the one-eyed director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was, in certain respects, even more radical than General Ross, though the director was a masterful agent adept at concealing certain unsavory truths that would never see the light of day. Coulson and Brock descended the elevator to report their findings to Director Nick or one of the other Nicks. As Brock passed by Roland, he shot him a fierce glance. Roland blinked and smiled, thinking, "Don't let me find the opportunity. This time, I will blow you up so thoroughly that even the tests won't be able to identify you." Ascending another floor, Roland navigated his way to Pierce's office with ease. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Roland." Pierce's jovial voice echoed within the room. Upon entering the office, Roland raised an eyebrow in surprise. No wonder Pierce's laughter was so lecherous. Opposite Pierce sat another guest, a graceful young woman, her enchanting figure resembling a ripe peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a hearty bite. The emerald green gown perfectly accentuated her every curve, with a deep neckline revealing ample expanse of alabaster skin. While a serpentine necklace of the same verdant hue adorned her elongated neck, the serpent's eyes glimmering with a mesmerizing crimson light. Even without gazing upon her enchanting visage, merely the ephemeral outline of her figure is enough to ensnare one's senses. Chapter 26. The Viper. Such a ravishing woman is, in truth, a ruthless viper. A leader among the many branches of the Hydra, the head of the Serpent Syndicate, the Lady Viper. Of course, the Lady Viper before us is but a holographic projection. Were she flesh and blood, Loren surmised he would need to wait for several minutes at the threshold before being granted entry. Task Report, August 2nd, 2003. Loren placed the box and the hastily prepared task report from Dakin upon the table, speaking in a low, unwavering tone. Ha ha ha, my lady, come and behold your treasure. Rarely did Pierce open the box, observing the 5 meticulously arranged pieces within, exhaling a cloud of rich smoke with a sense of pride. The Lady Viper stepped forward, a gentle laughter escaping her lips, a sound that stirred an insatiable yearning in the hearts of those who heard it. With a sultry glance directed at Loren, she addressed Pierce. I truly envy you, Lord Pierce. With such a capable subordinate, my own agents have spent a year without penetrating Strick's inner circle. Lord Pierce, I see this fellow named Loren has quite the potential. Why not bestow him upon me? Pierce narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Since the lady has spoken, I must oblige. If he is willing, I consent to his transfer to your service. The Lady Viper's gaze shifted, and Loren felt as though her eyes intertwined with the glint of the serpent necklace around her neck, rendering her visage intoxicatingly mesmerizing, drawing one deeper into her allure. Loren was no stranger to beauty. During his training at S.H.I.E.L.D., he had undergone specialized sessions aimed at countering the allure of seduction, taught by none other than the agency's most proficient instructor, the Black Widow. In contrast to the Black Widow's subtle, web-like enticements designed to ensnare her prey, the Lady Viper's approach was more direct and domineering, wielding an irresistible charm that obliterated the will of her targets, akin to the distinct hunting methods of a spider and a venomous serpent. Yet, compared to the Lady Viper, the Black Widow seemed as a mere diminutive spider beside a colossal jungle python, their powers of seduction incomparable. One might fear that even an iron rod could be softened to molten metal in the presence of the Lady Viper's enchanting allure. However, Loren speculated that this was not merely a matter of charm and beauty, but perhaps linked to the necklace adorning her neck. I shall forever heed only the commands of Director Pierce, Loren declared, taking a deep breath as a surge of clarity coursed through him, his loyalty echoing boldly. The Lady Viper regarded Loren with a hint of surprise, although the holographic projection limited her abilities. She had clearly not anticipated that this modest level 5 agent could withstand her seductive influence. What a pity indeed. Madame Viper shook her head gently before addressing Pierce. Hee, now that I have acquired the ore, I shall not intrude any further. I will honor our agreement. We shall meet in Berlin. And when the time comes to collect, I will personally express my gratitude. Her lips delicately grazed as she spoke, casting a beguiling glance that left much to the imagination. Madame Viper glanced at Loren once more, gracefully bowed to Pierce, and then her holographic image dissipated from the room. Well then, I shall take my leave for today. The smile on Pierce's face vanished along with Madame Viper. He removed a device the size of a chip from the nape of his neck and spoke coldly. This Viper still seeks to disrupt my judgment with her feeble charms? Humph. An emotional stabilizer, produced by the technical department of S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Pierce was an ordinary man, his deep thoughts could not shield him from being devoured by a woman like Madame Viper without employing some means. Simultaneously, a similar small chip silently dissipated from Loren's neck. Director, this is Strucker's comprehensive research data and experimental reports on mutants. Loren respectfully placed a mobile drive on the table and feigned confusion. It seems Madame Viper is not entirely human? Pierce nodded in satisfaction, then scoffed, her? Merely a mutant. Otherwise, why would she exhibit such keen interest in mutant research? Mutants are not to be trusted. It is just that the leaders of those factions are currently acting rather uncooperatively. We need the support of the Serpent Society within our organization. That wretch even dares to attempt to seduce you. After the conclusion of World War II, Hydra, led by Red Skull, fell into disarray. Under S.H.I.E.L.D.'s relentless pursuit, many of its factions suffered severe blows, forcing all of Hydra into hiding during that frigid winter. Following the clawback initiative, particularly after Pierce assumed leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D., he provided an excellent sanctuary for Hydra, naturally being elected as its leader. All revived Hydra factions thrived securely under the protective shade of S-H-I-E-L-D. After years of stable development, these flourishing factions began to outgrow their need for S-H-I-E-L-D's protection and, of course, began to pose a threat to Pierce's position. As long as we complete the Inside Initiative, Pierce, an ambitious Hydra, viewed the other factions as mere vermin unworthy of existence. Lauren cautioned, Director, Dr. Zola, Baron Strucker, and the Serpent Society all harbor their own ambitions, and the Inside Initiative requires further preparation. If their plans advance ahead of ours. Pierce's gaze darkened. Contemplating grimly, for so many years, they have been sheltered by S-H-I-E-L-D. While I have conducted some investigations, I remain unaware of the extent of their power. Strucker has always resisted my leadership. As for Dr. Zola, he has engaged in too many covert maneuvers over the years. Those I have personally nurtured are far more reliable. Laurent gazed at the contemplative Pierce, finally allowing a smile to break upon his lips. He murmured to himself, as if addressing Pierce, perhaps we can leverage Strick's data. This would enable us to swiftly produce a cohort of mutant warriors. Pierce nodded in agreement, lifting his gaze to meet Laurent's. The clarity in his mind was unmistakable. It was as though Laurent was on the verge of directly proclaiming, "Leave this matter to me." In truth, had it been earlier, Pierce might not have endorsed the mutant program, for his primary focus lay upon the Inside Initiative. Other matters scarcely warranted his distraction. However, in recent times, various factions within Hydra had been engaging in clandestine machinations, seemingly eager to usurp him from his current position. When it came to Laurent, whom he had personally mentored, Pierce felt a profound sense of trust, particularly given that Laurent had executed each of his missions with exceptional finesse over the past 3 years. Very well, Laurent, Pierce nodded. I am scheduled to attend a meeting in Berlin this afternoon and will be meeting with several families there. The mutant program is in your capable hands. I expect to find a viable plan and roster awaiting me upon my return. Do well, and perhaps in a few years, Hydra shall boast yet another branch. Hail Hydra! Laurent proclaimed, rising with an air of resolve, embodying the spirit of loyalty and readiness to brave any peril for the organization. Internally, he harbored a smile. At long last, he could rightfully cultivate his own influence. Without Pierce's backing, he would have struggled to initiate the research on perfect blood, not to mention evading the watchful eye of S-H-I-E-L-D. Even if he found a sufficiently concealed location, how would he procure personnel, funds, and research equipment? The required capital would far exceed what he could gain from dismantling Dakin and selling the parts. Was he to merely present a syringe to the blood doctor and expect him to commence research? Thus, utilizing official funding for his studies was indeed the most prudent path. Truly, those he had nurtured proved to be the most effective. If all his subordinates mirrored Laurent's capabilities, he would have long since absorbed the other factions entirely. Pierce nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 27. Chaos Unleashed. What? Scarlet has been assigned a mission? You must be jesting, Soraya. You are from the technical department. What sort of task would recruit a researcher who wouldn't dare harm a chicken? Laurent stared in astonishment at the remarkably plump Caucasian woman before him. Soraya shrugged, sipping from her large cup of orange juice. You heard me correctly, and I cannot divulge the nature of the task, for I am unaware myself. In fact, no one here knows. The orders came directly from above. Exiting Pierce's office, Laurent did not return to his own, but instead descended in the elevator straight to the technical department of S-H-I-E-L-D, only to encounter this unexpected revelation. He shrugged and returned to the elevator. Such was the nature of working at S-H-I-E-L-D, undoubtedly. Scarlet's mission is shrouded in a veil of utmost secrecy. Could it be that she is entangled in an event of which she is entirely unaware? Laurent, with a resigned expression, shrugged his shoulders. After all, this is the tangible world, vast and boundless, while the narrative he is familiar with concerns only a select few, the majority of whom emerged post-2008. Upon returning to his office, Laurent sat before his desk, stifling a yawn out of sheer boredom. The project proposal requested by Pierce displayed only a title, and although Dakin was available as a resource, Laurent held little regard for his writing abilities. It was one thing to draft mundane reports that no one would read, but this proposal directly influenced the funding Pierce could allocate to him. As lethargy crept over him, a fitting candidate for this task sprang to mind, prompting him to immediately dial a number. Hello, Sol, how is the task I assigned you progressing? What? You're in the hospital? Who could be more suitable for this task than that lawyer whose words flew as wildly as a spaceship? Sol's voice on the phone was somewhat muffled, tinged with a hint of distress as he replied, Oh God, boss, I was just about to contact you. I had nearly completed the task you entrusted to me, but Dr. Stein was forcibly taken away, and they even injured my face. Woe is me. Where are you hospitalized? All right, I will be there shortly. Lauren swiftly ended the call, grabbed his outerwear, and strode purposefully out the door, muttering under his breath, "Damn it. Daring to snatch someone on my turf, and even my own personnel." In Lauren's scheme, Professor Stein was the most ideal candidate for the research on perfect blood. Regardless of who the abductor was, he was determined to retrieve him. In a subterranean base in the southern district of Washington, Yuriko donned an ill-fitting military camouflage uniform. Resembling a marionette as she sat on the sofa, her vacant eyes devoid of life. Lauren had used nanobots to eliminate the chip implanted in her brain by Strick, which had controlled her mind for years. However, the mechanical conditioning of her brain had yet to process what Dakin had conveyed to him. Dakin reclined on a nearby sofa, watching SpongeBob with a cheap cigar clenched between his teeth. He regarded Yuriko as a kindred spirit, which was why he had chosen to keep her around. Although he had never contemplated the utility of her presence, treating her more like a temporary pet. Lauren entered with a stern countenance, commanding coldly, "Gather your belongings. We are heading to New York immediately. It appears our soul has encountered some trouble." If it were merely the ordinary New York mob or government agencies, Soul's professional capabilities would render him unnecessary for assistance. Be ready at all times. Dakin, ever eager for chaos, excitedly sat up and then glanced at Yuriko. What about her? Should she stay behind to watch the house? Lauren smacked his forehead, groaning, "Damn it, you insisted on keeping her, and now you ask me what to do." He paused before inquiring, "Well, how did your conversation with her go?" Dakin broke into a broad smile, glancing at the dazed Yuriko. "I told her I would make her wealthy, allowing her to relish the thrill of taking lives, and I could enhance her strength. Yet, she paid me no heed. Boss, just consider her a dependent," he remarked. Lauren shot an obscene gesture at the irresponsible scoundrel before crouching down to meet Yuriko's lifeless gaze. After a prolonged moment, Yuriko finally managed to utter, "Hello, boss." Lauren spoke in a grave tone. "I am unaware of what that wretched Strick has inflicted upon you. But now that you are in Washington, I wish to regard you as my subordinate, not merely as a puppet." Yuriko stared blankly at him. Lauren smirked and continued, "You possess commendable abilities, thus I offer you an opportunity. You may join me in this operation as my subordinate, or you may depart immediately to pursue any life you desire. The choice is yours. But heed my words, you are no longer a mere shell, nor a weapon for anyone. You have an opportunity to reclaim your humanity, and I present it to you. Do you understand? Reflect on it carefully." Dakin lazily donned his jacket, casting a glance at the still unresponsive Yuriko, shaking his head. "Boss, she is completely unresponsive. I spoke to her at length, and she remained indifferent." Lauren shot him a stern look before turning towards the door, with Dakin hastily following. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Yuriko suddenly rise. Her voice dry as she declared, "Boss, I will accompany you." Lauren shot a triumphant glance at Dakin, a smile blooming on his face like spring. Wasting no time, he led Dakin and Yuriko onto the SHIELD transport, which soared towards New York a mere 10 minutes later. In New York, at St. Mary's Hospital, as Lauren and Dakin entered, Thor was pacing angrily, hurling curses at two police officers who had come to inquire. "What do you mean there are no leads? Oh, damned God, damned America. Is our safety so compromised that we face abductions in broad daylight? You dare tell me there is no evidence? Good heavens, did I inflict this injury upon myself? Am I, a reputable lawyer, lying? You're squandering taxpayer money, do you understand? I will file a complaint against you." A gathering of doctors and nurses surrounded the scene, while in the ward, the two officers, adorned with badges of considerable rank, stood speechless, rendered mute by the rapid-fire tirade of the irate Thor. The officer's weak demeanor only emboldened Thor further, prompting him to escalate his outburst. Upon seeing Lauren enter, the ferocious Thor instantly transformed into a pitiful lamb, darting towards him and exclaiming, "Oh my God! Boss, you have finally arrived. You must avenge me. Look at my face. What a state it's in. I have fought tooth and nail to thwart them, yet alas, I am not a robust warrior," lamented Saul. He glanced at Saul, whose square face and broad forehead marked him as a middle-aged Caucasian in his 30s, dressed like an elite lawyer. A fresh bruise, resembling a handprint, covered his cheek, and a swelling the size of an egg adorned his forehead, which, combined with his woeful expression, rendered him quite comical. Lauren couldn't help but chuckle. "For heaven's sake, stop crying like a child and tell me what transpired." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed the two awkward policemen, who left with a sense of relief, one even forgetting his hat on the bed. Saul, feeling aggrieved, recounted the progress of their work. The individual selected by Lauren was Dr. Cellular Stein, a professor at Columbia University specializing in cellular and hematological studies, a quintessential bookworm brimming with curiosity. Saul was puzzled as to how his boss had come to know of this man, but he certainly was the prime candidate for their research. Employing his remarkable eloquence, Saul successfully persuaded Dr. Stein to partake in their project. After all, no researcher could resist the allure of a Nobel Prize. Unfortunately, as Saul described, today a figure resembling the hunchback of Notre Dame, accompanied by a group of ruffians, stormed into the research institute. With an impolite demeanor, they invited Dr. Stein to join their scientific endeavor. Despite Saul's fervent attempts to intervene, they forcibly took Dr. Stein away. The individuals who abducted the professor seemed to wield considerable influence. Saul reported the incident to the police, but failed to gather any concrete evidence of the kidnapping. Lauren furrowed his brow, questioning Saul. Did you not notice any useful clues? Saul, timid and hesitant, remained silent. After a moment, Daikin cautiously suggested, Boss, could they be military personnel? The military has always shown keen interest in this line of research. Impossible, Lauren retorted dryly. If they were military, they wouldn't go through such elaborate measures. A special order would suffice. Damn it, who are these people? Do we need to enlist the power of S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate? While S.H.I.E.L.D. could easily uncover the truth, Lauren's current standing meant that utilizing their intelligence network would inadvertently inform many within S.H.I.E.L.D. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively instructed, It appears we have encountered a formidable force. However, Dr. Stein is integral to our future development. We cannot relinquish him. This is all redundant. I need not reiterate. Saul, continue to apply pressure on the police and gather surrounding surveillance footage to unearth any leads. Daikin, seek out the white ghost. He might possess valuable insights. Lastly, Lauren glanced at the stiffly clad, ill-fitting camouflage of Lily. Pausing, he remarked, Let me first take you to change out of this ridiculous outfit. The group dispersed, each attending to their respective tasks. Approximately half an hour later, Lauren returned with Lily, now clad in a sleek white athletic ensemble. In the police station, Saul found himself at an impasse, while on the other side, the white ghost demonstrated his reputation as the most reliable informant in the underworld, a title well-deserved. Upon his return, Dakin brought back a precise address, 643 7th Avenue, Brooklyn. With such a specific location provided in a remarkably short time, Loren couldn't help but smirk. It seemed he had underestimated the informant's capabilities. Dakin, in high spirits, remarked to the white ghost that this intelligence was offered free of charge, as a testament to their budding friendship, but that future information would be priced according to market rates. Let us see which scoundrel dares to meddle with my affairs, Loren declared, as he, Dakin, and Haruko hopped into a rented vehicle and sped towards the address provided by the white ghost, effortlessly locating the designated number. The target was glaringly apparent, a vast industrial complex, featuring 8 expansive warehouses, adorned with striking white roofs emblazoned in bold red letters with the words Chapter 28, Snatch, Seeking Milk. The full name being Vanguard Technology. Within Hydra, it was often mockingly referred to as the Hydra Bureau of Technical Management, a branch established by Dr. Zola after being ousted from the core management. Though possibly lacking in influence and military might, it was undoubtedly an authority in technology, particularly in artificial intelligence and genetic engineering, devoted to inciting global conflict and profiting from arms trading. Loren had always been puzzled by this. As a mere conglomeration of data, what could Dr. Zola possibly need with such vast wealth? It seemed as nonsensical as an elderly eunuch marrying a multitude of concubines. Was it merely for appearances? Gazing at the imposing letters on the warehouse, Loren muttered, No wonder the police couldn't uncover anything. It turns out it was an inside job. Dakin, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired softly, What shall we do, boss? Hydra championed healthy competition, the greater one's influence. The more likely they would secure voting rights and ascend to leadership. However, open conflict was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, no organization could possibly endure for millennia. Loren furrowed his brow, his mind racing. The three of them lingered at the entrance for a moment when 2 towering black security guards strode towards them, their hands resting ominously on their holsters, delivering a fierce warning that this was private property and they should leave immediately, or they would be met with gunfire. Before the guard could finish his threat, he let out a scream as Loren signaled to Dakin, who charged forward and delivered a powerful blow to his left shoulder. The sickening crack of bone reverberating through the air, causing the guard to collapse to the ground in agony. At the same time, Yuriko approached with an expression of icy indifference, her long legs slicing through the air like a tempest. She brought her axe-like strike down upon the shoulder of another imposing black man, who was even less fortunate than his companion. He barely had time to utter a scream before his bones succumbed to the brutal impact, the sound of cracking echoes filling the air. Blood spilled from his mouth as he collapsed to his knees, teetering on the brink of death. Lauren blinked, softly remarking, "Yuriko, my dear girl, we are not violent murderers. It is daylight, after all. Normally, a mere lesson would suffice. There is no need to strike with such severity." Yuriko stood there, a look of confusion etched on her face, anxious that she had not performed adequately. Lauren shrugged, striding toward the factory entrance, declaring, all right, you did well. You'll grow accustomed to this, as they are all just scum." After effortlessly dispatching a dozen encroaching security personnel, Daikin and Yuriko swiftly located their target. At the entrance of a tall, elegant white factory, several individuals were engaged in conversation. Among them was a flamboyant blonde man, with a sunken chest and a hobbled gait. Clad in an expensive white silk suit, an attire favored by nouveau riche, but his disheveled appearance did little to convey the brand's prestige. Beside him stood another man, equally animated. Though frail with an oversized head, his wrinkled blue short-sleeve shirt contrasting sharply with his dirt-stained trousers. Lauren's expression hardened as he approached them directly, inquiring of the blue-clad man. "Dr. Cyril Stein?" The stooped man, flanked by 8 subordinates, stepped forward with a commanding voice. "Who are you ruffians? How did you get in here?" "Security. Throw them out." Dr. Stein blinked in confusion, asking, "It's me, but who are you? We don't know each other." Lauren disregarded the flustered individual, extending his hand and stating plainly, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lawrence Strike. I believe Sol has mentioned my name. He said you were abducted, and I am here to rescue you." "Doctor." Cyril snapped back to awareness, eagerly grasping Lauren's hand, exclaiming, "Sol? Oh yes. Attorney Sol, you must be Mr. Lauren. I was not abducted, Mr. Killian merely wishes to invite me to participate in his project." "Good heavens. He is a genius. His ideas are simply marvelous." "Doctor." Stein's words were abruptly interrupted as Killian limped in front of Lauren, flailing his arms and shouting in a bizarre tone, "You scoundrel. I am asking you a question. Are you deaf? You dare ignore me, you wretched fool. Regardless of who you are, today will be your demise. You have offended an unassailable power, one you can never hope to provoke." The excitement in Killian's eyes was unmistakable as he delivered this ominous proclamation. From a young age, he had never experienced the overwhelming sensation of wielding control over the lives and deaths of others. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he instructed his burly bodyguard behind him, eliminate them, and dispose of their bodies in the sewers of New York to feed the rats. A cruel grin stretched across his face, brimming with impatience, oblivious to how Lauren had effortlessly traversed the factory gates with just 2 companions. The gunmen exchanged sinister smirks before swiftly drawing their handguns, clearly accustomed to such grim tasks. Lauren let out a mocking laugh, prompting Daikin and Yuriko to rush forward, knocking several bodyguards to the ground without hesitation. Killian's hand remained poised in the air, not yet lowered. The disparity in strength between the 2 sides was insurmountable. Those fortunate enough to remain alive lay on the ground, bloodied and wailing, while the unfortunate met swift demise. The heat was stifling. Yet Killian felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine, his face paling in horror as he realized the formidable strength of his adversaries. He had witnessed those burly bodyguards effortlessly snap necks with their bare hands, as if crushing a mere chick. Yet now, they lay bloodied and defeated. Though he was arrogant and ruthless, he was ultimately just a researcher, unaccustomed to such scenes of brutality. Lauren approached the terrified Killian, grasping his collar with a chilling demeanor. "Listen closely, Quasimodo. I know to which organization you belong, and I am aware of your puppet master. Dr. Zola, am I correct? Did you think I would care about that mass of computer data, or that I would fear your so-called influence? Huh. You believe that being Zola's lapdog elevates you to prominence? You are nothing more than a piece of refuse wrapped in a Christmas gift box." Lauren slowly lifted him, a smile playing on his lips. "I know what you're thinking. Revenge, is it? I could enumerate a dozen charges against you at any moment and arrest you for illegal research, or even end your life right here. Rest assured, no prosecutor would dare to pursue me, for they would possess no evidence of my actions against you, and governmental forces would come to my aid. Subsequently, they would conclude that scum like you has no place in this world." Initially, Killian managed to maintain a semblance of composure. But upon hearing the revelation of Dr. Zola's name, his anxiety became palpable, beads of sweat forming on his brow as his complexion grew increasingly pale. Killian's life had been fraught with despair. Despite his remarkable intellect and belief in his own superiority, he faced repeated rejections in his quest for investment, often subjected to ridicule. In his desperation, he even contemplated suicide. When Dr. Zola mysteriously appeared before him 6 months prior, he had eagerly accepted the offer, enchanted by the promise of change through the doctor's mysterious, formidable, and financially powerful connections. As for the use of his research, he was indifferent. He merely sought to prove himself as the best. Little did he know, before he could achieve any results, a man who dismissed Dr. Zola entirely and exuded violent strength would burst onto the scene. Killian offered an awkward smile as I observed him, clearly petrified. Laurent, displaying no patience, coldly stated, "I do not wish to engage in idle chatter. My question is straightforward. May I take Dr. Stern with me now? Or would you prefer I administer a beating first?" At this moment, Laurent recalled the identity of this individual, the arrogant fool who engineered the extremist virus and audaciously attempted to kidnap the president, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of Pepper Potts. It is often the case that when a person, long subjected to bullying and discrimination, acquires formidable power, they cannot help but become ostentatious and deranged. Laurent suppressed his impulse to eliminate him outright. Such blatant acts of violence could not be tolerated. Covert operations and underhanded tactics are ubiquitous, and as long as no one uncovers direct evidence, no one could implicate him. Faced with Laurent's menacing demeanor, the pitiable Killian nodded helplessly. "Of course. You may take him away right now." Laurent nodded in satisfaction, releasing his grip and brushing off the creases in Killian's collar. "Dear fellow, let it be known that I could effortlessly dispose of someone like you, both physically and mentally. Should you ever contemplate causing me trouble in the future, you will soon realize that it is the most foolish decision you could ever make in your life." Killian, terrified by Laurent's threat, shook his head vigorously. Once Laurent had distanced himself sufficiently to be out of earshot, Killian clenched his fists in fury, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, just you wait." Despite his inner resentment, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Laurent seemed to regard Dr. Zola with utter disdain, and to put it bluntly, all his current power was merely a gift from Dr. Zola. Laurent Stark was the second person he loathed most after Tony Stark. Cecile hurried to catch up with Laurent, occasionally glancing back at the factory with a hint of reluctance. After a moment's hesitation, he stammered, Mr. Laurent, although Attorney Saul has shared much with me, he did not specify what precisely I am to do. However, Dr. Killian has an exceptional research project." His words trailed off as Laurent fixed him with a frosty gaze, causing his expression to stiffen before he forced a beaming smile. Whatever task you assign to me, I shall consider it an honor." In the vehicle leaving the factory premises, Cecile appeared lost in thought, remaining silent. Laurent, with a smile, inquired, "What is the matter? Still pondering over Killian's project?" After a moment's hesitation, Cecile nodded. "That project holds immense potential. If harnessed correctly, it could achieve significant breakthroughs in both medical and military fields. And I could become a prominent figure, perhaps even one of the greatest scientists in human history." An idea struck Laurent, and he cheerfully asked, "If I were to provide you with the project's documentation, would you be able to continue the research?" Killian did not offer much information. "I would require detailed data and experimental reports to proceed." Sailor pondered for a moment before once again expressing his thoughts on the project, which indeed possesses immense potential. "Fear not, Sailor," Laurent reassured him, patting his shoulder. "Your dreams shall come to fruition. Since I have inadvertently caused you to forfeit a promising opportunity, I shall accompany you to an even greater one." Laurent observed Sailor, who appeared as forlorn as a young boy experiencing his first heartbreak. A myriad of thoughts began to swirl in Laurent's mind. This individual is a pure scholar. Should it be said that scientists possess the potential for madness? The absence of a conventional moral compass is rather advantageous. As long as his curiosity and thirst for knowledge are fully ignited, he will wholeheartedly unveil his intellect. The vehicle halted at Sol's office, where Sol, eagerly awaiting at the entrance, spotted Sailor and exclaimed, "Ha! Sailor, you have returned? Ha!" He enveloped him in a warm embrace. Then, with a proud expression, declared, "Just as I mentioned, Mr. Laurent, you are the most formidable magnate in this world." Sailor cautiously glanced at Laurent and nodded in agreement. Shortly after Laurent and his companions departed, a military Hummer roared into the compound, followed by a burly soldier with half of his face severely burned. "Brock, oh my God, you finally arrived," Killian exclaimed, appearing as a forlorn puppy seeing its master. He quickly rushed forward, pointing at the video footage of Laurent and accusingly proclaimed, "Those damned fellows charged in and directly abducted Dr. Sten." Killian cunningly added, "Indeed, Dr. Sten is an expert in blood and cellular studies. With his involvement, the dire plan will soon progress to human trials, at which point your injuries will be healed. But for now," Brock had already received the news. His expression darkened, instinctively touching the burns on his face, his eyes filled with a murderous intent, as if he were on the brink of violence. Notify Dr. Zola. That individual is mine to deal with. Chapter 29. The arrival of Brock, seeking all forms of assistance, in New York. As Lauren and his companions made their way to Kennedy Airport, Dakin cast a glance at Sailor in the back seat and whispered, "Boss, after all, he is one of our own. If we simply barge in to seize him, we will undoubtedly encounter trouble." Lauren, unfazed, chuckled lightly. Dr. Zola will certainly erupt in fury. But what of it? He is the head of the Technology Management Bureau, not our superior. Our true boss is Pierce, one of our own. Dakin, remember, fellow travelers can be the most perilous adversaries. As Lauren finished his remark, he noticed in the rearview mirror 5 military Hummers speeding towards them. They abruptly blocked the road, halting Lauren's rented Audi in the gaze of onlookers. The doors swung open, and a dozen soldiers clad in black tactical gear, wielding real firearms, surged from the vehicles, completely surrounding the car. The sound of gun chambers being loaded echoed ominously as the dark muzzles of their weapons were aimed directly at Lauren and his companions within the vehicle. Brock strode forward with determination, his single eye filled with venomous intent as he glared at Lauren inside the vehicle. "Lauren, will you come out willingly, or shall I drag you out?" Lauren, surveying the menacing guns surrounding him, surmised that Dr. Zola would not relent. Yet he was taken aback to find Brock among those sent to confront him, an unexpected twist of fate. With an air of indifference, Lauren inquired, "Do you require something, Brock?" "To confront an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. in broad daylight. Are you seeking personal vengeance?" Brock smirked maliciously. "Indeed, I am here for you, Lauren. I possess irrefutable evidence proving your unlawful intrusion into Vanguard Technologies, the illegal kidnapping of hostages, resulting in the injury of 15 individuals and the death of 8. This time, your downfall is imminent." Of course, these were mere pretexts. The underlying motive stemmed from the insidious power struggles within Hydra. "At last, I've seized your Achilles heel," Brock thought to himself, a cold chuckle echoing in his mind. With his left hand gripping the car door, he exerted a slight force, his fingers sinking into the material. And with ease, the door was torn asunder as if it were crafted from paper. Dakin restrained the volatile Hyacinth from leaping out of the vehicle, casting a disdainful glance at the dozen Special Forces operatives surrounding them. "You lot dare to lay a finger on my boss, and you'll regret it." He positioned himself, arms over his head, leaning against the car. The action team, guns trained on Lauren, spoke coldly. They too were members of Hydra, loyal to Brock. And irrespective of Lauren's identity, they would unflinchingly execute Brock's orders. Dakin stood defiantly before Lauren, icy anger lacing his words. "You've truly provoked my ire." Should Lauren issue a command, he could effortlessly dismantle these hapless individuals, especially with Hyacinth at his side. Dakin found it perplexing that his normally temperamental boss displayed no reaction, even when threatened at gunpoint. He vividly recalled that in their first year together, a man who dared to aim a firearm at him had been reduced to mincemeat and discarded into the Pacific to feed the fish. It was then that Saul grasped the gravity of the situation. As an attorney, he sprang into action, vociferously protesting, "What are you doing? My employer is a public servant. Do you possess any evidence? You are tarnishing my employer's reputation and integrity. I shall report you to your superiors. Apologize immediately, or I will ensure you all lose your livelihoods." Saul's bravado was not entirely unfounded. Had these men been ordinary police or military personnel, they may have faltered under his relentless barrage. Brock dismissed Saul's threats with derision, though he sensed an unsettling aura emanating from Dakin and Hyacinth. The opportunity for retribution against Lauren loomed large in his mind, and he was resolute in his intent to apprehend Lauren first. With a single shove, Brock pushed Saul aside. Even his right hand alone sent the ailing Saul staggering back several steps, nearly causing him to gasp for breath. Then, Brock fixed a menacing glare on Dakin. "You are the one Lauren recruited, aren't you? I have heard of you, and you seem somewhat formidable. Stand aside, or else." His fist crackled with a series of sounds, ready to strike. Lorenz secretly mocked him. Neither he nor Dakin feared opponents like Brock, who were augmented by mechanical enhancements. However, a multitude of onlookers had already drawn out their mobile phones, with at least 30 or 40 cameras trained on them. Should a confrontation ensue, it would undoubtedly reveal his extraordinary abilities to the public. He was not the flamboyant Iron Man. The fewer who knew of his trump cards, the better. Lorenz chuckled inwardly when he realized that the one confronting him was indeed Brock, and a cascade of brilliant ideas suddenly surged through his mind. He pressed his hand on Dakin's shoulder and whispered, "It's fine, I'll go back with him. He wouldn't dare to harm me." Inform Sitwell to look into Serial's mission report. He will know how to proceed. Daikin blinked in surprise, pondering, Serial's mission report? When did I write that? He nodded, saying, I'll ensure Serial is kept in an absolutely secure location. No need for extreme secrecy. Just take him to the S-H-I-E-L-D safe house. Loren replied with a sly smile, continuing in a cold tone, if they dare to come for him, eliminate them directly. Daikin was perplexed by Loren's intentions. What advantage would there be in escalating the situation? However, after years of camaraderie, he possessed an almost blind confidence in Loren's judgment. He nodded and coldly ushered Lilith and Soul into the vehicle. Smart choice. Brock laughed triumphantly, pointing at the seated Stain, and him too, Serial Stain. He.S. involved as well. Bring him along. Loren smiled warmly at him, stepping forward to whisper, Are you certain, Brock? Just a friendly reminder. He's someone the boss desires. Brock was taken aback, his excitement for revenge abruptly replaced by awkwardness. His mind had been solely focused on retaliating against Loren. But now he realized that Loren was fully aware of the Hydra affiliation. How could he brazenly attempt to abscond with someone? Was this the boss's directive? Whether it was Hydra or S-H-I-E-L-D, maintaining operational secrecy among agents was standard protocol. Loren shrugged, and before Brock could gather his thoughts, he climbed into the military Humvee, grinning as he said, Brock, aren't you going to drive? I'm curious to see what you plan to do with me. A cold glint flashed in Brock's remaining eye as he fixed his gaze on the unflinching Loren and coldly commanded, Let us go. As for Professor Stain, he instinctively chose to forget. In a highly classified interrogation room of S-H-I-E-L-D in New York, a place even Loren was previously unaware of, he found himself bound to a frigid iron chair, wearing a cheerful smile as though utterly unconcerned about what Brock might do to him. The walls surrounding him were composed entirely of floor-to-ceiling double mirrors. Brock currently stood behind one of the two-way mirrors, his gaze filled with resentment as he stared at the carefree Loren, his heart a tumult of anger and hesitation. How should he deal with him? In a moment of impulsive agitation, Brock had forcibly brought Loren back, yet as calmness returned, he found himself increasingly troubled. The more relaxed Loren appeared, the more uneasy Brock felt. Loren had attacked the branch base, abducting researchers, and although he was not Loren's direct superior in Pierce's absence, he still possessed the authority to discipline him as a means of punishment. However, if this endeavor had been assigned by Pierce, the matter would assume a different significance altogether. Moreover, if Loren had not been emboldened by some assurance, how could he have brazenly stormed in to seize individuals, his face completely unmasked? This only deepened Brock's sense of unease. While he found it hard to believe that Pierce, who typically focused solely on strategic insights, would suddenly seek out an expert in blood work, one must always be prepared for the unexpected. Brock had become acquainted with Dr. Zola and Killian while treating blast injuries. Although they shared a cordial rapport, he was still, after all, Pierce's subordinate, assisting an outsider in the abduction of his superior's underlings. Brock's expression darkened as he glared at Loren, his fists clenched, filled with resentment. His long-sought adversary was now within his grasp, yet he dared not act against him. After sitting in tense silence for 10 minutes, Loren began humming a cheerful tune, smiling as he remarked, I know you're watching me, Brock. Did you bring me back just to lurk in the shadows? Do your team members know about your peculiar habits? It's nearly dinner time. Are you intending to let me remain hungry? Please order me a pizza. I know an excellent place with abundant toppings and superb cheese. Brock gritted his teeth in frustration. How was he to handle this situation? If only he had chosen a more secluded location to confront Loren, he could have discreetly taken action, eliminating him outright. However, now, Brock's phone rang, and he furrowed his brow, hesitating before answering. The voice on the other end belonged to Sitwell, nearly roaring with fury. Brock, has your mind been muddled by a foolish donkey? You dare to take one of our own in broad daylight without any evidence? The boss is currently in Berlin and is unaware of this incident. You must release him immediately. I can feign ignorance about this matter, but otherwise. Brock glanced at the relaxed Loren in the holding cell, a blaze of anger igniting within him as he coldly replied, Loren has violated the restrictions. I am merely acting in accordance with the rules. He then abruptly ended the call. Damn it, bastard. Sitwell slammed his phone onto the table, grinding his teeth in frustration. Brock, being Pierce's favored lieutenant, had always dismissed them. This was one thing, but now he dared to apprehend one of his own. Without a moment's hesitation, Sitwell rummaged through a drawer for a blank document. Within minutes, a non-existent mission report appeared in the task files, and the submission date boldly indicated a month prior. Then, he produced a satellite phone and dialed a number. After a few beeps, he declared, This is Agent Sitwell, Level 7 clearance. Password 10011. I have urgent matters to report to the boss. Chapter 30. The attack as Brock set off in pursuit of Roland, Killian, feeling his dignity affronted, promptly reached out to his superior, Dr. Zola, to inform him of the situation. On the vast display, Dr. Zola's expression remained impassive as he listened to Killian's report. Lawrence Strick. Are you certain that is his name? With gritted teeth, Killian affirmed, indeed. Brock knows him. After a moment of silence, Dr. Zola unexpectedly broke into a peculiar laugh. Oh, splendid. Pierce's subordinate is in search of a hematology expert. How intriguing. So it's plausible that the perfect blood was indeed orchestrated by him? Huh. What does the death of a few individuals matter? Even if Pierce conceals the information, he has his own channels, aware that the military has procured valuable resources in Hungary, albeit a tad too late. Perfect blood? Grade 3 platelets? Killian's eyes widened, his voice tinged with excitement. Grade 3 platelets, the universal blood adhesive, truly. For those of us engaged in biotechnological research, it is akin to the hand of God in creation. Exactly. Pierce has acquired the perfect blood, yet still keeps it from us. How delightful that this Lawrence Strick has now fallen into my grasp. He has attacked my factory, providing me with ample justification to apprehend him. Dr. Zola mused excitedly to himself. If I can capture this Roland, once he confesses, with direct evidence in hand, I can persuade Stryker and Viper, who prioritize their research on mutants even more than I do. With the election approaching, I refuse to believe that Pierce will not yield the perfect blood. Let me see where they are. Doctor. Zola's eyes flickered rapidly over a series of numbers composed of zeros and ones. After approximately 30 seconds, he grinned broadly. Ah, are they headed towards SHIELD's safe house? The vicinity is tranquil, allowing us to minimize civilian casualties. This is advantageous. Too many civilian injuries would complicate matters significantly. Killian, go forth. Rally all the capable hands. Tonight, I intend to confront this Roland. Upon hearing Dr. Zola's command, Killian eagerly nodded, his mind racing with thoughts of teaching that arrogant scoundrel a lesson. With a formidable entourage, Killian stormed out of the factory, and within mere minutes, Roland was brought back to the confinement room by Brock. In the Queen's, at the SHIELD safe house, Yuriko remained seated in the corner, her expression as wooden as ever. If one were not attentive, they might not even notice that another person occupied that space. Since entering the safe house, she had completely adhered to Roland's orders, her gaze following Seal without so much as a blink. Before her, the restless Selyar suddenly rose, as if he had activated a switch within Yuriko, who stood up alongside him, her eyes glinting with a murderous intent that rendered Selyar utterly rigid. With a quivering voice, Selyar exclaimed, I can't hold it any longer. I must go to the restroom. I will accompany you, Yuriko replied coolly, exhibiting no sense of wrongness. Ha, Yuriko. Please take a seat. You think you can follow him? Selyar can't relieve himself, can he? Our guests have arrived. Little Yuriko, guard the door. I'll handle what lies beyond. Lazily sprawled on the sofa, Daikin sprang up with excitement, took a couple of steps forward, opened the window to glance outside, and then leapt out like a great ape, using the window's ledge to propel himself, twisting in midair, and landed safely below. Selyar's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his mouth agape as he looked back and forth between the window and Sol, stammering, This is the 21st floor. Sol silently smirked, demonstrating a muscular pose, and declared, I told you, Boss Loren is exceptionally formidable. Soon, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, and Yuriko walked over with a stern expression. Without warning, the white door was violently shattered, the pale blue plasma crackling ominously. Amidst the flying splinters, a horrifying gash opened in Yuriko's abdomen, revealing her innards, as her body was blasted backward, a testament to the terrifying power of the shot. A dozen individuals surged in, clad in yellow combat suits, resembling lunatics from a biological laboratory. A group of yellow-clad figures swiftly surrounded Selyar and Sol, while the remaining 6 dispersed to search the surroundings. The 2 helpless men turned pale, their hearts racing with dread, continuously cursing Daikin for his recklessness, questioning why he had leaped outside instead of safeguarding them here. They remained oblivious to Yuriko's true strength, mistakenly believing she had been taken down by the gunfire. The target is not inside. Repeat, the target is not inside. One of the yellow-clad individuals communicated through a headset, yet from the other end came terrified screams. Yuriko flipped herself upright, the upper part of her clothing singed. Yet her exposed abdomen remained smooth, showing no signs of injury. The electric melting gun wielded by the yellow-clad assailants possessed immense power, having scorched her insides. But within mere breaths, the wound had nearly healed. Elongated blades extended from her fingertips, glinting coldly like silver threads. The combat suits of the yellow-clad figures offered no defense. As their necks were swiftly severed, blood gushing from the severed stumps. Yuriko's strikes were merciless, and the yellow-clad assailants met a grim fate, nearly decimated within moments. Especially by her 10 silver blades, which proved lethal upon contact. A moment of carelessness resulted in a grave misfortune. 2 fortunate individuals clad in yellow narrowly evaded disaster. Faced with the indifference of Yuriko, their faces contorted with madness, they simultaneously drew vials from their waists and forcefully injected them into the arteries of their necks. A series of sharp sounds echoed as their bodies flushed crimson, and jets of scalding white vapor erupted from their mouths. Beneath their skin, veins glowed with a molten gold-red hue, swiftly spreading throughout their bodies. In mere moments, the 2 men, their features grotesquely distorted and unable to utter a word, had ballooned to twice the height of an ordinary man, their muscles knotted, nearly devoid of human semblance. With a primal roar, they charged towards Yuriko. Yuriko, her hands hanging low, surged directly at the 2 giants. With a flick of her wrist, 10 slender blades, accompanied by a sharp whistle, sliced through the air, carving hundreds of slender wounds across the giants' bodies in an instant. However, this time, such injuries inflicted little harm. The lava-like blood surged from their veins, and the wounds healed almost instantaneously. In contrast, Yuriko was struck and sent flying, her face scorched as if seared by a branding iron. Emitting a pained groan from her lips, the 2 giants then opened their mouths in a thunderous roar, resembling fire-breathing beasts, unleashing jets of scalding lava that struck Yuriko head-on. In that moment, the timid Selyar forgot his fear, his eyes gleaming with an intense thirst for knowledge, exclaiming that this was the project mentioned by Killian and that they had begun human trials. My goodness, this is truly magnificent. Such power could only belong to the divine. The searing energy relentlessly burned their bodies, producing a terrifying hissing sound. First, their clothing disintegrated into ash, followed by their skin and muscles, revealing glistening white bones beneath. Yuriko's gaze remained cold, as if it were not her body that was being scorched. Although the energy emitted by the giants was of high temperature, it still paled in comparison to the terrifying thousands of degrees achieved post-Eidman fusion. With her legs slightly bent, Yuriko propelled herself like an arrow between the 2 giants. Arms extended, her body spinning rapidly like a top. The storm of metal blades viciously sliced through the giants' forms. Initially, the giants continued to regenerate, but within mere seconds, the radiant red-gold energy within them grew ever more blinding, with brilliant light even emanating from their orifices. The temperature in the room escalated, causing even ordinary soul to sense something amiss, trembling as he muttered that they were doomed, that they would explode. At this stage, the dire virus was merely a prototype. The serum caused every cell in their bodies to function like high-speed engines, energy surging outward, yet the body gradually lost the ability to sustain itself. The swelling forms creaking ominously. Yuriko leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the 2 giants crashing through the shattered window. Their searing bodies plummeted rapidly, and before they could reach the ground, boom. It was as though 2 explosive charges detonated mid-air, shattering the walls and raining countless shards of glass upon the floor. Boom, 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 boom. Simultaneously, in the alley beneath the building, the resounding echoes of 8 explosions soared alongside the rising flames. Moments later, Daiken, with his clothes nearly singed, emerged from the alley, his face alight with an exuberant grin. Chapter 31, a rare delicacy in the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. holding cell. Brock gazed at the leisurely Loren, gritting his teeth in frustration as he managed to utter a few words. Release the hallucinogenic gas. Let him endure some suffering. Brock's temper flared. Having finally captured Loren, he found himself unable to act. After a moment of hesitation, he resolved to inflict a bit of discomfort upon Loren. Yet he was adamant about leaving no traces or injuries behind. Whatever Loren might claim upon his release, he would categorically disavow it. The individuals present were undoubtedly his allies. Could they possibly betray him? Brock believed his plan to be flawless, yet he was unaware that Sitwell had promptly contacted Pierce. Upon receiving Daiken's call, the astute Sitwell recognized a splendid opportunity to undermine Brock. He embellished the circumstances, knowing that Pierce, already irked by the fluctuating voting rights, would undoubtedly be enraged. With orders issued, the hallucinogenic gas had yet to be introduced into the room when a series of beeping sounds suddenly erupted. "Captain, it's the boss on the line," proclaimed a burly soldier who approached Brock, setting a circular device on the ground. from which Pierce's holographic projection materialized, to prevent any individual from monopolizing power. Especially within the sensitive Special Operations Division, there always existed one or more individuals directly accountable to Pierce, some of whom Brock himself was entirely unaware. Brock, Pierce's voice resonated, deep yet tinged with irritation. Instinctively, Brock stood at attention, a hint of anxiety creeping in. Minister, Pierce scrutinized the footage displayed on the monitor, speaking softly. Brock, Sit will inform me that you have apprehended Loren, and you intend to hand him over to. Huh, is this a directive from Dr. Zola? Brock felt a tightening in his chest, nervously retorting, No, it's not that. Loren violated the code. I am aware of the situation, Pierce interjected sharply, his tone chilling. It concerns a hematologist named Cellier Stein, correct? However, according to the task report Loren submitted to me, he had already engaged with Stein over a week ago. In today's incident, not only did Loren bear no fault, but it was also Dr. Zola's subordinate who ruthlessly seized the researchers Loren had recruited. Indeed, how unpredictable life can be. With a powerful figure backing him, Loren transformed from an accused into a victim in an instant. I was not informed of this, Brock stammered, his complexion paling. Am I required to report every action to you, Langlois? Pierce's voice escalated, his anger palpable. You apprehended a member of the organization without any investigation or my approval. Have you truly not considered the ramifications? Are you merely following orders from others? The commander of the SHIELD strike team, who leads the most elite unit of the agency. Brock attained his position not only through his own prowess, but also due to Pierce's admiration for his unwavering loyalty. Now, the fact that he could apprehend Loren without prior approval raised concerns for Pierce. If he could act independently today, could he not also collaborate with Dr. Zola tomorrow to eliminate him and ascend to power? This thought troubled Pierce greatly. Dr. Zola did not issue me such orders. Brock exclaimed nervously. Pierce narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Brock. Then what command did Dr. Zola give you? To capture Loren and extract information about the perfect blood from him? I am intrigued to know how Dr. Zola is aware of the Perfect Blood Project. The mission report dated July 19, 2003, caused Brock's expression to stiffen. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Loren, making him particularly attentive to the mission he was responsible for, which Pierce had designated as a Level 9 operation. Brock stammered, feeling as though 1,000 words would not suffice to clarify his situation. He had indeed breached protocol by glancing at the disorganized mission report, but he had certainly not leaked its contents. Though Pierce was not an adept interrogator, he was an astute politician, and a mere expression could reveal a multitude of insights. Perhaps Brock had inadvertently let something slip, perhaps Dr. Zola had manipulated him during treatment, or perhaps he had genuinely betrayed him. Regardless of the reason, he was no longer the most obedient hound. With a sigh, Pierce commanded, immediately revoke all duties and privileges from Brock Rumblow. Huen, the strike team will temporarily be under your command. Bring Loren to me at once. The burly officer nodded and stepped forward to remove the black and white eagle insignia from Brock's chest, signifying his role as team leader. Brock, visibly dejected, allowed 4 soldiers to disarm him and escort him to another room where he would face the most stringent internal review and medical examination of SHIELD. The indifferent Pierce discreetly exhaled. Had Brock chosen to resist, or had the nearby soldiers harbored dissent, it would not have been merely Brock's insignia he would have stripped away, but rather his very life. Inside the isolation chamber, a wall silently parted, and the stern Huen entered with 2 others, swiftly unshackling Loren's handcuffs. Loren Strack, you are free to go, Huen stated coldly. As Loren exited the confinement room, he was met by an irate Pierce, who awaited him until all the special operatives had departed. Give me a reason, Pierce said icily. Do not presume that a fabricated report will suffice to placate me. His anger simmered. Such reckless conduct could cost him the precarious allegiance of Dr. Zola. He desires a loyal dog, not a self-willed wolf. Whether it be Loren, Brock, or even a certain one-eyed director, should he perceive any threat, he would unhesitatingly ensure their permanent disappearance. Loren candidly asserted that Sayer was the most suitable candidate to lead the Mutant project. Does Pierce still wear that cold, unyielding expression? Loren straightened his posture, sincerity etched across his face, stating that over the past year, substantial financial and human resources had been invested in the apocalyptic virus. Sayer's involvement could very well lead them to significant breakthroughs in the near future. Moreover, with the elections approaching, I believe that in addition to garnering votes, it is imperative to showcase our strength at the opportune moment. Only thus can we secure the wavering votes in our favor. After all, according to Hydra's tradition, only the strongest are deemed worthy of leadership. While Sayer may not be of utmost importance, should matters escalate, all branches will observe. His allegiance presents us with an opportunity to display our might. With a calm demeanor, Loren addressed the minister, stating that the incident had occurred unexpectedly, leaving him unable to report to him in time, and he was willing to accept any reprimand. Pierce remained silent for a moment, then chuckled and nodded, acknowledging the commendable idea but lamenting that Dr. Zola was currently indifferent to Sayer's allegiance. Loren blinked in confusion. Pierce, maintaining his composed demeanor, remarked that the task report had been leaked on July 19, 2003, and they were already aware that he had obtained the perfect blood. However, they lacked direct evidence. What do you suppose their next move will be? Loren furrowed his brow and responded seriously. As the executor of the task, I am the best evidence. They will stop at nothing to capture me and then coerce you into surrendering the perfect blood. The perfect blood, a hidden trump card for Pierce amidst the electoral struggle, could potentially turn the tide at a critical juncture. However, the distinction between obtaining it by one's own means and being forced to relinquish it is stark. Pierce frowned slightly, expressing mild concern as he continued. In the days to come, it won't just be Zola. Even Strickland's subordinates will join in the pursuit of you. I will dispatch assistance, but it will require some time. The importance of the perfect blood is evident. To compel its surrender, both Zola and Strickland will likely deploy their most valuable assets. Loren, with a resolute expression, declared, Minister, they will not succeed. Even if I fail, they will only obtain a lifeless body. Pierce smiled, clearly pleased with Loren's resolve. Very well then. Zola is already aware of your presence here. I have arranged support that should arrive in approximately 3 hours. Until then, you will have to rely on yourself. 3 hours, sustaining yourself under their pursuit for that long. As for your mutant project, coincidentally, there is a vacant base that I believe you would be quite eager to take over. Pierce generously extended an open offer, fully aware of Loren's capabilities. Even after rigorous training and selection, an ordinary human remains an ordinary human. Regarding the powers wielded by Zola and Strickland, he was somewhat aware, and the probability of Loren evading their pursuit was exceedingly close to zero. Pierce shook his head in regret. Although he was concerned about Loren, he had many loyal and devoted warriors like him. Thus, his momentary sorrow quickly dissipated. Loren declared with unwavering resolve, No problem. I shall not disappoint you. Please take care on your journey. Pierce's holographic projection smiled before vanishing, and the fleeting smile on Loren's lips disappeared as he swiftly exited the S-H-I-E-L-D safe house, emerging into a quaint antique shop. The bustling street was gradually enveloped in nightfall as Loren hailed a taxi and took a seat inside. Chapter 32. The pursuit. The wailing of police sirens filled the air as a multitude of vehicles surged forward. The continuous explosions not only attracting law enforcement, but also a throng of journalists. Officers hurriedly and methodically scoured the vicinity, attempting to ascertain the cause of the recent blasts. However, the scene of destruction left them perplexed. Apart from the ravaged buildings and civilians injured by the explosions, there were no remnants of explosive materials. Upon reviewing the district's surveillance footage, they found all content had been completely wiped clean. The officers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Before long, all officers at the scene were reassigned and received strict orders to refrain from discussing the recent explosions. While over 20 journalists were gathered and instructed to uniformly report that the explosions were due to a gas pipeline leak. Mere minutes after the incident, Dr. Zola's subordinate, a short-haired man with an icy demeanor, clad in a black suit and sporting dark sunglasses, located Killian in a nearby sewer, who had sent out a distress signal. Though unharmed, Killian appeared dazed and disoriented, evidently shaken by certain harrowing images. The man in sunglasses placed a circular device on the ground, and soon, the holographic projection of Dr. Zola's large head materialized, demanding to know, what on earth transpired? Why have all the soldiers been injected with the doomsday virus? How did you end up in this state? Who killed them? Zola had anticipated that once his forces arrived, the opposition would be easily subdued or, at the very least, a standoff would ensue. He had never considered that the personnel he dispatched would be utterly annihilated. Killian's face contorted with palpable fear as he recounted how he had managed to escape into the sewer amid the chaos of combat between Daikin and the 8 doomsday warriors. Struggling to catch his breath, Killian stammered, We had just arrived when Loren's subordinates suddenly attacked us. He is a modified human, and ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective. The warriors had no choice but to utilize the doomsday virus, which led to their self-destruction. He continued, his words disjointed, He is some sort of metallic skeletal modification, possessing formidable regenerative abilities. The attacks from the doomsday warriors had no effect on them. Just as he finished speaking these disjointed phrases, Killian gasped for breath and fainted. The individuals nearby promptly rushed to his aid, reviving him from his stupor. Zola erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Lawrence subordinate? You foolish knave. How could a mere 5th-level agent possess a cyborg? This is Pierce's trap. Lawrence Strick is not even present here." One by one, men clad in black suits and sunglasses emerged, forming a perfect line of 9, as if they were mere replicas of one another. One of them, with an air of indifference, reported, "Sir, we have pinpointed Lawrence Strick's location." "Excellent," Zola replied, a sardonic chuckle escaping his lips. "That hypocrite Pierce, huh? On the surface, he feigns a preoccupation with the Insight program, while clandestinely persisting with the Cyborg project, as if to surprise us. How unfortunate for him. He has forgotten that the Winter Soldier is my creation." Zola beamed with pride at the row of black-clad figures before him, declaring, "You are the true elite, my most trusted subordinates. Your objective is this individual. I care not what weapons you employ or plans you devise. Within 3 hours, bring him to me alive." At your command, the 9 black-clad figures responded in unison, their voices cold as ice. Zola, in his heart, scoffed. "I have mobilized all the clone soldiers from the New York base, alongside Strick's personnel. If we cannot capture Pierce's inconsequential subordinate, we might as well take our own lives." Meanwhile, at a large S.H.I.E.L.D. base, clad in sleek black attire, Melinda May, her expression resolute and steely, addressed a line of operatives dressed in special combat gear. "You are the elite I have personally selected. Today marks your inaugural mission to rescue S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent Lawrence Strick in New York." In the crowd, a striking redhead named Scarlet gasped in surprise. Hill frowned slightly, admonishing, "Scarlet, I do not appreciate interruptions during my briefings." Scarlet promptly replied, "Yes, ma'am." May continued in a grave tone, "This is your first task, and I expect nothing short of a flawless execution. You are equipped with the most advanced gear and comprehensive training. If you cannot handle a few terrorists, you might as well retire immediately." In unison, the team affirmed, "We guarantee the completion of the mission." As night fell, a full moon flickered behind the clouds. When Lawrence departed from the S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house, the streets were aglow with lights. Approaching midnight, traffic was sparse, mostly heavy trucks rumbling by, hauling containers. Lawrence navigated a wooling van, swaying as it traversed the road. Before long, a large truck suddenly barreled around the corner, tailing him closely. The driver, a man in black with short hair, ostentatiously donned sunglasses even in the dead of night, effectively broadcasting to all that he was up to no good. Lawrence glanced at the rearview mirror, intrigued by the pursuing vehicle, muttering under his breath, "That was quick. Quite brazen, I must say. At least put on a disguise. Does he really think he has me cornered?" The distance between the two parties swiftly diminished as the side of the heavy-duty truck opened, and 8 riders clad in black leapt down. The engines roared, and a fleet of black Kawasaki motorcycles surged forth like a tempest, poised to encircle Lawrence's vehicle. Other truck drivers on the road were instantly taken aback. In a split second, they displayed the seasoned wisdom of the American populace, either halting their vehicles or making a hasty retreat from this treacherous locale. "How audacious. Find a quieter spot, and I shall collect your corpses," Loren chuckled ominously. A torrent of lubricant erupted from the van's exhaust pipe, and 2 unsuspecting riders were violently thrown off their machines, crashing into the storefront windows with a thunderous crash, shattering glass that scattered in all directions. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the 2 riders emerged from the wreckage, heedless of their wounds. Their expressions icy as they sprinted forward, their shoes disintegrating from the force, racing barefoot at speeds rivaling the roaring Kawasaki's. "Fascinating. Augmented individuals? Indeed, Doctor. Zola possesses some hidden assets." Loren mused with a grin as the battered van suddenly accelerated to the speed of a Ferrari, its tires screeching against the pavement like a tempest unleashed, leaving the black-clad riders far behind. As they sped through the nocturnal streets, a terrified driver slammed on the brakes, nearly losing his composure as he stammered to his companion, "Good Lord, am I seeing things? A Wuling is racing against a Kawasaki?" His astonishment was palpable as he pointed at the 2 figures. Lawrence's speed was astonishing, but the black riders pursued relentlessly. The Wuling, seemingly a monstrous apparition, unleashed weaponry that spat fire towards the oncoming threat. To Lawrence's astonishment, the augmented individuals behind him showed no inclination to evade ordinary bullets, even when struck. A milky substance swiftly surged from their bodies, expelling the projectiles and sealing their wounds in mere moments. "Remarkable. They are like a diminished version of Wolverine," Loren muttered. Recognizing the prowess of these beings, a testament to Hydra's technological supremacy, far surpassing anything the S.H.I.E.L.D. could currently achieve with their genetic modifications. Though the riders relied on their nimble motorcycles to evade much of the onslaught, they were gradually being outpaced. The 9 augmented individuals clung to their pursuit like a stubborn adhesive. From a certain perspective, conventional weaponry had become ineffective against them. Unless Loren manifested weapons beyond explanation, such as adamantium bullets, nanobots, or other means that wouldn't necessitate such items for their demise. With a slight grimace, Loren contemplated the persistent 9 troubles closely tailing him. Accelerating at full speed, he navigated a serpentine route before plunging into the depths of the Hudson River, entering a narrow underwater tunnel that stretched for over 10 kilometers. Zola, ever vigilant of the unfolding actions, promptly commanded the blockade of the tunnel from the opposite end, sneering softly at the foolish swine who had unwittingly trapped himself in a dead end. Now that you've entered the tunnel, I wonder where you can escape to? The underwater tunnel, without a doubt, presented an excellent ambush site. Unbeknownst to Dr. Zola, Loren shared the same sentiment. This underwater tunnel, stretching over 10 kilometers, was indeed the optimal battlefield. The dim lights within the tunnel cast a shadow as the Wooling sped forward for approximately a kilometer. Ahead, the passage was obstructed by 4 modified Hummers, positioned side by side, forming an impenetrable barrier. Each vehicle bore a heavy machine gun, resembling a steel fortress that loomed ominously in front. A chilling atmosphere pervaded the air. Surrounding them were nearly 100 elite soldiers, and Killian, feeling a renewed sense of confidence, brandished a megaphone, bellowing, "Loren, be wise and stop the vehicle. Get out obediently, or else I shall." Yet, the Wooling did not slow down. Instead, it accelerated by a third. 3 missiles emerged in unison from the roof, aimed directly ahead, and were unleashed simultaneously, sending Killian hurtling through the air upon detonation. The tremendous explosions unleashed unimaginable shockwaves and flames, while the modified Hummers could withstand a single blast. They were now subjected to a triple barrage. Shattered glass shards scattered in every direction, wreaking havoc along the path, with one Hummer being violently overturned, tearing a breach in the makeshift barricade as the Wooling roared through the surging flames like a tempest. Killian, nearly paralyzed by fear, was pushed down forcefully, stammering, "He's just a lunatic." The commander of the Special Forces, coldly pressing a button on his wrist, activated a series of delicate blue beams of light that manifested before Loren in the tunnel, weaving into a network of light that completely sealed off the underwater passage. Chapter 33. That madman, the laser network, with temperatures soaring into the thousands of degrees, would obliterate anything that collided with it. Even diamonds would be sliced into fist-sized cubes. Unless Loren could alter the Wooling's exterior to Edelman alloy, it would be evident to any fool that something was amiss. The tires screeched against the surface, leaving 4 black streaks, and with a deafening grind, the Wooling finally halted just before crashing into the light barrier. Exiting the vehicle, Loren was flanked by 9 identical men clad in black, their sunglasses reflecting the dim light, with nearly 100 fully armed soldiers positioned at a distance. Their guns trained on him, yet they refrained from opening fire and turning him into a mere mosaic. Especially after Loren alighted from the vehicle, these soldiers simultaneously lowered their weapons, adhering to Dr. Zola's order to capture Loren alive. How intriguing. So it turns out you are a replicant. Loren chuckled nonchalantly. The 9 stern-faced black-clad soldiers uniformly surrounded him, and Loren quickly grasped the implication of their actions. Were they preparing for hand-to-hand combat? With a grin, Loren remarked to himself that creating these 9 clones was no simple feat. "Dr. Zola, I hope this doesn't cause you too much grief." He was not one to fear close combat. However, adhering to his usual principle, he preferred not to exert his true powers unless absolutely necessary. He had already devised a contingency plan. "Hey, gentlemen, are you ready to come at me one by one, or shall you all charge at once?" Loren taunted, beckoning with his fingers in a most audacious manner. Silence enveloped the scene as the 9 identical clone warriors advanced in unison, their gloved hands revealing gleaming silver daggers. Their speed escalated, reaching its zenith in just a few strides, before they encircled Loren from all sides, moving up, down, left, and right. "Planning to brawl, are we? Very well." Loren remained still, an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, before dramatically snapping his fingers. A thunderous crack echoed through the air. At that moment, Loren hurled himself to the ground, pressing his face into the earth and covering his ears. The commander, arms crossed as he watched, was momentarily taken aback by Loren's sudden movement. In the next instant, he turned sharply towards the rear window of the Wooling van. his expression transforming into one of terror. "It's a bomb. Everyone, take cover," the commander shouted in despair. In the confines of such a narrow tunnel, the sound waves generated by the explosion were sufficient to claim numerous lives. Moreover, they were situated at the bottom of the Hudson River. With a deafening roar, the Wuling van erupted into flames, unleashing unimaginable shockwaves and flames that ravaged the tunnel's walls. The elite troops cried out in agony as they succumbed to the powerful shockwaves that shattered their very senses, blood gushing forth. Despair deepened as the ominous sound of cracking resonated, fine fissures rapidly spreading across the tunnel walls. "Madman, that fiend intended to take us all down from the start. Everyone, retreat from the tunnel." The commander, in a state of utter hopelessness, screamed in hysteria. Yet, their chosen position was precisely in the tunnel's center, making a swift escape nearly impossible. With another bone-chilling roar, the tunnel began to collapse. First, geysers of water erupted, followed by a torrent of seawater inundating the tunnel, dragging with it mounds of silt. No matter how elite the soldiers or how physically superior the clones, they were swiftly engulfed by the relentless waves. A tremendous explosion echoed, creating a massive water dome that surged upwards, the sound akin to thunder, as a towering column of water shot into the air. The resulting waves violently rocked nearby vessels, and in the next moment, a colossal whirlpool formed on the Hudson River as the surging waters rushed into the tunnel below. Dr. Zola, witnessing this scene firsthand, was utterly astounded, nearly brought to tears by the immense collapse. The fate of the members within the tunnel was all too predictable. The elite forces in New York had been annihilated, particularly the clones of the Winter Soldiers, each living entity having cost an exorbitant price. And now 9 had been lost in an instant. 9 lunatics. Damn it. Dr. Zola's heart bled for the madman who had taken them down with him, his lips curling in furious curses. Alas, in Berlin, Madame Viper switched off the video and stretched languidly, her silhouette delineating a captivating curve that could incite fervor in any onlooker. In the same city, Pierce furrowed his brow. Simultaneously, nearly all branches of Hydra bore witness to the spectacle, mocking Dr. Zola while simultaneously being taken aback by the reckless actions of Pierce's subordinates. Some wavering factions began to swiftly gravitate towards Pierce's direction. Approximately 3 to 4 minutes later, a Quinjet roared in, hovering above the turbulent waters of the Hudson River, its turbines churning up vast quantities of seawater. Inside the cockpit, the Special Forces members, upon observing the colossal whirlpool in the Hudson, were taken aback. A curly-haired individual, equipped with a tactical visor, swiftly operated a computer, retrieving footage from the tunnel moments before the explosion in about 15 seconds. "Damn it, we're too late," he exclaimed, his expression grim as he responded. "Our target has destroyed the underwater tunnel." "What?" Scarlet snatched the computer, hastily adjusting the footage until it froze on a fleeting, blurred visage of Lauren rushing into the tunnel. He was still alive. Cursing under her breath, Scarlet grasped the nearby diving equipment, preparing to leap from the cabin. "Scarlet, calm down. Do not let your emotions compromise the mission," a woman in a black combat suit interposed, her medium-length black hair framing an exquisitely refined face, albeit one that bore an icy demeanor, always tinged with a hint of scrutiny. Scarlet furrowed her brow. "This is the Special Forces' inaugural mission. As the captain, are you truly going to stand by and watch our target drown in the sea?" The woman replied coldly. "The underwater tunnel is still collapsing. Our mission is to rescue, not to send our team members to their demise. You are not suited to go down there." After a brief pause, she continued, Snake Eyes, "You will descend to search for the target and report back within 10 minutes. A man clad entirely in a black bodysuit, who had been seated in a corner, rose and nodded, his eyes obscured by a sleek black visor. He would have easily gone unnoticed had he not chosen to stand. Snake Eyes, undoubtedly, the most trusted ally within the Special Forces. Scarlet bit her lip, coldly asserting, "I will wait 10 minutes. If the target is not found by then, I will go down myself." In a flash, Snake Eyes leaped, diving into the water like a great black fish. Curly swiftly brought up the main video feed from Snake Eye, revealing a verdant sea filling the view, where the ocean tunnel was littered with the lifeless bodies of crew members and debris from the collapse. Even the modified Hummer was somewhat deformed by the relentless pressure of the seawater. Snake Eye searched meticulously, yet he could find no trace of Lauren. A heavy silence enveloped the cabin. All eyes cautiously turned to Scarlet, and an unspoken tension filled the air, as everyone sensed the increasingly oppressive aura surrounding her. It was evident that the prospects of their mission were grim. 5 minutes passed. May furrowed her brow and spoke in a low tone. "Dennis, deploy the underwater drones to search the waters within a 20-mile radius. If Lauren was swept away by the whirlpool, given the elapsed time, We can only expect to recover a body. Curly acknowledged her command, swiftly tapping on the keyboard, and soon a swarm of fist-sized spherical drones surged forth, dispersing in a fan-like formation to scour the depths. The detonation of the ocean tunnel was an extravagant spectacle. Everyone witnessed his unflinching resolve to perish alongside the enemy. A display of reckless frenzy. Zola could see it, Citric could see it, and of course, Pierce would see it as well. Yet, only Lauren fully understood the perilous nature of the situation. As the tunnel collapsed, the sea surged in, obliterating everything in its path, and within moments, nearly all of Dr. Zola's subordinates had lost their combat capability. Lauren, with a triumphant snap of his fingers, materialized a trivial device, the water-walking sphere, crafted from the materials he had analyzed during his first year in this world. The white balloon, filled with gas, rolled and bobbed along with the crashing waves, impervious to the tumultuous waters. Other than a slight sense of discomfort, he felt no significant unease. However, in the next moment, a sharp sound pierced the air. The walking sphere was struck, and gas began to rapidly escape. Lauren's pupils narrowed slightly as four figures swiftly enveloped him in the murky waters. The replicants, spared from immediate destruction by the sea, wielded silver daggers, swimming around the balloon like fish, unwaveringly executing Dr. Zola's commands. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a gill-like respiratory organ splitting open behind their ears, occasionally releasing bubbles. Lauren couldn't help but admire Dr. Zola. Truly, he was a titan in the realm of Hydra technology, and the applications of such replicants were extraordinarily vast. They proved to be rather troublesome. With an impassive expression, Lauren's water-walking sphere vanished, and in its place, a sleek, sci-fi-inspired black exosuit rapidly enveloped him. This single-soldier exoskeleton armor, a breakthrough developed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Technology Division earlier this year, significantly enhanced a soldier's physical capabilities. However, Lauren manifested this armor primarily for its ability to facilitate underwater respiration. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself forward, delivering a devastating uppercut to the chin of a replicant, accompanied by a 12-barreled, shell-less submachine gun wrapped around his wrist, capable of unleashing 50 rounds per second. With a forceful punch from Loren, accompanied by the discharge of bullets, the titanium-clad chin of the replicant shattered with a crack, not even a sound escaping its lips, as its head was obliterated into fragments by the oncoming projectiles. Simultaneously, two daggers pierced Lauren's chest. However, instead of blood, a green mist erupted from the wounds. Minute nanobots swiftly devoured the daggers, proliferating rapidly throughout the replicant's body. The replicant warrior threw a punch, and Loren reciprocated. The impact was tremendous. Even underwater, the replicant was sent hurtling away, evoking a scene reminiscent of a nightmare. Wherever the green mist touched on the replicant's body, first the clothing, then the skin and flesh, it rapidly disintegrated. The ejected replicant, now reduced to a mere skeletal frame of titanium, managed to stabilize itself in the water, but it too dissolved into dust within a mere 5 seconds, vanishing without a trace. In pursuit of a swift resolution, Loren unleashed the nanobots, their potency causing even him to instinctively shudder, a prickling sensation coursing through his body. Chapter 34. Special Forces as night enveloped the city. An explosion shook the Hudson River's underground tunnel, the resounding blast echoing throughout much of New York. Countless police officers, journalists, firefighters, and Coast Guards rushed to the scene in a frenzy. Loren emerged from the water, stepping onto the muddy riverbank, his equipment dissipating silently, revealing his damp attire. Materializing a communicator, he dialed a number. After 3 rings, Dakin's enthusiastic voice resonated from the other end. "Boss, make your move," Loren instructed in a hushed tone. At that very moment, while Dr. Zola was eagerly assembling personnel to capture Loren amidst the night in New York, Dakin, accompanied by Yuriko, stealthily approached the exterior of the New York Research Institute. With Loren's call, the assault officially commenced. Dakin eliminated all defensive forces within the institute in a mere 39 seconds. Yuriko was the first to breach the premises, her razor-sharp claws slaying the terrified researchers. As she copied all research data regarding the dire virus and secured several vials of the virus solution, Dakin cheerfully placed a dozen explosives in various corners of the institute. In less than 2 minutes, the research facility, which had consumed Dr. Zola's countless efforts, was reduced to ruins amidst a brilliant mushroom cloud. As one of the most significant research institutes in New York, its defenses were not so feeble. However, the guards within were currently incapacitated, their bodies filled to the brim with seawater, leaving them powerless against Dakin's advance. Moments later, a Quinjet adorned with the S.H.I.E.L.D. Insignia hovered over the distant surface of the river. Loren smiled with satisfaction, rolling in the muddy bank and taking several hearty gulps of the icy water. The air was frigid, pungent, and bloated, resembling a wretched creature that had emerged from a tumultuous plunge in the water. With a swift motion, a large hand grasped a rod made of Edmund alloy, and with a raised arm, Loren struck fiercely at the joint. A sharp crack echoed as his left arm hung limply, flesh peeling away like a child's mouth, revealing the shattered white bone within. Excellent. Now it is complete. Loren's lips twitched in agony. Damn, that really hurt. He retrieved a signal flare from his pocket, drew it across a nearby tree, and raised it high, aiming it toward the heavens. Suspended above the river, Scarlet anxiously stood at the cargo door, her attention suddenly captured by a plume of crimson smoke that erupted, illuminating her surroundings. There, quickly, the Kuan-type fighter jet roared to life, and before it could hover low enough to descend, Scarlet, spotted through night vision, leaped from the cargo door into the water, wading swiftly towards him. Scarlet? The astonishment on Loren's face was genuine, not feigned. Clad in a futuristic black tactical suit, she concealed at least 20 lethal weapons, transforming from the usual bespectacled researcher in a white lab coat into a completely different persona. Loren hurried forward, stumbling a few steps before collapsing to the ground, pretending to be unconscious. In the midst of the night, with Loren face down, the tense atmosphere made it difficult to discern his ruse. Scarlet rushed to his side, supporting him. Damon, he.s. injured. Hurry. Her voice was laced with urgency and panic. 2 more members of the Special Forces jumped down, hastily lifting him onto the aircraft. With a thud, he lay flat in the aircraft's cabin, as Scarlet pressed on his chest repeatedly, causing Loren to expel several mouthfuls of river water. God, this wound. The military doctor, Damon, quickly arrived, gasping at the sight of Loren's injury, and promptly set about stabilizing the fractured bone in his forearm. While Loren's recovery abilities were not as extraordinary as Daikin's, such an injury could be fully healed within minutes with the expenditure of some energy. Counting silently to 1,000 in his mind, he then let out a fierce shout. Awakening in a tremor, his eyes darting around nervously. Scarlet, is that really you? Scarlet hovered above him, her face adorned with a reassuring, radiant smile. She cradled Loren's head against her chest, asserting with an unwavering tone, "It's me, Loren, truly. You are safe now. You are safe." Her warm and gentle hand caressed his forehead, helping him to calm down swiftly. Loren, feeling fatigued, closed his eyes. Nearby, Mel approached Loren, not allowing him a moment to gather his thoughts. In an interrogative tone, she asked, "Loren Strike, I am a level 7 operative. What has transpired, Melinda May? Why did you detonate the underground tunnel of the Hudson River? You must divulge every detail without omission. If you lack sufficient justification, you shall be arraigned for orchestrating a terrorist attack." Scarlet did not conceal her dissatisfaction, her gaze fixed intensely upon the almost unfeeling May, who entirely disregarded her stare, her focus unwaveringly on Roland. Of course, Roland was well aware of Melinda May's esteemed reputation. The cold-faced beauty, a relentless taskmaster, had only Coulson, the perpetually amiable gentleman, as a somewhat close ally within S.H.I.E.L.D., while he had virtually no interaction with her. Roland swiftly surveyed his surroundings, his demeanor rapidly stabilizing. It appeared that Scarlet had become involved in a particular project, with May overseeing it. As a seasoned agent, May fully comprehended Roland's reaction. If he had not promptly assessed his environment, that would have indeed raised suspicions. In a tone that lacked conviction, Roland attempted to soothe Scarlet. "Did I blow up the Hudson River port? Alas, the bomb has been activated, and I cannot disarm it. The explosion site was the optimal choice to minimize damage." Roland spoke as if it were a trivial matter, yet it was sufficient to alter the expressions of those around him. They were astonished, almost on the verge of applause, especially as Scarlet's eyes sparkled with admiration for what she termed love. To embody a bomb, saving Manhattan, how profoundly moving. He was nothing short of a superhero sacrificing himself for the people. May maintained her stoic expression. In a dry tone she remarked, "I am pleased you returned alive. However, I would like you to elucidate why you were the sole survivor. Do not tell me it was merely luck. Such a collapse could have killed you 100 times over." Scarlet resembled a protective hen, her brows raised in concern. "Scarlet, it's all right," Roland reassured her, patting her arm gently, shaking his head with a smile. "Agent May is merely helping me clear my name. Indeed, my survival was fortuitous." He retrieved a button-sized device from his waist and listlessly handed it to May. "Is this an inflatable capsule?" Scarlet blurted out. The inflatable capsule could instantly inflate into a walking ball for water, a product of the tech division, designed for self-rescue in maritime and aerial disasters. These two were gifted to me by Scarlet, which is why I generally keep them on my person. Scarlet is my lucky star. Scarlet's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness, leaving those around them speechless, unexpectedly confronted with an outpouring of affection. Roland offered May a wry smile. I never anticipated that I would actually need them this time. This was one of the reasons I chose the underwater tunnel. After all, I did not wish to perish and decided to take a gamble with this. Though the balloon was punctured, I at least evaded the initial wave of impact. May, having listened to him, returned the capsule, falling into contemplative silence. At that moment, the curly-haired Dennis approached, clutching a tablet. Captain, the mission of Lawrence Strike. All right. May, without any superfluous words, nodded and took the computer to examine it. Level 5 mission, tracking the stolen explosives from the military base. Executor, Lawrence Strike. Task issuer, Sitwell. Naturally, the mission document contained much more information, and with an impassive expression. May meticulously read each word without discovering anything suspicious. Lawrence's gaze subtly swept over the surrounding members. It was evident that at least one of them was a Hydra member. He initially intended to use May's insufficient level 7 clearance as an excuse to evade responsibility. But to his surprise, a complete and detailed mission document had appeared in SHIELD's archives within such a short span of time. Thus, it would be more fitting to refer to SHIELD as Hydra Shield. After a long while, May remarked that he was indeed fortunate and should take good care of himself. After she spoke, she turned and took a seat nearby, silent and showing no signs of emotional change. Lawrence slightly furrowed his brow as he looked at his girlfriend, clad in a black combat suit, exuding an aura of vigor. Entirely different from her usual genius demeanor. Lawrence smiled and said, I'll go find you. Celia mentioned you were on a mission. Is this a new department of SHIELD? Yes, Scarlet replied, winking to indicate she could not say more. The Special Forces program is one of SHIELD's new projects, recruiting elite members from various departments, including you, who was once on my recruitment list. May's voice interjected suddenly. Me? I check my email every day. May glanced at Lawrence and coolly stated, 2 years ago, you were involved in a bar fight where one of the guys was severely injured due to your actions. Lawrence responded with a thoughtful hum, recalling the three loudmouths. 2 years ago, when he was still single, Lawrence and his then new acquaintance Daikin had gone to the bar to flirt, only to encounter 3 drunken troublemakers. There was a captivating beauty in the bar that caught Lawrence's eye, and to assert his strength, he politely asked the 3 ruffians to leave. May coldly remarked, the one who was severely injured was your assessor. He gave you a negative score on your character evaluation. Lawrence raised an eyebrow. Is that so? What a pity. The Special Forces Program, a name both straightforward and quintessentially SHIELD. He finally recalled the connection regarding the team Scarlet had joined. It turned out there was this layer of relationship. Chapter 35. Injection, New York Research Institute. Dr. Zola's holographic projection appeared as mournful as if it had lost its parents, floating amidst the chaos. He felt immensely unfortunate, utterly beset by misfortune. He was not particularly adept at armed forces, after all, as he was ostensibly a commercial organization, unable to expand his armed strength as legitimately as peers from SHIELD or Sitwell, who held a dominant faction. As the impending human trials of the Cataclysm virus draw near, the prospect of not only becoming a leader within Hydra, but also establishing oneself as a pivotal branch looms enticingly. Yet, within a single night, the elite forces and the culmination of years of effort, the clones, lie submerged beneath the depths of the ocean. The research facility, a veritable fortress of resources and manpower dedicated to the Cataclysm virus, has been reduced to rubble, with not a single intact wall remaining. What incenses him further is the absence of a second chance, for the most crucial figure in the Cataclysm virus initiative, Killian, has perished beneath the waters of the Hudson River. Who can elucidate the events that have transpired here? Who is responsible for this devastation? Beneath the surface of his skin, digits composed of zeros and ones flicker rapidly, as Dr. Zola hastily assembles all available surveillance data. Yet, the results yield nothing, absolutely nothing, much like a bomb that has seemingly descended from the heavens. Observing Dr. Zola's visage contorted with fury, his remaining subordinates gaze helplessly upon the wreckage and scattered corpses. Were it not for the feeble defensive measures, the laboratory would not have been so easily breached by outsiders, affording them ample time to muster reinforcements. Yet, what can they possibly say now? Blame Dr. Zola for relocating all the defensive forces? Even Dr. Zola himself, as a being of data and ideology, would not have been so remiss had his focus not been entirely consumed by Laurent, thus failing to return in time when the explosion rocked the facility. Dr. Zola's projection gradually dissipates as he utters a low, seething growl, and then mutters to himself about Pierce, vowing vengeance. Since you have seized the military's perfect blood, do not blame me. I shall not convey direct information, but I can subtly provide a hint. His subordinates promptly depart from the scene. Regardless of the chaos unleashed by successive explosions in New York and Dr. Zola's escalating frustration, he prepares to exact revenge with the assistance of military forces. Meanwhile, Laurent has safely returned to Washington. The special forces must return to base for further training, shattering Laurent's eager anticipation as the pair of young lovers bid a reluctant farewell. The following day, at 10 in the morning, personnel continually flow in and out of the Tricrescent building. With his arm in a sling, Laurent strides directly to Pierce's office. Clad in a three-piece suit, with the jacket draped over the back of a chair, Pierce gestures for Laurent to take a seat, studying him intently for several moments before nodding in approval. Well done, he proclaims. He had even prepared to drape a flag over Laurent's corpse. For Hydra, Laurent exclaims fervently. Pierce cannot help but admire the young man's bravery. Faced with overwhelming opposition, he unhesitatingly detonated the bomb, choosing mutual destruction to safeguard the mission's secrets. Hydra requires such exceptional youth, truly a paragon among all its members. Pierce felt a sense of relief that Laurent had survived. Such a fine young man deserved to be entrusted with significant responsibilities, and it would have been a grave loss to sacrifice him as a mere pawn. He retrieved a cigar from the table, leisurely lit it, and handed it to Laurent before lighting one for himself. Exhaling a cloud of rich smoke, he remarked on the current situation, noting that Laurent's actions from the previous night had already spread throughout Hydra. He had sternly contacted Dr. Zola, demanding an explanation, and many Hydra branches were also questioning him about the situation. With this recent vote, his position was secure, and Laurent had played a considerable role in this success. Proudly, Pierce regarded Laurent as his trusted confidant. After all, the dramatic explosion from the previous night was undeniably real. Laurent, holding the cigar, replied, "Minister, this is merely my duty." Pierce smiled knowingly, pulling a file from his drawer and placing it on the table. Effective today, your authority is elevated to level 6, overseeing the S.H.I.E.L.D. Mutant project, classified at level 9, and reporting directly to me. Choose one of these bases for your operations. Laurent felt a surge of joy. The previous night's explosion had not been in vain, and the first fruits of their labor were already apparent. Nodding subtly, he examined the documents, which contained files on 4 different bases. He swiftly made his decision. This disease research facility is perfect. Here, Pierce raised an eyebrow. He had come to trust Laurent implicitly. So he candidly stated, this facility falls under the jurisdiction of Wallen, an old member of the organization. An old member implied deep-rooted connections, and even Pierce found it challenging to displace certain entrenched figures within the organization. Laurent smiled, but remained silent. Pierce nodded and extracted the base's file, saying, "Since you insist, we shall proceed as you suggest." He uncapped his pen and signed his name, adding, "Dr. Zola may have faced a setback this time, but Strucker is not one to easily concede. Indeed, Laurent, I will allocate $1 billion annually for you. You have 5 years to train a mutant army before the next election commences. I believe 5 years will suffice." Pierce nodded, coldly asserting, "Laurent, I have always believed in your potential. If our power grows stronger, how could Strucker or Zola dare to undermine us in secret? Simply put, I do not wish to hear any dissenting voices in the upcoming election." With a smile, Pierce sweetly dangled a prospect before him. After the next vote, I will elevate you to leader of a new Hydra branch. Laurent's hand trembled slightly, the ash from his cigar falling at this opportune moment. He nodded vigorously, excitedly declaring, "Your enemies shall be my targets." Pierce chuckled, "Excellent, I trust you will excel. The explosion from last night will undergo an internal review process, with dedicated personnel assigned to it. Rest assured, it is merely a procedural formality." Laurent smiled knowingly, understanding that the so-called specialist was none other than a member of Hydra. "In the name of treatment, I shall impose a suspension for investigation. I presume you are eager to take over the base, aren't you?" "It would be prudent to avoid the headquarters for the next 2 months," Laurent remarked with a smile. "Rest assured, Minister, I shall remain dutifully at the base," Laurent replied, swiftly rising to depart, satisfied with his recent acquisitions. In Washington, within the subterranean base of the South District, Sayer was engrossed, leaning over his computer, poring over the dense array of text and numbers that would daunt even Daikin. The data on mutant weapon programs, the perfect blood, And the research on the desperation virus were treasures that could incite a tempest in the realm of genetic modification. My God, how many treasures belong to me? Sayer's obsession resembled that of a passionate rogue comforting the body of a lonely matron, his fingers trembling with excitement. Upon seeing Loren enter, Sayer immediately leaped up, exclaiming, "My God, Boss Loren, will you entrust this research to me? This is simply marvelous. You are akin to a deity. Oh, no. Even God would be unworthy to carry your shoes." Loren removed the cast from his arm and chuckled. "As I promised, I will provide you with something superior. All of this is yours. I trust you will produce something that will satisfy me." Sayer nodded fervently, every cell in his body brimming with an overwhelming urge to begin work. If not for the base's meager electrical appliances, limited to a refrigerator and a television, he would have started immediately. Daikin, brimming with excitement, perched like a large dog on the back of the sofa, leaned closer to Sayer, saying, "Your first task is to assist me in merging the bloodline of a mutant with teleportation abilities. Let us see if the individual we have gone to such lengths to retrieve is worthy." Understanding Daikin's request, Sayer contemplated for less than 5 seconds before grinning. "That is exceedingly simple. Just provide me with 2 glass test tubes, and I shall accomplish it. My God, the third-level platelets are simply magnificent. Without the perfect blood, merging the abilities of 2 mutants would be a considerable challenge. Strick's weapon program had nearly consumed a lifetime in addressing this issue. However, now Sayer merely needed to calculate the optimal blood ratio. Lacking test tubes, he resorted to 2 whiskey glasses. With fervor, Sayer leaned over the table, diligently calculating, rapidly filling sheets of paper with numbers and mathematical symbols incomprehensible to Loren and the others. 10 minutes later, it was evident that Sayer was indeed the genius Loren had recognized. He had blended Daikin's blood, the perfect blood, and the Nightcrawler's blood to create a vial of eerie, purplish-black liquid, from which an unusual aroma faintly emanated. Sayer, with a gleeful demeanor, announced, "I have calculated the formula. It is the most exquisite combination. In truth, if one disregards the superficial changes, this potion could be configured even more efficiently." Daikin, somewhat apprehensive, inquired, "Is this truly sufficient? Shouldn't you calculate it once more? I hope I won't sprout a tail, or anything." "My calculations are infallible," Sayer asserted earnestly. "The optimal method is direct injection. Once the blood enters your system, it will immediately commence the transformation of your platelet structure. Of course, there may be a modicum of discomfort during the process." Sayer swiftly drew the blood into a syringe and approached Daikin, a look of fervent excitement adorning his face. Without hesitation, he thrust the sizable syringe towards Daikin's neck, prompting Daikin to instinctively recoil. Loren rolled his eyes in disdain, and after a moment of hesitation, Daikin gritted his teeth, snatched the syringe, and plunged it into his own neck. The potent serum surged through him like countless blades piercing his nape, causing Daikin to convulse in agony, beads of sweat erupting all over his body. The blood in the syringe ignited within him like a match thrown into gasoline, setting his very being ablaze as it coursed chaotically through his veins. Sayer, observing Daikin's contorted features, cheered exuberantly. "What do you feel? What changes are occurring? Do tell me, is it pain? Is it itchiness? Which part feels it first? Is the pain burning or stabbing?" The internal temperature escalated relentlessly, while his body felt utterly unresponsive, as if it were beyond his control. "Damn it, this is just a little discomfort?" Daikin mustered all his strength to slowly raise his arm and gesture a middle finger at Sayer, only to subsequently spew a mouthful of dark, clotted blood. Simultaneously, his pores oozed a copious amount of thick, black impurities that quickly coalesced around him, enveloping Daikin in a manner reminiscent of a decaying black egg. Moreover, it emitted a most foul odor. Loren furrowed his brow slightly. "Is this normal?" Sayer cautiously scraped the black substance into a glass container for storage, nodding, Yes. The hyperactive platelets are currently reorganizing his body. This state will likely persist for 6 to 8 hours. We must prepare some sustenance, preferably meat, for when he awakens. He will be exceedingly ravenous." Loren gently applauded and addressed Lilith. "Dear Lilith, pour a glass of wine for Sayer, and yes, one for myself as well. And do pour yourself a glass too. Today is a momentous occasion. Let us raise our glasses in celebration." Loren lifted his glass, contentedly gazing at the black mass before him, then turned to Sayer. "Indeed, I have not erred in my choice of ally. Rest assured, once Daikin regains consciousness, we shall set forth to the base. We have the instruments, personnel, and funds. Everything is in place. You simply need to unleash your talents." Lilith began to sip her red wine delicately, casting envious glances at the black mass. After several moments of hesitation, she summoned her courage and said, "Boss, I too wish to grow stronger. Laurent burst into hearty laughter, exuberantly waving his hand as he exclaimed, "Ha ha, our little Lily has taken the initiative to speak. Of course, I would never forget you. Now, S. Lyle, prepare a dose of the serum for Lily as well." S. Lyle gazed at Lily and immediately broke into an excited smile.